Andre. Thanks so much for tuning in. It's July 14th, I think, 2026. It's a Tuesday afternoon. It's a weird one here in Montreal. If you look outside, you notice the sky is really quite orange. Not 100% sure why that is. Usually it's related to like forest fires, so hopefully things are going okay in other places as well. But I think we have like a tornado warning today in like southern Quebec. We have a lot of storms. Yeah, it's going to be a weird day. But currently, like if you go into the kitchen and you look at the floor where like the light comes in from the windows where Nanako the cat usually hangs out, it looks like it's sundown. It's like just orange light all over the place. Really kind of surreal. Hey, Floating Fast, do you have like a good weekend? Anything cool happen? Floating Fast, anything cool? Had a good weekend? How's it going? Congratulations. Hey Lars, hey Mr. Grid, hey Mac, it's the Grid, welcome. How's everyone doing? It's a Tuesday and this weekend has been so absurdly packed when it comes to Netrunner events. We're gonna bear repeating this number, but for those who don't know, there's a lot of online events and there was in-person events across this weekend. So on Saturday morning, we got to stream the last 3 rounds, which I was joined by Jai on comms, which is an absolute treat to stream through the EMEA Showdown. Which, if you're not familiar with the EMEA Showdown, or the Showdown series, is a tournament online series that Man in the Moon puts together, and we streamed the last like 3 rounds of Swiss. Mind you, you can watch the first rounds on Jai's channel, then the next day starts on Netrunner FR, which is linked in the description, and then finishes on Jai's channel. So it's broken across like 3 different channels on like 4 different streams, which is, I think, interesting, but it's a lot more sustainable way to get like volunteers that don't have to sign up for like, 9 days of 9 hours of gameplay on a single day. I also do think Axie was maybe in Poland this weekend, who is normally the person who signs up for a lot of these longer stretches, but it turned out great no matter what. Why I was going to say that is like Jai and I were looking through Cobra. We were looking through all the people on the weekend that were playing Netrunner. And this last weekend, there was, I think, over 200 people, around 200 people playing Netrunner at competitive tournaments at the same time, which is incredible. Like we had a Megacities in Australia. There's a Megacities down in Cambridge, which we'll be talking about, of course, which had like 42 people, which is really good for in-person in North America for in-person Megacities. That's an incredible amount of people. There was the what's it called? The Suburban Wasteland tournament had like 23 people hanging on Z-Bag's house in Mississauga and the suburbs, which is awesome. Of course, the EMEA Showdown had nearly 100 people. And I think there's one more Megacities I'm forgetting. I think it was the one in Poland that weekend as well. So there was just like so much stuff going on this weekend, which means there's a lot to look back and talk about. People have started publishing deck lists, and a lot of them are like really worth reading in terms of people's like lived experience of the meta. So we're going to spend some time going through that as well. Yo, Vesper, how's it going? Warsaw, the main Polish MC was over last week and had 40 plus people playing. Videos soon, I hear. Oh, very cool. There's not a lot of like in-person streaming of these events, but I'm pretty sure Cambridge was filmed. I need to shout out Neon Static just put out this morning, which is huge turnaround for like Can't Be Watched if you've never been good. They have their recaps. I guess we'll watch that for their sake. Hold on, actually I'll just hide this so we don't have to watch it together. Oh, that's me. But they basically have their recap video of being on the road and talking to themselves between the rounds and driving there and back. They've been doing these consistently. I think they're so charming. And I think also it's a really, really good thing for newer players to see what like tournaments look like in terms of like physically the space and the people and see how approachable they are. So I think like in-person recap is like so good. And I think some of these things were filmed. I'm pretty sure some of the top games here were filmed, but they weren't streamed, which is like a total, different amount of ask work. So that makes sense. But there's our boys out on the road. I used to spend so much time driving in this area like 2 years ago, going down to a lot of events in America over the last couple of years, but it's been less so this last year for sure. But yeah, this is sick. This video turned out really nice. I watched it this morning. Live streaming in Warsaw was a bit limited by the venue, but Minstrel grabbed a stack of top table videos, including the spicy finals. Very cool. Very, very cool. Hey, David, how's it going? It's doing well. I'm doing well. How are you doing? It's doing okay. The video is really great. Eric is awesome. Hey, Gailhar, how's it going? How's the stream on the Sunday morning? I watched most of the VOD, I think, at like 3x the next day just to catch up. The Neon Static vid looks like a Beastie Boys Sabotage tribute. All the stuff they do is just Beastie Boys tributes. It's not very obvious, but like if you know, you know. Yeah, there's a ton of stuff this weekend. And I think we're gonna spend a fair bit of time just like reading through it and recapping it, both in terms of like meta relevance, but also to figure out like what people are thinking. Hey, Kevin, huge success on the weekend, huh? Congratulations, let alone a huge performance as well. Kevin in chat was the one who was organizing the Cambridge event. And you can also see it in the Neon Static video. It's at Pandemonium Books and Games, which I've never been there, but it's like also a bookstore. equally a game store. This is in Cambridge, Massachusetts, and you get to see in the background like the interviews are happening amongst shelves of just like fantasy and science fiction books. I'm pretty sure, which I don't think we're gonna get a good image there, but it's a really cute venue, and it looks like everyone was very, very pleased. Kevin also has a really good write up that links into another really good write up. But like, yeah, you can see the interview process of the top, like, some of the videos in like this exact aisle, which is kind of funny. Cambridge, UK, USA. The new Cambridge. Actually, how was your trip? That was a fast video turnaround for the weekend Megacity. Yeah, it really was. I was surprised how fast it is. Mind you, that happened on Saturday. They came back probably Saturday night, and then that was on Tuesday. Yeah, seems good. Seems good. Warlock the Renaissance, Netrunner Traveler, Persona of 2026. Tiring but fun. How is it? Are you back home already? Man, the amount of travel you can do, like the amount of megacities per square kilometer in Europe is like definitely something. I streamed the Warlock. It was really great. Oh yeah, excuse me. Yes, I heard Warlock. And I heard you, of course. I think it turned out quite good. Quite good. Kevin's incredible decks made for some of the most hyped games of Netrunner I've ever played. What a joy. I've heard from Discords that the finals was really quite good. I don't know if you had to do a run back or not, but I remember hearing one of the finals, like the NBN finals, was good. I think there's a screenshot showing why it's good. The venue looked nice. Going to have to show that to the librarian partner. Hey, Ed Weird, how's it going? I know it's like weird. There's a bunch of venues I know of their names, even though I haven't been to them. And Pandemonium Books and Games has been like a common Netrunner venue over the last, like, no joke, decade from my remembrance. There's a couple of these, like, I think it closed down, but like Red Hat or whatever the big place in I think it's in Pittsburgh, maybe it's in Pennsylvania. There's like a couple venues that are unknown across the northeast of the states, at least. Mind you, there was a couple venues we went to all the time in New Hampshire. I forget the name of one of them, but there was one in Lebanon we used to go to a fair bit. There was a bracket reset, so we wound up playing 3 times in the cut. Damn. Silver Goblin. No, that's a good venue name. This one's good. Yeah, you see, that's the guy. That's the Silver Goblin. You might know about this one. Lebanon. No, I think it's Lebanon, New Hampshire. Yeah. There's a game store in Lebanon, New Hampshire called, I think, Black Moon Games. I think that's it. Yeah, West Lebanon, New Hampshire. We used to go to events down here. It's like a fair bit of travel because it's pretty south down New Hampshire. But this also had like big Netrunner events back in the day. Yeah, it's been a while. It's definitely been a while. And crossing the border really hasn't been a thing recently, but Redcap's Corner, that's the one. Yeah, Redcap's Corner, I was told shut down. I think it might have been rebought and reopened, but Redcap's Corner has been like such a steadfast venue when it comes to running Netrunner stuff, again, over the last 10 years. And that might be because like one of the 2-time world champions, Dan D'Argenio, came from this meta. So like a lot of big events got a lot of attention there because Dan was out there and playing. I know it did close down. I think it was bought back up. I'm pretty sure I heard that on a podcast, but I could be wrong. My buddy from L5R Times plays at Black Moon. Yeah, I also think like the Neon Static people played a whole bunch at Black Moon as well. I was like digging through a drawer and I found this dice that I had where the 6th side had this Black Moon on it. I couldn't figure it out. Yeah, it turns out it was from Black Moon Games from back in the day. Wizard Chest iconic enough to get a card? Apparently not yet. But like Wizard's Chest Game Store Colorado? I mean, if your store looks like this, it has to be on a card at some point. I can't believe this store looks like this. What is Colorado about? Like, this is the inside, I think. No, this is an escape room. Okay, it doesn't look like that inside. It looks like this inside. I mean, maybe that's expected, but like, yeah, it's kind of weird. Hey Jai, how's the rest of the weekend? How are the last of the games? Are we on this game store meta? We're on the game store meta, and like the game store tier list for Netrunner is probably pretty wide. It's really wide. Fam, you forgot Wizard Chest literally is a card? No, that's why we're talking about it. But like, that's why this one has a card, because it looks like this, right? Right? This place looks like a Meow Wolf pop-up. I don't know what those words mean in that context. What's Meow Wolf? Capital Meow Wolf? It's a grocery store? No. I have no idea what this possibly could be. House of Eternal Return, Santa Fe, New Mexico. My local is Game Center, so I'm spoiled. I mean, the Game Center is also probably the most special one. It's an immersive art experience and interactive exhibits from Santa Fe, New Mexico. Okay. I don't know what this is here in Canada. Maybe some people do know what Meow Wolf is, but it does look very colorful. Does the Game Center now have... Okay, wait. The Game Center hasn't been changed. It looks the same, right? Besides, they put the Z up there. Yeah. So this is the original FFG Game Center. This is where worlds were run for the first 6 years of FFG times back in the day. Mind you, their studio in which like they do game stuff, I believe is just across the street. It's in the same plaza. I think it's the building here is the Asmodee building. It's slightly off camera. And then this was rebought back by Christian Peterson, who is one of the original founder of FFG, and he bought it back and renamed it to the Game Center. And then here they obviously have a partnership with Asmodee, but they probably sell bigger stuff than that. And it's a big area. They have food. There's a lot of tables. Mind you, these are just some of the tables, and then there's a huge like back room that has even more tables in it. That's where the competitive space is. But this place is nice. I've been to 2 worlds here, and it's like in the middle of, off the highway in Minnesota. It's not like any place worth going to, but it's quite nice. Yeah, they have huge tables like this. I don't actually know where this room is with all the windows. Oh, that's probably actually still the front room. Yeah, it's been a while since I've been here. That it puts in. Chris Peterson is super based. Is that Mr. Peterson, the FFG guy? He's the guy who made a Twilight Imperium. He's the Space Lions guy. I don't know what other design things he's attached to his name, but like this is where all FFG games had the World Championship for such a long time. I don't know what this miniatures game is, but yeah, it's kind of a really big thing. Game Center also had a website for a while, was actually very, very interesting too, because they were one of the few websites that had the license to reprint some of the out of stock or like some of the print on demand stuff that FFG did on limited runs. So if you ever played Arkham Horror, some of the promo investigators you could only get within novellas and like attached to other things you wanted to buy that weren't actually like card game stuff. They reprinted them. Also, like nightmare packs for Lord of the Rings, they reprinted them, and they did it for like a couple months. They were kind of expensive to get in Canada because of shipping. But like this website had a very unique partnership with FFG, and I don't think they can do it anymore. But they used to have print on demand stuff, which are really, really hard to get. Gold Lava, how's the weekend? Hopefully you had a good time. Yeah. Anyways, this place used to be important. Probably still is. Hey, Damon Faust, how's it going? How you doing? Bless you. Thank you. That was a good one, actually. Yeah, I don't think it's smoky outside. I think it's just yellow. Yeah. Meow Wolf going to be the next Worlds venue. Imagine how Kino would be. Where does Kino come from? Like, I'm assuming it's European slang for like full cinema, but like that is the word for cinema in Slovenian, and it has to be in multiple languages. But is it coming from exactly somewhere, or just we're all doing it at the same time? Really, really good, really long, really tiring, but I'm excited for more in-person Netrunner. That's like one of the most important things is like when you go to an event, you generally leave the event wanting to play more Netrunner. If you want to prove yourself again, if you feel like you didn't, no matter what, it's like kind of infectious. And half of it is the game. Honestly, more of it is actually the people. And I do think we might hit the sentiment on a couple write-ups to be like, oh, I don't know if I like the game right now. And for what it's worth, we're like a week away from a ban list. So we're kind of in this weird area where a lot of people will check out for a bit because now megacities have largely wrapped. 100% not sure if that is the case. But between megacities and continentals, we're expecting to get a new meta. And so like there probably will be some ban list changes. We don't know how severe they're going to be. But this is the point in time where a lot of people will be like, okay, I'm going to be on a break for a couple weeks until things start to matter again. So yeah, I still think you get the sentiment where some people be like, hey, I don't like this meta that much, but like you do remember how cool and exciting and important it is and how invigorating it is to go out to a tournament and like hang out with people, right? For the chat, if you've never experienced the air quality drop of a Quebec pine tree forest fire, be grateful. Yikes. You know what? I don't know if I even have, and I'm not 100% sure it's forest fire. I think it probably is because of the sky color, but I know we have a huge storm system coming in. Yeah, so let's just look really quickly at ABR to see what happened this weekend, because there's lots of stuff. Again, I think there's over 200 people playing this whole weekend across like relatively competitive events. Now, obviously, some of these are going to be like side events, so those are not the ones we're exactly looking at. But in terms of big things that happened this weekend, firstly, Z-Bag Suburban Wasteland Volume 5 had 26 people show up to Z-Bag's house. I think the number I saw on T.Null Signal of the tournaments was like 23 players, but that's just like an absurd amount of people to come out for what's functionally a GNK at someone's house. I haven't seen any photos or anything from this, but like the idea is that everyone comes over. It's in the suburbs of Mississauga. It's a lovely place. And if the weather's permitting, people play in the backyard, in the living room, in the kitchen, in the basement. There's food, there's drinks. It's kind of incredible. Then we had Warsaw Megacity this weekend too, which had 46 people all the way in Poland. You see, especially with European tournaments, a lot of people traveled in. So I guess we can look at some results really quickly. We'll go back to look at Z-Bags. Hey, the Wasteland was hype. Yo, how was it? It's always this hype, man. It's such a bummer. I think it's the second year in a row I missed it, which feels pretty bad. Hey, Dullbulb. Andre, are you ready for the Mercury ban? 3X and Showdown Top Cut? No, not at all. If anything, I actually want to play more Mercury. Mercury had such a good weekend this weekend. They were the most performant criminal in some of the bigger tournaments. And the cool thing is, like, a lot of the Mercury lists were kind of interesting. We also saw like a lot of great players who I wouldn't expect to play Mercury all the time playing Mercury. But like we played Mercury on the stream just a while ago, and we functionally played a Mercury deck that was relatively similar to some of the decks that we're seeing played. And mind you, the Mercury cards do be like that. But the big thing is that they weren't running, you know, like 15 influence on chain reaction. They were playing better cards, right? Like Steel Skin Scarring is just kind of perfect if you're tanking ice and stuff like that. So I think there's something to learn. I don't know if the Mercury decks are doing Mercury blowout decks, but they're like poking, they're having fun. Amelia Sing play, which is a bit cursed in its own way. But I don't know if I mind it too much. Also, one of my coaching students got Top Got a Showdown, which is Bog. Yeah, that's sick. Hey, well done to both of them, but mostly them actually. Little Megacities coming this weekend. Okay, so there's still a couple more Megacities. No matter what, they'll all be in the same ban list, but I'm assuming Megacities have to wrap, I guess then it's by the end of July. So maybe we have a couple more weeks. Every round I played someone I liked, and I was excited for everyone who made the cut to make it. Would be very happy to see any of them win. Yeah, it looked like a really good crowd. And like, as someone who wasn't there, seeing the names of people and then seeing like the photos on Discord of like all the friends hanging out, it's like, it does feel bad from over here, but that's just how it is. Like, you're going to get the FOMO for sure, but it seemed like an incredible crowd. 10 scrubs showed up, and I think 8 topped. Hey, Muthir. What exactly? What up, matey? Hey, Seth, how's it going? How big is Scrubs, by the way? I'm assuming it's like a lot of people. I have no idea who is in that testing group or not. It does seem like the average person you ask are in the testing group if you don't know what testing group they're in. That sounds like it's a backhanded thing. I don't mean it like that. I just think like Scrubs is very, very welcoming. 83 people? Holy shit. All right. I mean, okay, sure. That's absurd. That's what I meant, right? How long is a string? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, very good. Hey, Lunari, how's it going? How's the weekend? A filmmaking movement that advocates the production of short films on little to no budget using small crews and non-competitive collaboration are the Kino groups around the world. Yeah, but I think Kino just translates to cinema, like from whatever language that wants to be in. Yeah, testing Commune, testing Hamlet, testing Village. I suspect Scrubs contains every single Netrunner player, whether they know it or not. Yeah, it's a sort of thing where like all rectangles are squares. All right, this is Warsaw. Mistrzostwa Polski 2026 Megacity, Warszawa. I'm assuming that's correct. And we look at some of the breakdowns, and some of the breakdowns were actually really, really interesting when it came to specifically the European breakdown. The EMEA Showdown, which we'll get to, which is the biggest event. It was like 96 players, mind you. This is still an absurd event for in-person play. Online events are way more accessible. That's a really, really great show up. So if we want to look at the breakdown, and we're going to be looking at this also on ABR to get some like recap stuff, but Lou is still the most dominant. And then these numbers got a bit more interesting over the weekend. Arsana being the dominant shaper, I think actually showed up in a couple different places. I couldn't tell you if that actually converted anywhere. I don't think Arsana had great results this entire weekend. Same with Moosely Hot. Like Moosely Hot did all right at some events, but Moosely Hot, even in some of the tournaments, was not the predominant criminal. At EMEA Showdown, it was, I believe the third most played identity was, what's their name? Mercury. I'm wearing the shirt. Like the Mercury players did quite well and they converted. From this point forward, I don't know if the numbers really matter, but that's pretty wild. That was decent, almost polished, approved. That's all we're going for here. The only rule is that there are no rules. Hey man, figured I'd follow up from a message last weekend about my first tournament where I finished 4th out of 7th for my first tournament. It was such a fun time and I learned a ton. Yo, glad you went out, Upbeat. And hopefully you also had a good time. It sounds like you did. Very excited to start net decking more standard decks moving forward. Going out and playing against other people, it's like so cool because people are excited that you're there because you're just one of them to be like, oh wow, you also like this game. Like that's always awesome. And then you learn like different people play totally different. Like a lot of people get into this game by playing against their small closed meta of like a partner or a friend or something at their kitchen table. And then as soon as you go out into the wild world and then you play against somebody and they have different cards and different strategies, and you know, it's like such a deep and interesting game that as soon as you go out, I think you realize that. So hopefully you had a great time. That's awesome. Also great finish too. Yellow decks are coming through more and more. I don't know if that's what the numbers showed. Yellow was pretty underrepresented in, I believe, in Europe. Epiphany, mind you, did not do anything this weekend, which is what I would thought would be the front runner for yellow. But the big thing is actually Nebula. And Nebula showed up in a lot of different places and did pretty well as well. I'm not a big Nebula fan at all, just kind of flat by design. And the only thing that's getting me through is that people weren't playing Nebula classically for the last couple months. A lot of the Nebulas we're seeing are doing weird fast event stuff or just straightforward fast event stuff. There feels to be like 3 or 4 different Nebula decks you could be playing against, both in terms of their agenda suite and how they're trying to score out. Whether they're playing like Vlad Grid and like business as usual, whether they're playing Moonpool and like red level clearance, whether they're just playing like straight fast events by just playing like petty cash and that sort of stuff. It's hard to tell. We also saw like, I don't even know, Focus Group really mattered this weekend, which is kind of fun. It's a interesting Nebula, non-Nebula card. So yeah, weird, but Nebula is doing really well, and I couldn't tell you why. We'll look at the data on Always Be Running, or sorry, on Maker's Eye in a bit to see what that actually looks like. But I'm assuming a lot of the Lou decks might not be able to be set up to fast events or to stop fast advancing as soon as you can maybe present the problem. I don't know. I feel like the Nebula decks felt really bad against like double Chesva Criminal. And I think that is getting increasingly uncommon. We're being asked to run over and over again on centrals the way that Nebula does is maybe a bigger, taller question. I'm also not sure, like Shaper does often want to remote camp if you're seeing some of the lat decks and make as few runs as they need to. And saying that you have to run centrals every single turn is also maybe a good interaction point for Nebula. I can't 100% tell. But Nebula, I think, did better than expected and was more common than expected. It's also wild to go to a tournament where like AUCO, and mind you, these are tied, is the 5th most represented corporation. Like, I think AUCO did great this weekend. It's always going to do great, but people played less of it seemingly across different tournaments. Whoa, what's this? It's Treeline? Oh, Tranquility Home Grid. That's quite nice. Illustrated by Ash for 2026 Foresight Megacity Championship. That's quite nice art. Very cool. Remote server only. Very good. In terms of our results here, we're seeing some of the strongest European players. Like, wow, that top 8 is absurd. Matushak taking it with Seb and Melius. I do think Melius won the most events this weekend. Not a huge surprise. Nuvem, mind you, was very, very important this weekend as well. I think there's a lot of tournaments where Nuvem was the deck to beat. I think that was maybe a North American thing to some extent. We'll find out together. But we have Davs, who's been traveling so much and doing so well, mind you, the last couple of years, let alone this year. Arson and Nuveng. We have Minstrel, Ayuko, our, what's it called? Our Circuit Breaker, and Maggie. So a lot of Shaper there at the top. And then here's, yeah, it's interesting. There's only one Lou in the top 8, which I think is the only time we're going to see that this weekend. And then we have like, you know, a lot of Wayland here, or specifically a lot of Nuveng. Again, like half the top 8 here is Nuveng. And that's what I'm talking about. Like Nuveng has come back. I think it's a mixture of like the Jai decklist of the week, and some people are doing the full bad publicity never remote server kind of fast advance thing. But this is the sort of deck where like, can you break Pharaohs efficiently? Seems to be like a yardstick that you can measure a lot of decks against, and a lot of decks, their answer is no. And that seems to be converting, as much as there's a lot more nuance to that deck as well. Cool. Again, there was a lot of players here, so cutting from 42 to top 8 is pretty difficult. So even making the top cut is something that's very, very hard, and then playing it out from there. I just want to check really quickly at like one of these Nebula decks. This is the one Nebula deck that made the top cut, the one NBN deck that made the top cut. This is from Tag Train, Chris Casual. So this is going to be an Unleashed deck. We are playing no way to give tags off of agendas, so we're not playing any of the neutrals like the orbital. We have Gaslight, which means we just want to put this on the table, and then we want to be Oppo to give tags, and then we can win with Unleash and then end the line. Public Trail is a card that I think was really quite good, and I think actually ended up winning one of the big events this weekend. I'm kind of interested in playing Public Trail, and I think 1 or 2 Public Trails snuck in to this sort of like Unleash Melius U decks, the sort of ones that like I forget the name of the archetype, but the one that that Sanjay was playing and won an early event in the meta. But I think recurring this off of Melius when you can thread and Unleash is going to be like so tilting. Like you play around 8 credits because of measured, but like you can't play around this on every threat level. And if this unleashes and reses something bad, so be it. I also want to say, like, just anecdotally, this weekend is the weekend where I saw Seraph and Lethe the most, just in different decks. Not all NBN, in fact, half of them not NBN, but people were just unironically playing these in lists. I'm not sure if I'm going to say those were the lists that you have to really worry about if you're going for top tables, but I just want to say I'm seeing more and more of these cards just like slip into lists for one reason or another. It's not very obvious why. Kevin Rezavera then scored an agenda that went with this card. I've never seen this card in my entire life. Hey, Joel. Every ads game I lost in EMEA was to combo PD. Yeah, that sounds about right, but were you prepared for combo PD? Basically, everything is good right now. Hey, Epiphany mentioned, Ren, how's it going? Actually has a king court with Friday? Had a king's court with Friday. Meether, how did the Az go? How does Axu know how many scrubs there are? Isn't he a tiebreaker? I think he might have been guessing, but also he has an inside man. It helps him install hardware. The Seraph Lethe game on stream was surreal with the Mist Lethal and Doomscroll res. Oh yeah, you're talking about that. But if I'm not mistaken, someone did an Unleash. Okay, so Jai was talking about this, I think off mic during rounds. And this happened on camera. This is like both very interesting and very unfortunate. But somebody had 2 tags. And then the runner had like some amount of cards in hand, but they also had an Onicom. And Onicom says the first time a turn that net damage is dealt, or sorry, the first time a turn while an event is trashed, which will be trashed off of net damage, let alone off of playing the event, you get to draw a card. And mind you, first time a turn means this happens on the corpse turn. So if you have 3 cards in hand and an Onicom, you kind of have 4 cards in hand if the corporation is trying to do multiple small instances of damage, right? Usually. So what happened is that the person had 2 tags, and then they played Unleash and to res a Doom Scroll to fire this do 2 net damage text. And then they immediately played End of the Line. Ideally, that's going to do 6 net damage, which will kill the runner. They did that, and then the runner was left with like 2 cards in hand, some amount of cards in hand. And both players were like, huh, what happened? Oh, I must have missed Onicom, my bad. Turns out, when it happened, they fired Doom Scroll. But the biggest thing about Unleash is you have to remove a tag. So when you have 2 tags and you fire Unleash, this subroutine doesn't do anything if you choose this subroutine because the runner only has 1 tag. And then they basically played an end of line that did 4 damage, and then Onicom fired off of this. So they removed 2 tags for the runner, one of them for free. And then I don't know who won the game, but I've never seen that. It's like, I definitely would have done that at some point, is if the runner has 2 tags, you unleash to do the subroutine because it does the most damage. And unfortunately, the subroutine doesn't do anything when you unleash it when the runner's on 2 tags, which feels bad. Yeah, Valley end of the line happened. And I think the player, from what I heard from the story, did it so quickly that they didn't realize why it happened. And even on the camera, I don't think they realized why it happened. They thought just Onicom fired at some time that they didn't expect. One game went to turn 13, so that's on me. Oh, man. I had a drop. I literally fell asleep on my laptop round 3. I didn't sleep that night. The heat was awful. Don't blame the deck, blame me. Oh, sorry, me dear. Hopefully you're feeling better. Soap? Sorry, Lunari? It's great to hear. I'm holding off on releasing an edited version of these lists in a vid because there's a ban list soon and I don't want to have to remake it. I don't see the comment. Oh, I'll shout out to Double for making the video on recommended standard decks for new players, mostly playing startups. Super helpful, and I used Moosely and PD deck for the tourney. Oh, super cool. I think like good stuff. PD did like okay at the tournament. Not amazing, but did better than you think it was, which is pretty cool. I think there's like a bunch of decks I think new players could challenge the competitive standard meta. I think the one thing right now for newer players is, and it's felt like this for a bit, is like a lot of the decks at the top tables you're playing against, you need to know what they're going to do. And if you don't know their game plan, if you just play your game plan, you're not going to win usually, right? Like maybe against Nebula, this one's a bit of a whatever. It's kind of the case. But if you don't know the AUCO game plan, you don't know the specific Melius matchup you're playing, you need to know them. So like, it's really good to know what your deck is, but I do feel like we've been in a meta for the last like year and a half where knowing what your opponent is trying to do is maybe even more important than knowing what your deck is trying to do, which is kind of funny. So that being said, knowing more corp decks will solve that on the runner side. The Doom Scroll in play was from a metamate. Oh, and the Unleash. Yeah, bummer. Yeah, that happens. And like, it's sometimes so exciting when things like this happen on stream because it is like good television to be like, oh no, how are they gonna get back from that? Like we saw a player who unfortunately did the wrong order of resolution between a Bladder Ward and a card that gave them money. And that Bladder Ward didn't fire because they did the money card first. So they had above 4 credits. And that Bladder Ward could have been game winning. Not obviously, but it could have hit a card that means the runner next turn couldn't open with a ritual. Luckily, that corporation still made the top cut. So like that would have been pretty rough. But these sort of things, like you don't want to call them out as being errors because like, corporation is not very smart. Huge mistake, throw game, punt. But more so being like, these are things that are real that happen to the best players, and like reacting to them both emotionally and mechanically is like what makes this game so interesting, right? Like if I did that on stream in a game that mattered, I would probably be, you know, my mental game would be shook. And so then trying to figure out how to come back from that is like a real thing that's worth discussing. That was a really close game, and like this trigger actually might have been the difference on it. Shout out to both players who played your great game there. But yeah, that sort of stuff is like, I think it's worth talking about when there's a mistake on stream. You're not meant to dunk on the person, but it is like very good texture. Hey Diogenes, how's the weekend? Same mats with Mad into Vixec. Yeah, where you clear 1 too many tags. The missed Bladder Ward into Ritual was brutal. Yeah, the runner did 3 rituals 3 turns in a row, and like one of them could have shut it down as much as Onicom would have fired. Truly a people versus establishment vote, bin face versus establishment. My biggest regret of the EMEA cast was that I was bantering with the UK chatters about the World Cup so much, but completely forgot to ask them about Count Binface. The Count Binface story is so good. And not so much because I think Count Binface is inherently funny, but the idea that that person like chose to run again and then everyone dropped out and then Binface says, okay, now you're running against me. It's just like peak. It's so good. It's so good. All right, here we are. Okay, so that was, I think, Warsaw. I think that was it. I don't know why we closed it, so maybe we came to a fun conclusion there. Let's look at Z-Bags really quickly. And mind you, this is not a super competitive event. It's technically just like a CTK, but it doesn't mean that people don't show up with good stuff. The meta is really, really strange sometimes in Toronto. Toronto has a whole lot of tempo damage stuff, so it's like pretty easy for you to die in Toronto. And Toronto also likes Bangoon more than most. So Wayland being the most represented is not incredibly surprising, but there is a Wayland slant or like a sort of slant to that in Toronto, if you ask me. On the runner side, kind of strange. You got Lou at the top there. Essa followed is kind of neat. I think we need to talk about this actually. Is Essa good right now? Cabin Essa. Is Essa good right now? Because like Essa did all right at events. I don't know if Essa had the best conversion rate, but Essa was not an awful choice seeming at top cuts. The thing with Essa though is like, I feel like Essa has terrible interactions into a bunch of the most popular corporations, right? Like against AUCO, I can't tell what you're meant to be doing. Because the big thing about AUCO, let alone Jinteki as a whole, is like Regenesis is the big threat. And the idea is that if you can set up a Regenesis for them, that seems really good for them. AUCO's inherently wants to protect archives. And then on top of it, when you fire Sabotage, AUCO gets counters as long as they trash a card from HQ. So it feels like not a great thing to be doing. On top of that, Melius Hugh is like also really kind of interesting into Essa, because if Essa wants to check archives, you generally have to run a different central server first. And I don't know how easily you can do that in a lot of board states, because of course Melius will just permanently choose archives. And if you run archives, they basically recover a card. Essa is good enough. I'm so surprised. Like a lot of these interaction points sound like Essa would be terrible. You get the equity back via good combo PD matchup. I wonder if it's that weighted that if you play PD or not was a good choice to play Essa. Like we could definitely look at that to be like all the Essa players that make top cut, what were their matchups? Did they play more or less combo PDs? For what it's worth, Drunk Cat is very good against big barriers. Sure, but like a lot of the Melius decks and the AUCO decks have some big barriers, but they're not like the Brawn deck. It's like they have their Botus, but they like the bigger thing is like, how do you deal with a Natini? How do you deal with Alliance Main? How do you deal with a Empiricist, right? So I don't know. It's weird. AUCO's held back by Lou anyways. I mean, AUCO's still doing pretty well, but I don't know if I'd be reaching to Essa because like all these Jinteki interaction points for Essa seem kind of cursed. Like they seem kind of cursed. Maybe PD is the best you have, but like I don't know why you wouldn't also want to play Lou into PD. That seems okay. Y'all be expecting major changes with the ban list. I don't have a good sense of what it takes for a card to get banned. You'll figure it out sooner than later, but I think there's going to be changes. I think there's both balance changes and sentiment changes that could be done. We can't tell. This is the first year where we have like locked in ban list changes on expected dates. And that has changed what the ban list team wants to be doing because they know the next time that they are able or are excited or like scheduled to do a ban list change. So at least we've seen them that sometimes they want to do things preemptively because they know they can make a next change for a while or like, I don't know, bearing an emergency ban, which would be pretty surprising. I'm assuming that there's going to be two major changes or like I'm assuming the ban list is going to address two of the major corporations right now. Melius probably and combo PD more probably. On the runner side, they could do something to like maybe make things more diverse, but that's kind of it. I'd be surprised if a lot of impactful bans. The metas are really good and balanced right now. I would be surprised if there weren't. And I think it's a sentiment thing more than a numbers thing. I think people don't like combo PD. There's some people who do, but I think a lot of people don't think it's inherently good tournament Netrunner for like a bunch of different reasons. I worry because I'm definitely, you know, a loud voice in the community. I really don't like Melius. And I've been very clear that Melius has been really hampering my enjoyment of Netrunner for the last months or so. I don't think I'm the only person, but that might not be the majority take. And I think there's a chance that that sentiment gets addressed. Not exactly for me, but I do think there is a lot of sentiment that Melius is kind of a bit much and frustrating. Skill issue? Yeah, that's fine. Give off please. I mean, there's a world where you could see off come back, which seems good for tier 2 decks and stuff like that. But I hear that people will be a bond list coming so that people will have to train more before worlds. I think that's a joke that works in, isn't that German for bath? I don't like a combo PD, but it's fine. I don't think it deserves a ban. I think parts of it will be banned. I'd be very surprised if a card from it is not banned, to be like, we think that you can still do this combo deck, but we don't want it to be tier 1 and we don't want it to fire on turn 4, right? Like I think the thing with combo PD is that it should exist in the meta, but it should feel like you have ways to interact with it, or more, there are more like runners that feel like they can interact with it inherently. I think it's the sort of thing where like it should exist, it can exist, but the way it is probably shouldn't or couldn't. I don't know. Bond is railway or trains in German? Oh, I thought it was a bath. I think combo PD is fine for offline tournaments, but it's not great online or outside tournaments. Yeah, playing in person probably sucks a fair bit more where you just kind of sit there. Odds of return of Sable and Hosh, I would say low. I would like them to be high, but probably low. I think that's the sort of thing like a whole season can go without them and we'll probably be fine. Hansei banned? Why do people want to ban Hansei? I've heard a fair bit of this in like a couple places, like the measured response chat, but like, why? What's wrong with this card? It's a 5 credit econ card with a real interesting cost that interacts with the Jinteki card pool. Like, you're basically saying, I want every single Jinteki deck to go down. Yeah, without Hansei, I think any of the tier 2 Jintekis just cannot see any play. What do you think about Begalter unban? I'd be very surprised. I think the numbers on that card are just too good. You already have the best killer in the format, I think. Please, I need a flop ban. I'd be very surprised to get a flop ban. 5 credit econ card with upside, also with downside, with side. We're just going to ban system gateway cards until they have to print a new core set. I mean, that's how you know you need a new core set, when most of the core set's banned out. Is it not Hansei hate due to Myoshu? No, nothing to do with Myoshu. In fact, I don't think a lot of decks that are playing Myoshu play Hansei. I think this is a way that you can res very expensive ice quickly, and then archives, mind you, is good text for both Ayuko and Melius. The idea is that like Ayuko can get counters, can put a card in archives, get 5 credits to res the most ice. I think it's all of that. Trash isn't downside. It's definitely a cost. It's not straight upside, but it is often upside in the Jinteki decks, which is like kind of what you want to see. I'm going to point out another banned card, but like it's good when downside cards don't feel total downside. Like Extract was straight upside, but you do draw hands where Extract was not good. The same way that you can draw hands where Hansei isn't perfect. And I like that a fair bit. I could see Hansei banned, to be honest, is not OP on its own, but it would give more counterplay for AU and Meliu. I just feel like, I don't know. It's the same thing with Extract, and Extract was different because it like fired the idea ability, I guess. But like taking out these economy pieces that just make the corp playable seems kind of rough. Like you need money to play the game. Like what are you doing in that slot? Just playing more Regolith? Like I don't know if that makes a better game. I don't know. Be weird if they made a new core set and had to change hedge fund and sure gamble. I think at some point they should. I think if they're going to go ahead and rename Byte and all that sort of stuff, they might as well commit to renaming everything. I do think there's one day a world where a new core set comes out where it's not like Wayland and HB. Right? Like I think it serves them to change the names of everything. Slowly, I think we're on the path to that, for better, for worse. My hot take is that there's too many hedge funds in the game anyways. Yeah, economy in this game is like, I don't know. We're still going to do the video or that stream where we go back and review some old tapes. But economy is way more explosive than it has been in a while on both sides. Like it wasn't a common back, you know, and this is 10 years ago more. Like your turn was, you know, install an Adonis, take 2 credits. Next turn it was like take a credit, install a card, take a credit, and wait for Adonis, right? Like the game was just slower. The economy is much more explosive. It feels like on both sides of the table for sure. Like comparing Adonis campaign to what's it called, Antil Excavation. Like it's a world different, and that's for sure. Honestly, I think the thing that I've been like a bit more concerned about, and this has nothing to do with the Hansei stuff, is I realize, hey Eric, how's the weekend? Great video, by the way. I really enjoyed that. Have we thought about banning archives? I mean, we're on the way to that. So honestly, if they're gonna ban one of the Melios cards, they should ban Blue Floor. They should ban the HQ one, because that means you can't do Byte recursion. Like the archives one makes sense. It's what Jinteki wants to do. The R&D one is kind of fine. It gives you good text. But like you can just ban the HQ one. Ban Blue Floor. Ban 10-year floors. Then I'm happy. All assets now gain back turn 1. Most of them do, yeah. Hansei ban would be a cop-out. I know it's not targeted. Just taking the whole faction down. Yeah, you're just hitting the whole faction down. I don't think that's what you want to be doing. Okay, so this is what I've been thinking about somewhat recently, right? So back in the day, the game was slower in many different ways. Econ was slower, fine. The game was just slower. That's okay. That's not something we have to be striving for. Slower is not better. It was slower. That's fine. A lot of people have like their golden years when they play Netrunner and they want to get back to that. Slower economy seems to be part of that, but that doesn't have to happen. I think the thing that gets me way worse with Jinteki, and it makes me a very bad Shaper player, in some ways control Shaper, is that whenever something's in a remote server, I freak out a bit. I get really, really, really scared. And that's like something that has been learned, because every time that I don't run it and I get burnt, you get burnt so hard in this game. Now, a fair bit of this actually like stemmed back from all the way in 2021 is like the printing of Seamless Launch, right? Like we used to be better at this game of having more powerful effects that were signposted a bit better, right? If you want to score an impactful 5-3, which I'll be honest, back in 2012 wasn't a real thing, you had to do install advance or install advance advance. So your opponent knew, okay, this is a turn that I have to interact. And I think that was a really good way of getting that sort of like, okay, this is it, the pedal to the metal. We have to figure out, this is the turn my opponent is calling, say, put our cards on the table, we're going now. And when Seamless Launch came out, that's no longer the case, right? Like any card, and Lacosta, mind you, the same idea, can be threatened to be a threat. Okay, so that's already a really big change. That every card now is worthy on some board states to be a problem. But I think the top thing on top of it, more so than that, because Seamless is actually the least impactful it's been in a while, it seems. It's like mostly out of new Vem decks and Wayland decks that is actually relevant, is now the chance of not interacting on a single turn, or sorry, the penalty to not interacting on the certain turn is disgusting. It's like really messed up, right? Like if you don't run on one single turn and the corporation regenesis is for 4 points. Now, the upside with Regenesis is you can interact with it by running archives. Like there is ways to interact with it. But if you don't run on one turn, the corporation can get 4 points is different. I think that's one of the biggest differences from 2012. Like worst case in 2012, and mind you, again, I don't know why we're talking about 2012 exactly. We don't need to be 2012. Is like if the worst thing happened and you didn't run a remote server, is like, oh, they get an Nisei Mark II. They get an AstroScript counter, stuff like that. That's its own problem. But like this is doable. Like if our opponent scores a Proprio Negation, and mind you, Proprio Negation did amazing this weekend. If they scored a Proprio Negation, I'm like, okay, sure, I got it. That's going to hurt, but that's not the end of the world. But we're now at a point where if you don't run and it's a Regenesis into Fuji or Regenesis into Sisyphus, it's like the game is cooked. And this is the hard thing. It's like you need to print agendas that are impactful, but now having, oh, you didn't run one turn, the game is cooked, is one of the reasons why I feel like I need to be so much more aggressive than probably I have to be. Because not running for a single turn and your opponent Regenesis is a Sisyphus or like Seamless Lacoste is a Sisyphus, like I don't know what to do. It's way too much cost for not running. Proprio's a really good card. But I think that's like the biggest thing that I've noticed with the modern game is like the cost of not interacting on the wrong turn is disastrous. It didn't used to be that bad. Like if they scored an Alice with a counter, you'd be like, oh shit, I have to play around that. That's important. But now it's like messed up bad. It's like so bad. Possibly Regenesis is too good, but it's also not really, it's just a big skill check. I agree. I think Regenesis is a fascinating card because it built in has many ways that you can interact with it. It also has downsides to the corporation. Like it's a fascinating card. But the fact is you don't run on a single turn, the corporation gets 4 points. Like they had to set that up. Like let's not, not say that. Hey, Pre-Cheap, how's it going? Whether it's regen or basalt or PD combo, how do I describe to myself as the corp meta now requires the runner to stay on top of the corp for 99% of the game or fall irreparably? I agree with that. That's how I feel. I need to be in control 99% of the time. And if you fail it, it's bad and it gets bad fast. Hades Shard was so neat. I mean, it was, but you didn't really do Hades Shard like that. But like, there's very few ways to interact with Regenesis on the corporation's turn. There's technically some ways to do it, either by like compilation overinstalling or playing, what's her name? The virus, the terrorist. Not Ivanskaya. That's the wrong one. The other one, not Valentine. What's her name? You know the one. But they can pull it off before you can get breakers out. What are you expected to do? Run archives. And also a lot of their ice doesn't end the run. That's what you're expected to do. I'm not going to say that's reasonable, but that's what you're expected to do. And it, like, for what it's worth, competitively it works. Regenesis should have probably been a 4-1 instead of a 3-1. What if it was a 3-0? No, it's bad for deck slots. Regenesis rips Sam Neill. Yeah, Sam Neill passed away this weekend, huh? I mean, this is the closest Sam Neill kind of card. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I missed a full bunch of chat. Pinhole equals expose with added bonus access. If they bring back expose, it'll be a 1 influence crimp card that every faction imports. No, yeah, it's pinhole. So that's what Eric is saying. I agree. A deadly 5-2 agenda scored nowhere to run. Yeah. Unrotate Claw. Claw doesn't beat this sort of stuff, but I am an unrotate Claw gang for sure. I feel you all easily get baited by remote jams. Runners would just be guaranteed to shut down Melius by running the missing central side. Oh yeah, for sure. Like if we're banning HQ, yeah, 100% they would. But then it's like I'm not saying it's a good solution, but then you have to do that, right? So now like you double ice HQ, you don't ice archive, something like that. Again, I'm not sure if that's good or not. Probably isn't, but that's kind of where I want it to be to some extent. Thanks. I had a great time at the tournament. I had a silly time editing the vlog. It came together pretty fast, which is good. Unbanned 3 of the $6. Now we're talking. They moved to other faction names, the game might be in a less weird spot. Yes, I think it probably serves them well to remove all other faction names. I think consistently do better as a runner when I don't contest everything, but only consider threats that wouldn't kneecap the corp economically if they went for them. I think I do too. I like playing aggressive. I like poking centros. That's what I enjoy playing. That is a big reason why Melius doesn't sit well with me, because it like very much says don't do that game plan. It's usually a mistake to do that. And Augustina, thank you. Yeah, Augustina Ivanskaya. She's the one that can interact with it. You're right. Like a lot of times you want to look at the board state and be like, okay, can this matter? Right? Is there an obvious Lacosta? Do we think they have a seamless? And then you can do the math based off of that. I agree, but I do think like the punishment for not running is way higher than it's been in many, many, many years. It feels like free 4 cards and a card every turn really makes all runners sad. Charlotte with Lacosta. I mean, it's a 2-card combo, and you only have to disassemble one of them for it to be good, right? For it to fall apart. Charlotte on its own, when you advance Charlotte, like she's way worse, right? Like if you advance Charlotte every turn, you're spending a click and a credit to get 4 credits on a card draw. So functionally, you're just getting 2 credits. Well, kind of, not exactly. Like you could have drawn a card anyways. You're also going down a credit, which could have been a click for a credit. So like, yeah, cost is the thing that's making that afloat. If you're not playing Built to Last, advancing Charlotte's like kind of, it's not awful, but it's not the best thing to do. Our Megacities, Kevin got me footage of the Top Cut games, but I can't get them published before I leave on vacation, so they'll be delayed a bit. And we'll see how much changes with the ban list. Oh, true. How's your vacation? If you want an editor, you know a guy over here. Sharing the money matters. Yeah, having access to money midway through the turn can matter. Like there's a lot of nice subtleties with Charlotte. She also they have to be able to trash Charlotte to contest Charlotte. Like there's a bunch of, like it's an interesting card for sure. But I just think like the raw economic value of advancing Charlotte outside of Lacosta, it's like, okay. The best case for this is that you do install advance and they run it and they break ice. Yeah, I don't know. Anyways, that's where I was getting at. I'm not sure exactly why we got there, but we were looking at this. This is the Z-Bag Suburban Wasteland Volume 5. Cool. In terms of the distribution, we'll look at more on Maker's Eye in a second to see how things looked out. But the top cut is, yeah, there's Bread and Circuses, second at Suburban Wasteland 5, 4-1. So there is a fair bit of like love for Bangoon in Toronto. Z-Bag's playing new event. We have 2 PDs. Brandon, no doubt, is playing Combo PD. He has been winning events with Combo PD. I don't know if like a lot of people brought Combo PD to this event. It seems like a silly event, but okay, that'll do it. Shouldn't have said that. And then PD and Lou, Terrence is playing. Terrence is also a great player. I want to see quickly what the Bread and Circuses is to see which way we're going here with Bangoon. We're on 12 agendas, so we have a lot of 1-pointers, including Eminent. We are on Daniela Angelique, 2 fun houses. Sometimes you see this with the Shylendra. No, not Shylendra. The Jinteki Sentry that gives you a tag, Phonotria. Then we have measured 3 end of lines, which you don't always have 3 end lines of measured big money. A relatively straightforward game plan. In fact, there's a game plan section. Always play your agenda face up unless your opponent is onto you and you want to bluff through winning points, even though I would hesitate to put agenda face down. That's what I've learned too, is like, even if they know what it is, the fact that they have to take 2 meat damage and a tag is usually worth it. Funhouse probably needs to go in a remote server. 1 in centrals is fine too, because you lose off centrals. Hermes is mixed because you play a lot of agendas, but you play your agendas face up. And you need to score probably like 4 agendas to win, as much as you can fast advance some of them. Yeah, this seems fine. I don't know what fork people are dying more to out of this, but like this is pretty no nonsense. A lot of money. Antil versus Regolith is interesting too. Only 2 spin doctors, which you do see that every once in a while. I do like my spin doctors a fair bit for recurring some of these combo pieces that I discard. Cool. Only NBN and Jinteki have advanceable assets. Wayland classically has. No, they have Clearinghouse, so they do too. HB doesn't have one now, but they used to. It's not uncommon for them to. Brandon was on Core PD, shockingly. Yo, okay, that's even more twisted. Well done, Brandon. Core PD did all right this weekend. And I think it's the same sort of idea. People responding to Lou and being like, okay, find your twitting. Lol, I'm going to fast advance from centrals. That works out. Yeah, cool. There is a PT in the top 16. I mean, there's 26 players. There's a PT here, if that's what you're talking about. But yeah, PT can do something. Oh, Cerebral's still in the game. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, there is. Every faction has one. Cerebral's still in the game. I was thinking of Aggressive Secretary and like a Defense Construct, but Cerebral's still in the game. Yeah. Yeah, it does core damage. Yeah, it's still in the game. You just haven't played in the one. Yeah, every faction does have access for sure. Cool. Oh, all right. What else are we looking at? So the other 2 things I wanted to look at Cambridge, and of course we want to look at the EMEA Showdown. That was, oh, and there's one in Sydney. Yeah, Sydney and Darlinhurst, which I think is outside of Sydney, had nearly 30 players, which is still pretty great. So I'm gonna do this one next. EMEA Showdown. So we did some casting for this. This is definitely a large tournament in terms of like online play. And so I do think you kind of get closer to a global meta sort of thing. You don't have to be an EMEA to play it. We saw a bunch of people from all over, but the fact that there were big events in like different places means that this pool might be a bit more localized outside of those areas. Like I don't think anyone in the northeast of the States was playing at this because they're probably going to Cambridge. Cool. Lou is only a third of the field, which is like the most out of any single event we're going to see today, I think. However, this number from the last showdown, I think, was closer to 40%, maybe even a bit more than that. So that actually has come down. Oh, I actually thought Mercury was the top criminal. So I was totally wrong about that. It's mostly hot, but then Mercury was like nearly the top criminal. The difference was about double fold, but that's pretty good. And then this is another tournament where Arsana was the most played shaper. And I don't think any of the numbers have made Arsana look like it has a good conversion rate. Notably, the top cut has like really interesting criminals. Like there's Baz on the top cut here. There's Mercury's in the top cut. I think there's only one mostly hot. So the conversion rate on criminal this whole weekend has seemed probably not impeccable. Then it's Melies and then PD. I'm assuming these are combo PD players. Now it's been a couple months, I think, or a month or so, people have figured it out. More players are playing the combo deck. I think people have realized it's not as difficult as they thought it was, as much as you still see combo flops, like not flops, but like mess ups on stream. Some of that is more so because people have to fire a non-deterministic combo because they're pressured more than like mechanical issues. Then we have Nuveng and Ayuko, followed by Nebula. And again, like this is the one NBN that did anything all weekend. Shout out if you're like one of the few Epiphany players, but like Epiphany did not do anything this weekend. And like the Lou is kind of a mixed bag for sure. I forgot it's Tuesday and late. Yo, Safer, how was the weekend? It was so nice to see everyone in the same place. Super jealous. Hopefully y'all are well. Hopefully you're all right. Defense construct is an upgrade. Defense construct, oh, it is an upgrade, but you can advance it. I guess if the question said asset in it, I'm wrong, but it's an advanceable HB card is what I'm trying to say. Weekend was great. Mind you, in place, Safer was at Jeff's homestead last Thursday. So in person, they did a replay review, which is good. Melee's matchup is inconsistent. Combo PD's battle. The Nuvem picking up helps. Hey, Spids, how's it going? There were at least 2 other Wisconsin sickos with me at EMEA. Yeah, you had to wake up relatively early. Mind you, West Coast American players were playing, which means that their tournament started at like 1 in the morning and ended at like in the afternoon the following day, which is pretty wild. A lot of great art support, prize support for sure. Now, if we look at the top cut, and mind you, we'll be looking at more stats. There's a top 16 here, and again, some absurdly good Netrunner players. If you look on the right, though, like some of the stuff is kind of fascinating for the diversity of stuff. So firstly, Sleeper, world's top 16 player. I know Sleeper is playing really good Jinteki Glacier. I was searching through Netrunner DB and I opened up these 2 lists. And I think this is the funniest thing is like, these are very similar decks. They're Prio Negation Jinteki decks. One of them is from Sleeper, who like at Worlds was playing, I think, Sisyphus. And then the other is Rotom Appliance, 2021 World Championship, who even on stream I talked about, there's certain cards that are Rotom Appliance coded cards. And you can open up both of these deck lists and blank who the player is, like not know this name here, not look at the write-up, and you can tell which one belongs to which player, which I think is so funny. Like I opened up both of these decks and I didn't realize who I was looking at. And I opened this one and I thought this was Rotom's deck. And I'm like, well, there's 2 bites in a Rotom's deck. There's no shot. And it turns out I was wrong. It's Sleeper's deck. And then you go to Rotom's deck and it's like, instead we have Escape Net and Humanoid and no bites. Like it's so cool that you can tell who a player is. Like Rotom is playing Mavirus while Sleeper is playing Mitra. Like those are very, very interesting, like kind of dissections of the different players and what they value, which I think is awesome. Both of these decks, oh no, actually this one has a Saisentan, which Sleeper did get a lethal against, and this one doesn't. Big Rotom deck fan. I'm a huge Rotom deck fan, I'll be honest. Like sometimes this stuff just makes me so happy. But it's really funny. You can look at these 2 deck lists that are very, very similar in construction and tell which one comes from which player. Weekend was great. Your list is so Rotom coded. Yeah, I know. That one Event Horizon tells a lot. Rotom needs border control. They both have it for what it's worth, right? Like they both have a cheeky Event Horizon in the deck, which like it's good text. And at the end of the day, this is not like a jungle. This is not anything super like sneaky with Regenesis. This is just playing Jinteki Glacier. And I think Rotom really enjoyed this deck from testing. So it's on 3 Proprio Negation, which I think did really great this weekend. Mind you, Rotom came in 3rd and Sleeper came in 1st. And they're both the same agenda suite, which is Fuji, Let Them Dream, Longevity, Proprio, right? Oh no, this one's slightly different. One of them doesn't have the longevity and instead has 1 send a message instead. Oh no, so it is different. One has send a message, one's have Fuji's. Okay, so it is a fair bit different. I don't know whether that means that Rotom has more big ice. I think we might. We have Knowledge Seekers, Atini, Boto, Cloud, Empiricist. This one, that's about the same. A bit cheaper on the Code Gate slot. Humanoid Melius is also Sicko. It seems good. It's like they never advance card in their mode server you need to run in the Jinteki matchup. You probably enjoy them for evil reasons. I will refuse to agree with a competing podcaster. What do you like the slot Escape Net? No, I don't, but it's like very much like fundamentals driven. It's like, okay, this is how we lose. We'll deal with it. You recur it, right? Like the fact that this card can be recurred with Melius, this is like so key to what I hate about this. And we saw it happen. Like, I don't know if the Escape Net was played twice, but we tuned into a game where Rotom recurred into Escape Net with a Melius trigger. And it's just like, I hate it. It's the worst. Yeah, Recursion ScapeNet is disgusting. It's disgusting. It's just like very, very unpleasant. But shout out to both those players, both great players. Other things in the top cut though that we can see, Mercury's did really, really quite well. Mind you, there's only like a 5 or 6 Mercuries, but about a third of them made the top cut. We have Tuno, who's just an incredible player to watch. We have Lovelace, who I think we saw a bit of their Mercury play too, also really fun to watch. And I thought there was one more. Am I missing one? Oh yeah, Council, of course. Council was playing under different handles than Council's name if you're watching and following on T.Null Signal. But Council, so like half the Mercuries I think made the top cut, if not more. This is what I was talking about. Like this is a really interesting list, and Council does play interesting lists. So this is doing a bit more of the D-res stuff. We played, a Mercury deck with no breakers, and we've learned a lot of things. Laser Pointer is really good in the modern meta. There's very few sentries that doesn't break besides like functionally Drafter in the entire format, which is kind of wild in terms of competitive play. So that's kind of cool. It's only a 1 of. Melanderjam, there's a 2 of. This is actually playing like Saucy and Window of Opportunity, all that D-res stuff. And, based off the image back here, we're playing 2 copies of Capybara. So we have a bit more D-res in this deck as well. Now, when we played this, we spent 15 influence on the chain reactions, which weren't particularly good. And I do think this deck will probably, like most, struggle with the Tattoo Bowl on Centrals. That was a problem for us, and this list only has 2 Melandergems. D-resing a Tattoo Bowl is not super relevant. But now we're moving our influence over to like more multi-axis, which makes a lot of sense for Merc. So things like Pretty Mary. Daig seems a bit strange, but the thing with Daig is you can charge Nuka, but more importantly, we have 2 copies of Amelia Earhart, which this is a card that can just rob 10 credits from the corporation. And if they don't have money, they can't res ice. Like maybe this is more impactful than a chain reaction. The question is whether it can fire more consistently or not. And then everything else is kind of what you expect. One always have a backup plan sneaks in there as like your 4th Estabrado, which yeah, that's fine. You play the ways to get in that you can when you can. So yeah, neat list. This is my first time I'm generally interested in giving Mercury a shot. Good job, Council. Yeah, there's a bunch of different lists like this. And mind you, while they're all not published here on ABR, if you go to T.Null Signal, you can find the lists. The one thing about tournaments on Null Signal, which like huge respect to all the people who put this together, it's a ton of work. This more tournaments tab is so frustrating because it's organized in the order of not the tournament firing usually, but the way that they were scheduled. But if this gets too old, you can't find older tournaments. You need to know the number. So like eventually these will go off the bottom and then they're like very, very, very hard to find. So regardless, if you can open this thing, which hopefully it's still here, mind you, if you're watching it, the code is just 4846. If you go to the standings, all the players in the top 16 have their decks published. So if we want to look at Tuno's list, and mind you, Tuno's corp list is like the coolest thing too. If you want to look at Tuno's version here, it looks a bit different. We have a maintenance axis to get some like cheeky, redirects. Both lists are on running 3 steel skins, which makes a lot of sense. You want to face check and let subroutines fire, so why not draw cards? Only 2 Hermes. I'm a big fan of 3 Hermes. I think it's that impactful, but slots are slots. We have Laser Pointer, Melandergem, Devadata Drone for multi-axis. The back stitchings, I'm not sure we're in the other list. We have Class X NFL, Daily Cast, Mystics, Pretty Mary Nuka. So like relatively straightforward. At the end of the day, you are taking a lot of slap shots off Centrals and hoping it works out. And for Tuno, damn, it does. So many good events. Laura, it was such a huge weekend. There's like 200 people playing, which is wild. Charge Trigger for more tattoos passes? I don't think so. But what will you charge to pass tattoo? Oh, you could charge your Melanderjang. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, I've never considered that. You can just charge your Melanderjang. Yeah, that's fine. It only works once per turn or per run, but that's fine. Yeah. Maker's Eye has them now. The way to search old tournaments? Oh, that's sick. I got to go back and watch this. Certified no twinning zone. Yeah, it's not like, I'm not sure. When we're playing Mercury, I don't think we're playing twinning, but a lot of the Mercury decks don't play twinning because they only have very few ways to charge it because you're not playing, a lot of times you're not playing, what's it called, Cheza. So like the only way you can do it easily is companions if you want to. But like Mercury has enough multi-X's built in that you can go pretty far by just playing an extra Pretty Mary, who's nearly guaranteed. You can play Eero, you can play Jailbreak, you can play Devadata. There's a lot of ways you can make it make sense. You can play Jailbreak again. I think I just said that. Really enjoying Mercury lately. Such a fun playstyle. Really cool list coming out. So like, I still think Mercury can be a bit cheesy because like Mercury has this sort of thing. And mind you, I want to play not 2 Swifts. I want to play 3 Hermes, but I think Council's talking about the write-up that Swift is just basically like a card draw card. If you get a click back, you can draw a card, but I can't imagine something more impactful than Hermes, both to respond to the corporation, to pressure the corporation, and to make your Mercury blowouts even bigger blowouts. Inherently, Mercury is not often or obviously about elegance. It's more about like taking enough slap shots on goal, and it does convert, and it can be exciting as well. So like I think I'm kind of warming up to this, but it's more so because Criminal hasn't offered too much else on the reg-based Criminal side that at least this feels different, and maybe that is definitely worth something. I think Essa did well here, which again I find so surprising. So I do think Lou and Melius were the things to go into, and Melius was about 6 out of the top 16, I think. So Melius is like still the thing to do, and then Lou was, I think, about a third of the field in the top 16. So like it converted, I think, reasonably well. Again, Arasana, there was one that showed up in the top 2. Hold on, my doorbell just went off, and I'm assuming it's a package, so I'm just gonna pop out and get that. I'll be right back in about 30 seconds. 1 second. Okay. Yeah, Arsana did not convert well, I think, at any event. The best was Chunky Seal, who came in a top 16. I'm out of breath and ran up and downstairs carrying stuff. But yeah, it didn't do well. Witch is not on Witch Hunt deck, SMH. I'm assuming Witches is playing, yeah, Express Train. Mind you, I think all the PDs at the top are combo PDs. I was told that Athliki is actually playing a different combo deck. I'm so out of breath. Give me 1 second. So Athliki is doing something different. Apologies also if I'm not reading the name right. I don't know if it's Athliki, Athliki. I have no idea. So this is just 9-point combo. Okay. So this is double flood the market 9-point combo. So it's not trying to do a neurospike. It's just trying to score all we can at once. Hospitality is interesting. I'm assuming the write-up will explain what we're trying to get from this. But yeah, I do think you're just either scoring 3 into 6 or you're just doing full 9. Cool. I thought it'd be like something weirder than that, but maybe I'm missing something. Obviously, they did quite well. So that's great. But yeah, I think all the PD decks that are performing are combo decks. In terms of the Melius decks, again, we looked at the 2 top performant ones as much as, you know, a close top cut. They were actually like full glacier, nothing spicy, no frills, just it's pronounced. I can't read that either though. Using hospitality with Cyclotron. Oh yeah, you're right. It's Tempo Cyclotron. The deck's on 2 Cyclotrons. So I think, yeah, there is like Leah did great. Leah is playing Laura's Lat, so like the sort of Audrey Lat. Leah's on this, which is measured, not playing big deal, but basically bite measured Melius with us Sisyphus and Fuji's. So like not full glacier, has a bit of kill in it, which is like that's hard to play around. Again, we'll see if the corporation deck win rates plummet when you get to open deck lists. I want to look at Tuna's list because Tuna's list is definitely something else. And then there's 2 Nebulas that made a Janinator and Jay Foley. Adult Swim did 2-2-1. I'm not sure if that's a great result, but regardless, Jay Foley here has the moon pool sort of like fast advance. So the idea with the moon pool is if you can install this clicklessly by getting a click back. So like top down solutions is really good with moon pool because you spend no clicks to install both the moon pool on the table and an agenda when you get your click back from Nebula, and you can use that. And I'm pretty sure even with top-down solutions, you can fast advance with a moon pool, even if Nebula is on the wrong side, on the Nebula side. Because you can spend 1 click to install an agenda in moon pool, you can advance the agenda and then moon pool to score a 3-2. So this is a really flexible combo, as much as it does require like having exactly 5 cards in the right place. But you can get this to line up even if you're on the wrong side, which might catch people off guard for sure. This list has a Rhyme in it, which like if people are playing Buzzsaw and Echelon, Rhyme gets a bit better, but there's not that much ice. And like, I mean, yeah, I guess Message Chest of 5 strength is fine. But it does feel like with only so much ice in your deck, the slot on this feels expensive to me, but I might be wrong about that. Obviously, I haven't played this at all. Vlad Grid is also a nice thing you can do with top-down solutions, that you can quickly get this on the table, which could matter. You also can build a remote server, and then they have to trash this, which they have to get in and pay for and not run centrals. And business as usual is another way to use Vlad Grid, which is kind of cool. Love those purple guys on TDS. What a card. Do you love the autos? Yeah, they're kind of frightening, but they're kind of cool. If you're only trying to ice 2 servers, then easier to get Rhyme value. That's true. That's true. Yeah, if you only have 2 servers you care about, then Rhyme will always be worth like something. But also like if you draw this as your first ice, like, oh, it feels so bad. Anyone have the 4-digit Cobra card for Warsaw Megacity? Ooh, I don't. Yeah, it's right here. No, that's startup. This is what I mean. It's like you can't find them anymore, and then it gets really bad. And then what you have to do is, I think people are saying they're on Maker's Eye, but you just kind of go through this and sequentially like go down a number and hit enter and hope for the best. The thing is, if you keep doing that, if the event was made way earlier, there's a lot of numbers you have to go through. Hexnet. So I'm not sure if I have the number. I definitely don't. In fact, maybe it's attached to Maker's Eye. This is Tuno's list. It is playing this op list. I do think we saw games where op only fired once or twice, and that does feel like the modern reality about op. It's like it will be impactful when it fires, but it doesn't fire too much. You can go to Megacity tab in Cobra. What? Where's there? Oh. Oh, that's new. The code is 4909. I had no idea that's there. I mean, that's a huge help for the problems I had. I assumed this was the same tab that was on the main page. Oh, it is. Okay, that's good. That's actually way better. They're like hellish capitalist version of the Kodama from Mononoke. Tuno's Ob is so sick. I played against it so much on JNA last week and won only once. Yeah. Let's look at the list. Okay, that helps. That actually assuages a lot of the problems I have with Cobra. So that helps a lot. Okay, so yeah, I did not know about that either. That's really good to know. So this deck is running small agendas. So not the like Basalt Spire that Wayland kind of seems to be stapled around. But we're on Slash and Burns 3x, which means fast advance good. Mind you, there's some cool things you can do with Slash and Burn and Let Them Dream that weren't obvious to me. But the idea is if you use a Slash and Burn to score a Let Them Dream, you can use the Let Them Dream to rescue the Slash and Burn, which is like a pretty sick angle if you want to do that, which is kind of cool. We have hostile architectures, which like this does seem kind of like an asset list, but there's only this many assets. So like you do see in some of the matchups where like I want to see all of Tuno's games. I hope it's saved the replays. It sometimes does, but the hostile architecture getting iced up was not uncommon. And the thing about this deck is like it's a fast events deck, but also tempos out cards from hand. So the idea is like FUT, right? So this deck, when you score a ZF, notably when you score a ZF, it has an additional cost to score it, which is the only agenda in all of Standard that has this text. So the thing is like you pay this cost before the agenda actually gets scored because you pay cost first, then you score. So the idea with a ZF is if you trash a 2-coster at instant speed, you can now fire op to get a 1-coster, and then 1-coster will be installed in res to see this text to do 2-me damage. Now that's an interaction that's been known of before, and you can use it for a lot of different things like popping a Tucana. On this channel, and mind you, she came up later this weekend for a different reason, is we build decks where we use Vera. And the idea is that if we trash a 4-coster, we can go grab Vera. And then when Vera fires, Vera kind of does 1 damage, but you can pick the card. So whenever agenda is scored or stolen, look at the runner's grip, trash a card revealed, which means you can make every single AZF a 3 damage burst, which some runners could be surprised about. And even in a modern meta, you could put measured response on top of that if you want to. But instead of going for Vera, I think for the same amount of influence, and mind you, Vera is very expensive. She's like 4 influence. For slightly less influence, if not the same, probably the same, you can play FUT. FUT is the same. The thing with FUT is FUT will only do 1 net damage, which is the same as Vera, except it's unknown damage. But you kind of have to deal with FUT. Because like Vera on the next turn, who cares, kind of. But FUT, always you have to be dealing with it. Because now next turn, the next agenda does 2 damage. And so now the runner's in this odd spot where they deal with FUT, but you're still a fast advance deck. So even if there is like a slash and burn in archives and they want to pick it up this turn, they have to end up taking 2 net damage, which because you have measured in your deck and you have AZF and you have all this other stuff and the FUT is still there, it kind of just adds this additional tax. Like I have no idea how many opponents that Tuno actually ended up flatlining. My guess would be not a lot, but there's a lot of opponents that the runner is put in an awkward situation where they have to choose to draw up for safety or play their cards so they don't lose them to other errant pings of damage, as opposed to like, you know, contesting the stuff that Tuno is producing. It's like really, really cool. And again, the sort of tempo FUT, the sort of tempo net damage is a sort of like personal evolution thing that we used to see back in the day, which I believe Tuno played that a fair bit. We also got to see Anvil, which I don't think its text actually really mattered, but I do think this is one of the worst face checks if someone like installs a resource or a console and face checks. And I think we're way far away from the install console run meta that used to be pretty common in like Criminal. But yeah, if Anvil gets rezzed, it allows you to fire your ability text on up, and also just has a bad face check. Like the runner trashing one of their installed cards of their choice and then gaining a credit and losing a credit is not awful because this is functionally a 3 credit res, but it's interesting to see this card see play. Usually it shows up in grinder stuff, but if you just need more ways to fire op, I mean, like this is technically a way to do it, and they can never run through this last click because they don't know what you're going to get from your deck. Then it's like cheaper stuff. Like, of course, we still have Stavka. It's only a 1 of. We don't have Afrun and any combo stuff. We have Kessleroids 2 of, which is better into like Seb. But the biggest thing is you also want to have 2 costers that you can reg and trash. So like Flywheel is also 2 coster. So having these cards mean that you have something to trash to go get FUT consistently, and Flywheel is just a good card as much as it doesn't keep people out. Then we have an armed acid protection for money. We don't have extract anymore. We have 3 measures. We even have a single Angelique, which you can grab for protection, or you can just throw it at the runner for damage. Managarm, which is like old school. to grab at instant speed with the Tomb of Irises. It's like a really cool list because it's a mixture between like assets and grinder and like tempo damage and fast events, and it's neat. This is really really inspired. I don't know exactly why all these decisions were made, either because it's like a cool list, or a it's a cool list, and b it's good into the modern meta. I couldn't tell you, and I'm very excited for Tuna to be able to do a write up if it does, to talk about the decisions to get here, because it's cool. It's genuinely a cool list. Angelique double MR is not a line people respect nearly as much as you should. Yeah, Angelique is neat. She does 1 net credit for 1 meat damage. The thing is, you have to be on threat 3, which functionally will put you at like measured. Well, not exactly, but like if you're on measured, Angelique is always online. But I have won games about firing Angelique that people don't respect, right? This is the closest we have to like a neural EMP, which is good fun. Laura with the clutch tech. You can also go to the Megacity tab. Yeah, really clutch tech, actually. I had no idea. Maker's Eye new decklist feature is also very helpful. Sent the link on Discord. Oh, thank you. I don't have a Discord open right now. We'll see if we can find it. Natty. I got more wins via kills than by scoring with the ob. Oh, that's sick. That's really, really cool. Anyways, very, very cool list. Not a lot of ob performance this weekend. That was by far the most performant ob that I'm aware of. So I added a caveat to that, so I can't be wrong. But like, that was a really cool ob list. Nuving, mind you, kind of shat the bed at EMEA. Like in a lot of other metas, Nuvang was the deck to beat. And we saw top 8 cuts or top 16 cuts, I think top 8 cuts, where it was more than half the field. And specifically EMEA, it did not do anything. Like Nuvang's got close, I think. We saw a lot of Nuvang. It was like one of the most represented corporations. It was the 3rd most represented corporation on this pie, but it did not translate at all. Do not know why that is. I think you'd have to talk more to players. I've only casted 3 rounds, and I watched a bunch of the other stuff at like 3x speed. So maybe not the most, aware of what's exactly going on. But yeah, Nuvang like did not do anything, which is wild. Like the top performing Nuvang is like, wait, Jesus, like 27th out of, 96. That's still not bad. But like it was the 3rd most represented ID. I'll cop to being a Nuvang and having to drop. Yeah. Imagine Meteor stayed in. The whole stats would be. Yeah, I have no idea. I'm not sure what that is. Mind you, Balrog, Sobek posted this. Top performing Nuvang. You can find the Maker's Eye decklist page from the main page. Okay, cool. We'll open up it and go through a second. Thank you. This is Big Deal, Cultivate, Vulture Fund, Regulatory Capture, Luana. Very cool. Very cool deck. I ain't that good. I mean, but the stats, you can change them. Okay, last thing I want to look at is the mega cities in Cambridge, ran by Kevin. I've only heard good things, and mind you, a lot of, for what it's worth, if you're tuning into the channel, I live in Montreal, which means this is like a 6-hour drive away. A lot of friends and folks I play Netrunner with somewhat consistently came down to this event. I don't think there's any Canadians at this event, but I might be wrong. There might have been some people who are like expat and traveling, but Toronto had a big event this weekend. I don't know if anyone from Montreal went. I do think border crossing is a bit, not as nice as it used to be in some ways, but yeah, it's a bummer for sure. The best Megacity all weekend. I mean, this looked killer. This looked really good. Like, firstly, shout out to 42 people for in-person play is like good. I think overall the last season numbers at events have been lower than I think anybody would have wanted. It's not great. And then to see an event of this size is just like really nice. And then you see all the people there, which is great. I don't think there were any Canadian folks. Yeah, I don't think they were. Yeah, that's a bummer. It sucks. But even without us, y'all did well. I mean, like, if you don't come down, you get to keep your mega city. So you should think it's for the best. I guess I'm Canadian, but I didn't travel from Canada. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Laura, I keep forgetting that. It's because I know you from the West Coast, but then I see you like playing in like New York City. So I'm you don't have to explain your whole lineage, but yeah, you're one of us, right? There is a person from the Maritime Island. I hope the name, but they mentioned being a dual citizen. Oh, okay. I might be able to know who that is if I look at the list, but there might have been someone from the Northeast then, or sorry, from the East. Maybe, yeah. Sydney mogged both SMH my. I hope Sydney was a good time. We still have to look at that. So this event, I mean, we'll start up here. Lou is a quarter of the field. That's not super surprising. We'll see if the Lou converted, but that's pretty regular. Followed by Moosely Hot, followed by Arsana. And I, again, think this is another tournament where Arsana did not do what Arsana wants to do. I think Shaper did okay for how much of the field it is. But yeah, like Arsana being the leading horse in like a lot of these races didn't seem to be a thing. And this is what I mean. Like Nuvang was the most represented here. It's not that big of a difference between PD, but like this is the first tournament where Melius was not the first corporation I think we've seen in a long time. Maybe plus or minus a bit, but Melius being the 3rd most represented corporation is weird. It's very, very strange here, followed by AUCO. And we'll see if that converted or not. Then we have obviously everything else at the back. In terms of what we see here at the top cut, and mind you, like this top cut is already a lot of good players. The players here were absurd. Like there were some really, really good players here, like a lot of top 16 worlds finalists. So like a lot of them ended up in the middle of the pack, which like, That's wild. Like, I don't want to shout out names because that feels bad, but like the field here was, I would say, a bloodbath. A lot of these players, again, I know well, and I've had the pleasure playing against, but there's some very, very strong players in this field. This is very, very concentrated. Not that the other tournaments weren't, but it's like, yeah. It's some really, really strong play here. No Topon, big sad. Is the border crossing issue mostly on the Quebec side? I've done several crossing this year. I feel they were a lot smoother than previous years. Oh, it's nothing so much about like the actual. Okay, so if you're for certain people, crossing the border is a bit more tense when it comes to like gender politics stuff and like, you know, identity representation and all that sort of stuff. The American government can be difficult about that, from my understanding. That's really awful. That's not an issue I run into. In terms of crossing the border, I don't think mechanically it's difficult. More so over the last year, the American government like specifically made claims of threatening the sovereignty of Canada, which means I'm not going to the States. It's that simple. If that's what the government is going to say, if they're going to threaten the sovereignty of Canada, I'm not going to go to their country, period. Like, this is so ridiculous. That conversation like doesn't even exist anymore because there's obviously so many other crazy things going on. But like a year ago, there were conversations about Canada becoming an American state. It's like, that is a crazy thing for an any government leader to say about a neighboring allied country. And I don't want to go there anymore. Like, it's that simple. Yeah, I just have no interest in going to the States, besides all my friends and lovely people, which sucks. But like, nah. Can't believe I missed the top cut of streaming file of other shit. This write-up is really funny too. We'll read through some of these write-ups, which is great. I'm almost done with my runner deck write-up. I can't post a link here. No, it won't. But if you post the number code in a way that like kind of buries it, it's fine. My last flight from Edmonton, MSC was creepy and how empty it was. Definitely a lot of people avoiding travel. Yeah, travel to the States has been absolutely gutted. And like, there can't be any surprise. If that's the bed and you're going to shit in it, we're not going to sleep in that bed. What are your thoughts on Nebula getting second at Cambridge? Fine. Kevin's is lovely. I mean, I don't like Nebula. Nebula did really good for NBN this weekend overall, but like, that's it. Only Flops is a stellar write-up too. I'll check out a bunch of these. I want to see a bunch of these for sure. Anyways, so the top cut here, only one Nuving made it, which like, again, weird. That is the deck to beat all at like many of these tournaments. I also do think like Nuvang is maybe, you know, kind of tone flag neutral. It was like the cool, interesting, competitive deck. So like a lot of players can pick that up and be like, oh, I feel good about this because I was told the deck was good because Jai won a tournament with it. It's fun and somewhat simple to play. And it's like kind of off meta. So I don't feel like, you know, the 38th Lu deck at the tournament or like the Melius deck. And then maybe some of that is like fatigue. But I do think maybe a lot of the, you know, middle tables is like Nuving at this point, which is fine. It's not Ramonless Nebula. There you go. Kevin has cemented himself as my favorite Netrunner player because of his focus group include. Where's the image? I think it's in Kevin's list. The fucking Jarchives thing is so good. Check out Kevin's write-up for a picture of Guess the Jar. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I've seen that, Eric. That's exactly what I wanted to talk about, which is so good. The Jarchives thing is the coolest idea. Like, Kevin has been doing some really good organization. Like, there was just like a couple of weeks ago, it was that sort of like business casual tournament where like Kevin made all this great prize support and people came out. I think Kevin was wearing the NBN tie at this event. I think there's a photo of it, but like Kevin has just been doing great stuff to not only like make events fire at big sizes, which on its own, it's enough like organizational and financial stress, but also just like making cool things that people care to interact with, which is great. Yeah, cool. Very, very cool. Anyways, in here we have two HB decks PDs. Rohit's is core damage. Ice Cream College is, I'm assuming, fully op, only flops. Yeah, so it's the combo. It has red level simulation reset. I don't know if the cards are notably different. I'll get seamless from archives. Oh, you're sweet. I'll get flood from archives. Hello, human resources. I mean, yeah, that's true. So that's kind of what you expect. We're gonna read Rohit's write-ups because they're very, very good. Rohit's a lovely person. We got Wenjong here playing Cambridge Meggy, Michaelis Melius. I don't know what that means. What does this mean? Wenjong, mind you, just a killer player and the nicest dude. ScapeNet, Mitra, Event Horizon, very much the midpoint between Sleeper and Rotom. It has Half Ruin to be extra rude, which the other decks didn't. It has the one Event Horizon. It has the humanoids, like very much middle of the road, good, Shinteki Glacier, classic, capital J, classical G. Oh, no Michael Webb. Right. No Michael Webb. That's fine. You don't need Michael Webb in that list. We had a Thule do here. A vendor actually has a write-up. I'm pretty sure. I don't think this is linked yet, but I believe I remember that name and the write-up talking about it. Legally distinct Nuvang probably is going to be the same thing. Cambridge or Lu. I think a lot of these Lu decks are going to be the same. I don't think we're seeing too much Lu. Oh no, this is interesting. Audrey just one propeller. So actually no breakers besides this is Virus Lu, which like Cold Lava has been playing Virus Anarch, like Mulch Anarch for a long time. So this is cool to see this. I thought this wouldn't be anything that's fancy, but it's like a mulch list. So we're on Keiko, we're on 3 simul chips, we have 2 Audreys, we have 2 cookbooks. So the idea with this is you want to just rip through your deck. Notably not on price, which I think you had to be when you played mulch, but 46 cards Lou. So I'm not sure if you don't find your Audrey if you play the game or not. I guess you have Botulus and Chisels and Devil Charms, so you can get through some ice. Cool, neat. Cold Lava is fantastic. Kato, that's awesome to see Kato in a top cut. Kato plays some cool Netrunner, she plays some really interesting decks too. Ice Cream College, phenomenal player. This is Hermes Lou, which like, yep, it do be that. This is like the deck to beat if you ask like the flattest meta thing. That's fine. Cool. Ice Cream College is great. We have Kevinth on these 2 lists, and this is one of the, again, few Arisanas that converted. And then Floating Fast has, I don't know if the write-ups are out. I think Gotama's working on them right now. Oh, my lunch break had good timing. Yeah, Kato, congratulations. How's the weekend? That's sick. And mind you, the field here was just absolutely incredible. Now, I think we're going to stop here for a second to read these. One of these links has to be a Métropole Grid video, I'm pretty sure. All right, so this is from Reheat. Oh, weird. I linked my decks. I wonder what isn't showing up. Maybe I just have to hard refresh. Sometimes it takes some time to verify, but maybe that's on me. Yeah, they're there. It was just on me. It's straight up on me. So they're there now. Kato's on small splat, and When You Simp for a Girl. I don't know if these are originals. This is an Audrey lat deck. So cool. The sort of stuff we saw like Leah and Laura play. Good stuff. And then small splat is measured, not playing the big deal, which also Leo is not doing yet. Still working on it. I don't know how markup works. There's websites that allow you to test your markup if you want to find it first. Okay, so story time. Mind you, this is a PD deck, but this is not the combo PD deck. And I think the write-up talks about people not knowing how to mulligan into this. This is like never advance, or sorry, no remote, fast advance core damage PD. So the idea with this is you get enough money. And classically, these decks were playing your Digital Life and Tattoo Bola, but now you just have Vulture Fund, and hopefully the bad publicity doesn't matter. Once you get your big deal money up, you just score a salvo testing. And now every agenda does a core damage, which means the ontological dependencies are easier to score, and when you score them, they take more core damage, and either sooner than later, especially with your Elevagaos being really easy to score out, they either are flatlined or they die. Notably, this one's not running the upgrade, the whatever the grid is that does core damage. That chat will definitely know the name of. But yeah, it's still just like icing up only centrals. It has only 9 pieces of ice. They're all relatively taxing. This sort of deck, like I have played before in like testing, and it does win some games. Largely to me, it's like, does their opponent draw the twinning? Because it's really hard to win this if they don't have multi-access, and all they need to do is find multi-access. Thank you, Jupe.grid. If they have multi-access, they have a chance. If they find the Nightmare Archives, they have a chance. But this is like, unfortunately, very, very not, I would say, skill testing. Sometimes you have to make interesting decisions on like what you shuffle back or what you grab back with like the red levels and all that sort of stuff. But the idea is like, it's a very straightforward. And I think the write-up agrees with this. So this is not meant to be like derogatory, but the idea is like not a lot of skill expression. You just put ice on centrals and then you just jackpot that, which like, yeah, if you draw the right cards, you win for sure. I think Rohit agrees with this, which is why I'm comfortable saying that. Again, we saw this deck. It won our Continentals here last year. That was being played by, oh man, what's that guy's name? Oh man, I can't talk that fast to remember names because then I feel really bad. A really nice dude. Very, very interesting deck builder who plays from the Northeast. Somebody knows the name of the person who won Continentals here. They're hard to find on Discord, but they're lovely people. Pop in and say, yo, Lamataver, how's it going? All right, so Rohit says, Seb K, yes, Seb K, Sebastian, yeah. Seb K is a phenomenal player. That's embarrassing. Sanjay, not Sanjay, but Seb K. But Sanjay's another really, really interesting deck builder from that area. I've been playing this game for 3.5 years, and the current meta is a real nadir for my sentiments towards Netrunner. I don't really know what it is, but the format seems to have something for everyone to dislike. Some people despise Melias. This is definitely a link to the Métropole Grid. Yes, it's the chain chomp. This is the section where we talk about Melias, which is very funny. For what it's worth, yeah, it is a reasonable, not a crash out as a discussion, and I fully get it. Despite having played a part in developing some of the misery, I recognize that having Snare the ID being a dominant metaphors is probably not most people's idea of a fun time. And this is a link to the Jungle deck, which did phenomenally through the last earlier Megacities. Did I just not open it? And the Rohit's name is attached to this. And this is the sort of list that has kind of fallen off really, really hard. And I couldn't tell you exactly why. I don't think enough people are playing Fencer Fuenos for this to not be good. But this was like the flavor of the week, maybe a month and a half ago, where you played 3 Lotus Hazes, and then you use this counter instant speed to move around the Mitras and ganked. I don't have a good answer why this is not being played anymore. Some part of it was the surprise potential in early Megacities that people didn't know what to do with this. Yeah, I couldn't tell you. I still won 2 Megacities this weekend. Oh, wow. Okay, well, that's good. I haven't seen it in a long time, so I was worried that fell off. It's funny that we power crept Sice in time. It's one of the most Megacities out of any single deck. Oh, that could be very true. I assume that would be an earlier thing, not a later thing, but like that's totally fine. And there's a whole list of lists below that did it. Every man in the game history was unpopular to some players, right? Oh, 100% sure. So like the sentence is, that's fine. I'm not going to defend or agree with this right off the bat, but like obviously card games need to get reactions out of you. The worst case is that nobody neither loves nor hates it. But regardless, this is just Rohit's opinion, not potentially the truth. Just like this video of me talking about MLS is very clear. This is my opinion. It's not truth, and that's fine. Others are getting sick of AUCO status as a permanent fixture of the meta for the past year. NSG printing 2 all-time great Shiteki IDs 2 sets in a row seems to have caused a lot of people to become fed up with the faction even more than usual. I've read this before. I want to be very clear. We're not reading this to like dunk on the meta because I think this is interesting. Like the paragraphs have there's a nuance to this conversation is all I'm saying. But oh man, you see, combo PD. I can't think of a deck I've hated more in my time playing this game. It's like the perfect storm of everything I want X-size from Netrunner. It's a shell game deck. It uses my least favorite card in standard, which is fully operational. And it takes long combo turns in which you have to police your opponent to make sure they're not fudging their resources. Even winning against the deck feels unsatisfying. Your opponent spins their wheels for 10 minutes only to concede at the end, and you're denied the satisfying feeling of making a well-placed run and ripping the winning agenda. We had a small conversation earlier today to figure out, like, is playing against combo PD better or worse in person or online? And I think we saw that online where we saw on, top tables, somebody does the combo because they feel like they have to do the combo early and then they flub the combo because it was not deterministic, not because they made an obvious mistake. And then they just concede on the spot. And does that feel bad? Yeah, probably. It's probably not great Netrunner. It's also probably not amazing television, but it might even feel worse in person. I agree with all that so hard. Yeah, this might feel worse in person. So if you go to an in-person tournament and you sit there while your opponent combos for 10 minutes, that probably feels a bit worse than when I'm at home and I have Spotify on or whatever. I took a step back from the game for a couple of months to focus on work and life, and watching this combo deck evolve unimpeded by an emergency ban further pushed me away from playing. I stopped religiously going to every meetup, and I eased up on joining team testing sessions. The week of the event, I even had a half a mind to message my friends and tell them I wasn't going. But I remembered how much I was looking forward to seeing those friends, and how fun these events always end up being in retrospect. So even though I knew that this combo PD was going to be everywhere, I sucked it up and went anyways. So obviously we'll return to this point later in the video, but in the write-up. But like this is a really big point too, is like even at the points in Netrunner where I have felt the least excited to go to play and interact with like the meta, and things have been worse than this. They always can be, and they always will be. It's like always going to an event where like, again, there's 42 people in the room and they all like came in and traveled and care about this game and are excited to see you. It is always worth going. It's something you have to remind me. It's like, even if the tournament, I think I'm not going to have any fun, I will still go if I can go. That is really important to keep in mind. Maybe you have to like change, your expectations of how competitively you want to finish. But at the end of the day, like this is an excuse for people to come to the same place and hang out, which is really cool. So I needed a deck. The proliferation of the Wolfman meant that my old tricks were much less effective, and the lack of practice had put me out of fundamental Netrunner shape. But then I saw that Nottingham had started doing some stuff with a remoteless fast advance, and this links to the Skibbity Toilet deck from the Decks of the Week 3 weeks ago, whatever it was. To deal with the Loopocalypse, and remoteless FA seemed ideal for someone out of Netrunner shape, because it allows you to turn an interesting game of skill, calculation, and bluffing into pure roulette. This is exactly what I agree with. Again, remoteless FA seemed ideal for someone out of Netrunner shape because it allows you to turn an interesting game of skill, calculation, and bluffing into pure roulette. And like, I don't want this to be like, why do serial killers kill? But the whole idea that like this game has so much interesting nuance to it, like putting a card in a remote server behind an unres dice is something so unique to this game compared to anything else. I don't want to say on the market because that's not the nice way to come at it, but like it is such a cool thing about this. And I was so frustrated last year watching some of the best Netrunner players play like no remote fast advance decks and just take all the skill expression that those players can outplay everyone in the room and just chuck it into the toilet, right? Like I don't get it. And it's a thing that newer players also, I think, kind of get towards. And if if you're in that camp, I know I was at that camp at some point, like I played my 10 in decks for sure. It's like, I don't know why that's something that's attractive. Like playing 10 in Institute and saying, you're not going to play the game. I'm going to get you locked at every server. And then I'm going to slowly trigger laid out my agendas. Like it is fundamentally terrible Netrunner, but we all want to do it. We all want to do it because like it is the least amount of effort into a success, right? Like, why is that? Rohit complaining about combo PD and playing remoteless FA is so funny. Oh, I think the video will come to that. One should take care not to become a monster and try to fight them. I think Rohit understands that this deck is exactly what he doesn't like as well. But like, I think that is something that everybody has wanted to do at some point, and some people still do it, and it does win games for sure. But it gets weird. It's like the same sort of complaint about like, full traps, right? Are we playing Netrunner playing cockroach poker? It's weird. When I was a new, played a lot of early EA style Prov, literally just because it felt good to beat someone better than me. Yeah, and I know like I did that too. I played a lot of Jinteki traps when I got into the game because it was one of the biggest ways that I could, take games off of people that were much more experienced to me. Now, not that I didn't get handed by good players, it's just like I had way more outs than if I tried to tackle the game on fundamental lines because my fundamentals were not good against their fundamentals, right? Like it is very, very, very true. It just feels bad whenever the players who don't need that use that, right? Like it's a thing that this game can do that should be maybe celebrated is that there's always an ability for the less experienced player to beat the more experienced player. Why shouldn't the bigger shark eat the smaller shark, whatever? The gamer urge to optimize yourself out of having fun. Yeah, I mean, kind of. But the cool thing is like at least some of the last year's meta and this year's meta has actually given us a lot of decks that do allow you to outplay your opponent. I do think last year was maybe the worst of it, where there was a lot of people who I even think ended up regretting ultimately playing these very, very, very low agency decks because it is fundamentally taking this game and just saying we can roll the dice at the beginning. They're supposed to run right up, fantastic. Played against a new player at a tournament recently on Remoteless Nuva, and he was like, I should not have taken people's advice to play this deck. This is boring. It is very boring when you're just sitting there and hoping to draw into the right cards. But yeah, some people, like I get really like antsy, like kind of anxious when I'm just waiting there to draw my red caps and then I can't do anything. And then the bad gets worse and you have no way to fix it. I didn't want to play Nuvang because it requires you to make an important decision every turn. Do you trash the card? And I'm really bad at that particular decision. So I decided to reduce the decision space even further and just play Core PD instead. Core PD requires minimal agency to function. You just put the ice on centrals, play all the uninteractive econ, wait for the big deal salvo to enter your hand, and score your 5-3 agenda. After that point, you usually only need 5 more credits over 3 turns to win the game, because there isn't much in the way of good econ denial in the format. You essentially can't be stopped from hitting big deal credits at all, even when you're resing bronze. And the ice is so strong for the deck speed that your opponent only gets 10 to 12 accesses to roll the dice on centrals. Deciding on how much bad pub to take in the game is the only somewhat interesting strategic decision you have to occasionally make, but often that doesn't even matter and you can just send your vultures. And of course, the funny side benefit is that you have occasionally tricked your opponent into keeping opening hands with Pinhole and Fencers and Swiss. I'm certainly not the first to think of this. That is the idea that they think you're playing combo PD, so they mulligan for that and they get rid of their twinning, which is exactly what they should have, mind you, if this was open deck lists. I played 15 games on JNet, I won 13 of them, and I figured that this was an indicator that the dice were weighted enough in my favor with this thing for me to have a shot at doing well. For the first time in 3.5 years, I sleeved up a purple deck for a tournament. At the event, the deck went 4-0, and I made very few interesting decisions in any game I played, which meant that it perfectly did its job of winning games while playing as little Netrunner as possible. During my games, I was barely looking at my opponent's cards and credit totals, I just put agendas in my score area until I won. On one hand, there's certain lizard brain satisfaction to the gambling. Since the deck essentially plays itself, you're a passenger in your own seat, and you're there to enjoy the ride. In one game, the big deal salvo sniped my poor teammates Gotsen's Iru out of hand, reducing their reach significantly and largely saving the game for me. In another, I drew my low money hand, but managed to catch up to big deal credits, and when my opponent ran HQ, I simply didn't res my ice to let them take 3 accesses in which they proceeded to miss both the big deals and the salvo. The moment, the slot machine even extended to the structure of the tournament itself, as we were playing an odd number of Swiss rounds, and I got to play this deck instead of the garbage fire that was my runner on the final round. Ooh, odd rounds is not super common, allowing me to bubble into the cut. It is still baffling to me that the OPP recommends odd numbers of Swiss rounds for this asymmetric game. Yeah, I don't like that either. But yeah, I mean, if you bring a bad runner deck, we'll read the runner deck because this garbage fire links to his own deck, and it's a very funny write-up. On the other hand, it genuinely didn't feel good to suck the interesting dynamics out of the game like this, and I don't think this playstyle should exist. I love winning, but at a base level, I play this game because it is a fascinating puzzle full of deep choices for both players. Doing this well with dice rolls, particularly against players who have put more time and effort into preparing for the event, is honestly not a result I can feel proud of, and making the cut with it felt wrong. My decision to pick this deck was a reflection of bad humor more than was a strategic meta call, and I'm not sure I'll ever do it again. I want to be very clear here, I don't think you should feel bad. I get why that is the case. And I do think I've walked away from matchups where in which I have taken games off of players I don't think I should have deserved the win off of through a very cheesy line that like they could not play around because they didn't know it was there. It's like, you know, putting the bite in your HB deck or whatever, that sort of equivalent. And I don't think you should feel bad about it. But the more so that the thing is like people do feel bad about it. I do feel bad about it. Rohit feels bad about it. And it's, I guess it's more so to kind of like think about that. Like, what does that mean? And why do we feel bad about that? It's strange. At the end of the day, though, I did get the sweet post-event feeling I was after. My sour attitude coming to the event and during the day could not change the fact that being in a room of Netrunner players and friends is always a delight. The event was very well run, and the venue was one of the most pleasant game stores I've ever been in. The top cut was composed almost entirely of people who I had shared meals, car rides, and lodgings with in the past. I was shocked at how many of them were my friends. Having 2 fellow tiebreakers and 2 fellow New Yorkers make the cut was truly incredible, and I was genuinely rooting for both of the players in the finals during the ride back home, even if I did have a slight preference. Netrunner events always seem to result in flashbulb memories for me, and I'm thankful I get to play in them. Thanks to Kevin for organizing, and congrats on the second. Oriades for being a trooper to drive up from New Jersey, and Cole Lava for hosting us. Congratulations to Gatam for a well-deserved victory, and thanks so much for the tiebreakers for listening to me complain about stuff for being around for practice. And even if I didn't go to this event with the best mindset, I learned quite a bit about myself, and I'm very much looking forward to playing decks that don't suck for one reason or another at more events in the future. Like, ultimately, I think this is mood. If dooming is wrong and everyone be right. Like, this is a really quite nice write-up. Council's message here, I remember being quite nice. In time, I found that reaching the point of absolute despair is part of the journey to success. And like, there's some big truth to this. Like, I have no doubt this is going to be pretty meaningful for Rohit and the future, which is really quite nice. Oh, Jeff is defending organized play. Hey, Jeff, how's the weekend? Yo, Jeff, you showing up in the video in your tank and like your bigger hair. I like the look a heck of a lot, man. Hopefully you're well. The argument for odd rounds that I think somewhat compelling is that the final pairing around sidebans doesn't cause pair ups or downs. I think the pair ups and downs are actually, okay, this is a cursed opinion, but the final round pair ups and pair downs. So for those who don't know, in single-sided Swiss, the biggest pairing metric is to make sure that every player in an even amount of rounds plays the same amount of runner or corporation, which means the final round, or sorry, the even round in any round pair is more volatile. Because if it comes into the final round and there's player X who has a higher standing but needs to play Corp, and then the next people underneath him also need to play Corp, there's a chance that this person will play somebody further down. There'll just be this huge mismatch where like a person in first could end up playing the person in eighth because that is the next person that needs to play runner, right? That will just happen. But for what it's worth, I kind of like that. It's a bit volatile and can be unfair. And probably if the metric is finding, the most fair top cut, this is an indefensible take. But my one favorite thing about that is it makes IDing less of a guarantee. I kind of like that the volatility makes the math of intentional drawing a bit more unpredictable. And there's some value to that, as much as it's not like perfect. Depends on players. I've been surprised if the king ever walked out of a winning corp game feeling odd number Swiss is a bit overblown. I think the meta isn't that unbalanced from a pure win rate perspective. I have no idea from this weekend. I think this was better for Rohit because Rohit's runner deck, we'll read the write-up, it is dog shit. According to Rohit, for sure. Hot take, wouldn't it be interesting if there was an ELO system that could inform single-sided Swiss to choose if a player runs or corpse? There's long conversations about doing ELO in tournaments, and a lot of that is like above my pay grade because I don't fully understand ELO. But a lot of people have considered it. I had a good time kicking myself for missing a really clear in hindsight winning line around 6, which would have kept me in contention for top 8. Bummer, man. It was so cute to see everyone down there, though. It looks like everyone had a great time. And again, I want to read this not because of the beginning part of the write-up, but because so much of this, like, introspection of going to a tournament, you have to prepare for it. Like, you mentally prepare. You have your expectations. You practice for it. You understand what feelings you're expected to feel. You're going to feel. You're surprised sometimes. Hopefully at the end, you always get this, because at the end of the day, though, like, being surrounded by people who care about the same thing you do, it's like the nicest thing ever. And that is ultimately why I'm talking about this. Imagine if you hadn't sleeved Corsair, the whole event would have been fine. That's from Ori 80s. Now, on the other side of this deck list, this write-up is really funny, and we can be rude because I believe Rohit was very rude to himself. I think he thinks this deck list is as terrible as it might look, and people are just having a good time with it. It's called Steaming Pile of Utter Shit, 8th at Cambridge Megacity. This is Rohit's Lou deck. It's 46 cards. It is running Corsair with Stealth because it's a Stealth Anarch, and we're choosing to play Corsair. It has, 1 crew in it. It's running 3 Praxises in this 46 card Lou deck. It has a Hantu, which, like, I don't know the text on this exactly. So that's cool. It has Stealth Breakers and other breakers. It has a lot going on, that's for sure. The write-up says, this deck was absolutely terrible. I went 1-4, and even the game that I won felt like pulling teeth. I was hard carried by my corp. It's like a twisted reflection of a modern art masterpiece. Every time I look at the list, I find something else wrong with it. The one thing I will defend is the Corsair. The idea was that it was the easiest way in Anarch to break a 10 strength Pharaohs, which was somehow a meta-relevant threat thanks to this guy, and this is one of the 2 Nuving lists. And Nuving ended up being the tournament's most represented corp ID, so that part of the meta call turned out to be right. I didn't find it in one game I played against Nuving and lost anyways. In a different game, I pulled off the dream of crewing down a Brawn with Corsair's help. I also lost that game anyways. Some quotes. I've been cooking Lou for the better part of a year, and I would have made none of those choices. Radino 987 after doing my deck check. I didn't even notice those in the list. Kevin, in our cut game, after I discarded 2 Praxises to hand size, he proceeded to reread the entire list. Why did you do this? This wasn't ready for public consumption. The King, 0 out of 10. Do not recommend. Find a better Stealth Lou and play that instead. I have nothing good to say about this deck. Bro brought a cognito hazard to the event, which is also very, very funny. One of the other one you didn't hear at the post-event dinner, Rohit was on hazard watch all day because of his runner. Jokes aside, I think after some reflection, the Breaker Suite is actually quite good into my deck, and I was incredibly lucky to get out of the game with a win. Just very funny. Hopefully it didn't work. Not sure. I agree with the Komodo. Sorry, did I miss Komodo? The last round of a tournament generally doesn't feel like it matters for most players given IDs. Ooh, it didn't at EMEA if you're watching this weekend, but I think it usually does. It depends on a lot of things, but I don't fully agree with that. Unfortunately, this weekend when we streamed the showdown, I think there was only like 3 tables that really mattered, but like ultimately there was a player who didn't lose a game, and then there was like a couple players who only lost 1 game. So those people are generally pretty safe. Not sure I agree with that. At least half the cut slots are being played for. Yeah, it feels like about half the cut slots are being played for. And I think that was how it was at EMEA. But EMEA was maybe slightly less than half, but it was like notably a bit locked in. Usually it's not the case. I think you could look at this tournament and see if that's not the case. We told him not to play this absolute pile. I mean, sometimes you can't stop a guy. Sometimes he has to go out there and play his 46 card stealth loot deck. I only went to the Megacities to see people. I even said at the start vlog I recorded, and my goal was a single win, need to finish the edit. I mean, like, that's good enough. Like, just going out and like interacting with people is always like kind of the reason to do this. When is the next balance update to be expected? I believe the numbers we've last seen are between like the 14th and the 19th. So this week. I believe Safer was on Measured Response on last Thursday and says he hasn't written the article yet. So I'm assuming again this week. There you go. There's Safer this week. Winning last round win and in is the best feeling in the world. Yes, it is a really good feeling to win last round in. Or like winning last round and being like, I think I'm in, and then you actually get in. That's even a better feeling maybe. I'm assuming they'll drop the ban list on Friday. I think they've done that classically. Maybe it'll be next Monday. I would love it to be Monday because I can stream on Monday. Fridays I usually can't. The problem with Fridays is like it's the worst day to release important news because people go off to the weekend. Maybe for testing sakes that matters. I'm procrastinating writing the last section right now. Well, there you go. Do you know what day of the week will be announced on Safer? I'm not sure if you can say that. Anyways, I read this. I want to say this because shout out to Rohit. Both 2 killer write-ups for 2 different reasons. But like, yeah, those are real emotional experiences. I'd love it if it was Thursday. You and I both, Jeff. I would love it if it was Thursday. Have you not recorded a video like normal? No. I only record a video like normal if okay, like so a bit behind the curtain. If things are on schedule, you get like an email from No Signal Games to say like, hey, you're a content creator. This is the article. This is the embargo date. I haven't got one yet, which can't be surprising. Safer is obviously still writing it. So I doubt we will. There have been certain times where we got it a week ahead of time. There's certain times where we got it no time. There's certain times where we got it a day before, 2 days. So I don't think I will get that email. I think it'll just come out as my guess. We don't have to do a rump MR. Drop tomorrow before my GNK, that'd be sick. I think it technically still needs like 2 weeks to be legal, so it doesn't really matter, but if your GNK wants to follow it, they can. I think I'm late enough that editors need some time. Yeah, also mind you, editors do edit the article, so it requires a lot of different things. So I doubt we'll get ahead of schedule on that, which is like fine. One day I'll be getting the big streamer privilege. Delbo, have you registered for a streamer privilege? Like you just have to register for it. You just have to sign up. They don't reach out to you, you reach out to them. And then they put you on the community list of stuff. The write-up is still in progress. The list of cards finalized. The responses. Great. Yeah, you just email them, Declan. You don't have to. They won't contact you. You contact them usually. Oh, you have? Okay, ping them again. There's no reason that they shouldn't have responded to you. You know what you did. Okay, the last ones I want to look to are these lists because they're really cool. This is Kevin's list. Mind you, Kevin is the organizer. And then on top of that, Kevin did quite well. Top of Swiss and then came in second there. I think was in the top seed or maybe not. I know that they had to play 2 games in the finals. So this is Nebula, which I don't like Nebula. You know that. We're on 11 agendas. It has 2 Veras in it, which is really interesting. So we talked about this text earlier today for different reasons. But it says when agenda score is stolen, you can look at the runner's grip and then you can trash a card revealed this way. I actually know the text on this card because I have played it. Unfortunately, its res cost is slightly too high. If this was a 2-cost res card, maybe you would play it in horizontal assets because sniping the best card of the runner's hand is valuable, but at 3, it's just way too expensive to be like a tempo damage card like FUT in a horizontal asset deck, at least from testing so far. The Nebula has Cultivated in it, which is pretty cool. You want to cheapen event that it's clickless or it gives you credit, which is nice. In terms of like combo stuff, you have Nano Management, you have 3 Petty Cash. Those are the only obvious ways you can get a click back. Business as usual really matters too, because it gives you a clickless advancement or a clickless 2 advancements if Vlad Grid's already on the table, which can come in much more value with Vlad Grid. You actually do get your 2 advancements worth clicklessly. So even installing the Vlad Grid is kind of okay. But the big card here, as much as the one of its focus group, This card is an early Ashes card. I actually like the art on this a lot. Mind you, Dimmick has been doing art for a while. It's very, reminiscent of the old psychographics. So the card with this one is it's both good, but also bad with Nebula, because this card has a lot of guardrails on it. It's already an exciting card, but it's never really done anything super competitive. It's a 3-cost operation. This is play only if the runner made a successful run during their last turn. That's really hard text already, because if the runner's made a successful run, how often is Nebula on the wrong side? Technically, they could still be on Gemelung's side if that run was on the remote server or on archives, but it's not very common for you to be flipped and have focus group playable clicklessly, as much as that would be nice. Now you choose a card type, then you reveal the runner's grip, and then you have to continue to pay a value X equal to or less to than the number of revealed cards of the chosen type. So if you say event and they have 3 events, you can now continue to pay 3 more credits to put X credit worth of advancements on a single installed card. Now that's not awful, because mind you, if you do nano management advance, you're already paying 5 credits for 1 advancement. But if you do a focus group and you just hit 2 events, you're paying 5 for 2 advancements, which is technically cheaper than nano management in some ways. So like, it's not awful, and you could fast advance out with this. Classically, NBN was like the 3-2 fast advance faction in early Netrunner, and so this is part of the sort of design off of that. But the problem with this is it's not guaranteed. And that's the idea that Vera can see their hand, and then you can start tracking and have an understanding. And NBN used to have a lot more cards, even around this era, that allowed you to look at the runner's hand. So focus group was a bit more guaranteed when you had access to things like slot machine. Very, very cool. Sometimes you just have to call it and play it. The other problem with a focus group is that you have to do this to an installed card. So in theory, click 1 is install an agenda, click 2 is play focus group. And then if it whiffs and you can't fast advance out your agenda, it feels really, really, really quite bad. Funny enough, in open decklist too, one of the things you want to do against focus group, and it's the same thing you wanted to do against like complete image, I guess, or no, there's another card where this sort of thing kind of mattered, is you actually want to keep a hand of different kind of cards, so that you have like 1 hardware, 1 event, 1 program, 1 resource, and so you can hard limit the value in focus group. I do not know exactly what Kevin was doing with this, but it seemed to work out, and I don't think it's dropped a game in Swiss, which is great. Oh yeah, touch-ups, that's exactly it, yeah. This is the card that we used to have to play around, where you wanted to go out of your way to specifically have a hand that had the weird things and less kinds of cards of the same type. Yeah, touch-ups, Sisenton technically too, but this was the big NBN one, right? Because it says, choose 1 installed card you can advance, place 2 advancements, reveal the runner's hand, choose up to 2 revealed cards of the same type. So you would sometimes go to your way against combo decks to be like, okay, I'm not going to hold any events. I'm going to try and hold only hardware. And so when they call against criminal, they'll call events and mess it up. Then Kevin's named event into a 5-card hand Moosely Hot that had just drawn 4 off of Class Act. Oh my God, playing this after Class Act is so good. But again, the issue with this is you only play it if they've ran. So they need to do everything and more. But yeah, you can get like 4 advancements for a single action, as much as you do also have to pay 7 for it, which is, it's not awful. Who's Kevin? Is that Wenjong from Sam? Focus group, Judge, text call, F and Lamau from Chris. Thanks to Kovlado for live tweeting the finals, so I have screenshots to post. Live tweeting games is like something that's not uncommon in Discords, and they're really, really fun to read. This deck was brought to Cambridge Megacity, Massachusetts, Megacities, where it went 4-0 in Swiss and 1-2, unfortunately, cut both losses to the eventual winner, Floating Fast on Moosely Hot. My runner was a copy of Spitz's Coalescence with an extra copy of Deep Dive, List Here, went 2-1 in Swiss with a game loss in round 1, and then went 3-0 in the cut. Very, very cool. The Megacity was not streamed because some of the cut games were recorded and may show up on a YouTube channel in the future. There's also a nice write-up here. The jar is coming. Anxiety. Give me 1 second. Imagine paying for advancements. Couldn't be Regenesis reflood the market. Couldn't be. I didn't have any free time to practice Netrunner leading up to the Cambridge Megacity, in part because I was also organizing the tournament. I wasn't intending to play in order to focus on logistics and judging, because I was pretty nervous about TOing a real-life competitive tier event, like with a top cut and everything. I just ran a gimmicky events with silly prizes, and shout out, this is the tournament we're talking about that had some really good prizes with like the ties and stuff like that. I don't think the images are here, but yeah, this is the business casual tournament kit that Kenneth ran last month. About a week before the tournament, some of the Boston locals prevailed on me to accept some of the abundance of judging and logistical support available locally, and that TOing a Megacity practically wasn't very different from TOing a casual tournament, which I have done while playing in them. In addition, Laura had reached out and offered to judge instead of playing, fresh off of her own Megacity win in Vancouver, and I had recently found out the venue had installed new TV screens in the basement to make timer visibility a lot better. That's a huge thing. Timer visibility kind of does suck if it's not good. About a week out from the tournament, I figured maybe I could play a couple of casual games at the low tables with some goofy decks I'd sleeved up already from the casual tournament in the previous month, and then help run and judge the top cut on Sunday. We had a fun meetup with a couple of out-of-town folks on the Friday before the event at our normal pub runner meetup location. We stayed pretty late, and I had a lovely walk to get home around midnight, but with plenty of time to get a good night's sleep, haha, never mind, I spent 3 hours sorting through proxies to fill a jar for the guessing contest. This guessing contest is so cool. This is the jar archives. It's not archives. So this is just a big old jar. It has a bunch of cards in it. The guessing contest is guess closest and win a prize. Fill out a slip with your name and handle and you guess for the answer. How much damage will you take by accessing every card in jar archives? It says, welcome to Cambridge. Mind you, Cambridge is one of the classical homes in Netrunner of like personal evolution net damage decks. There was this deck archetype called Cambridge Jinteki or Cambridge Personal Evolution, who I don't know whose name is attached to it, but like Personal Evolution Cambridge Jinteki has been around for a long time. And it was just basically like Traps Jinteki with a bit of Yomi. So whose name is attached to this? Sometimes referred to as PE or Black Tree, a flatline deck that pressures the runner to make bad decisions and ultimately flatline themselves. Popularized by Chris Hinkies after he won the 2014 Cambridge Regional. Min Tran also piloted a variant to Cambridge and came in second in World Champions. This is MTG Red, one of the original first people that worked on JNet and earned second place. It's known as Jinteki Shell Game. Yeah, so there's a history to Cambridge and Jinteki net damage, which is really fun. Mind you, what does this say? Important details. The Corp is Jinteki Personal Evolution, so you will inherently take 1 net damage for every agenda accessed. The Corp has enough credits. You have no agenda scored. I don't know what it says. The Corp does or something? The Corp as well, maybe? You steal all agendas, but will not win on points. Jar Archives is legally distinct from archives. The following cards may be useful for reference, and it tells you things like Sting, Personal Evolution, Fuji. There might be Obakatas in here, but you don't have to steal Obakatas, so it doesn't really matter. And then we have Bites, which don't fire from archives, but is probably worth noting, right? I missed Kevin at like 12:30 a.m. on the Friday before he responded instantly. Oh, you messaged him. Sorry, at 12:30 he responded immediately. Also, I know I missed the Dubering earlier, but after playing Netrunner this weekend, I'm less down than I was. Yeah, I feel like a lot of people, I do think that's the cool thing from tournaments, right? Like, I don't know if I've left a tournament and been more upset about the meta. Usually it's not the case. Like, just going out and hanging out with friends does bring the tolerance up a fair bit, which I'm not saying is what you're saying, but I don't know where I stand. Bite fires from Jar Archives too? Okay, so Bite will fire from Jar Archives. It's legally not archives. Right. Because it says it won't fire from archives, but Jar Archives is not archives. So Bite will fire from Jar Archives. I can't believe that actually matters. That's really funny. I think Kevin named event. Yeah, excuse me, that's Jar Archives. I don't know what the answer is to this. You can like pick up the thing and look at it, and you can already see some cards that don't actually make any sense from Jar Archives. Like there's a Saisentan in there, there's Longevity, there's a Melia City Luxury line. So like looking at this thing will give you a better answer. So I don't know if we can play this game, but like this is such a cool game. Like a really, really cool thing to have on the table to be able to keep people entertained, to give something to talk about it. Things keep happening. Saturday was a blur. For some reason, I hadn't slept as much as I intended to leading into the event, and from doors open until start of round 1, I had so many things to juggle and setting everything up. I very quickly took a game loss in round 1 on my runner due to going over MU for a turn. That sucks. But then things turned, and I kept winning. I won 5 games straight, needed to play the last round due to down pair, and winning that game got me to 18 points on top of Swiss. A big group went out to eat afterwards where everyone, including myself, made fun of my card choices. Shout out to Brave Indian Soldiers. I'm bringing the tie to there. I think Kevin the one that wore the tie on the day too. I don't often play the tournaments I organize, and most of it also is because I'm filming video, so I have like one more extra thing to do on top of it. Obviously, like Kevin is right here. There's a lot of things to go that you have to do, specifically between doors opening in round 1. That's like the stressful time because like that's when things can go wrong. But once things get rolling, usually they're rolling well, barring some sort of disaster. I have often not played in tournaments for that reason, but like it's the funniest thing too, and I'm so sympathetic for that. It's like you want to play at a tournament and think I'll hang out at lower tables, and then you end up being like, oh, I actually need help in the top cut because I'm in the top cut, unless you want to drop. But like that's awesome to end up accidentally there, which is great. Is Jar Archives related to Jover? I feel old. No, it's just a jar. It's a jar full of archives. It's just a Jar Archives. At the Megacity, straight up accessing it, and by it, let's say the Jar Archives. Yeah, at least 3. I would say definitely at least 3. Probably at least 1 bite in there. It'd be funny if there's no bites in there, but no, you do see a bite on top. All right, business time. That's actually the top part. I've only made a top cut at an event once. I do not have expectations of making the top cut of any event, and while I would be a bit sad if I went out of the cut 0-2, I'd still get to make a deck write-up talking about making top of Swiss with ridiculous cards in the list. This, mind you, is linked to focus group, and this is Vera. So I woke up on Sunday fully at peace with whatever happened. In round 1, I chose to play Nebula into Rohit's Stealth Lu in a game that we recorded. It's messy, and I'm not sure it was the best showing for either deck, but I pull out a very close finish and win. In round 2, I run Arson into Cold Lava's Nuvank. I get through a triple advanced Pharos on the remote, only to steal Let Them Dreams twice, but I'm able to rip a 1 in 5 Assault from HQ, also behind a 3x advanced Pharos, and then top deck another 2 points in R&D the same turn in the process of running Centrals for a deep dive. We'll take it. In round 3, I'm 2-0 and matched against Floating Fast on Moosely Hot. A very tight match where Floating Fast kept my econs strongly in check despite my best efforts, including an incredibly heads-up play installing the one of Cupulation to steal the predictive planogram that I had put on top of R&D from an embedded reporting counter, then using it to sweep HQ that same turn. Luck was absurdly on my side because he missed both agendas in hand, but the predictive snipe ruined my ability to bounce back and I had to click for credits. The game continues, and after a brutal turn involving bouncing and reprising all of my installed ice and stealing what would have been the winning agenda out of my hand, both of us are on game point. Floating Fast plays a class act and draws up to 6 cards in hand and keeps an angry Miami losing one of them. I finally built up a small supply of credits after surviving all of the transfers and have a remastered counter. I also have access to the focus group in hand, but no longer an agenda to score. Oh my god, wait, this story is absurd. My mandatory draws nothing. I draw click 1 and pull the agenda to Let Them Dream. It's a message. From here, I could try to drag the game out, money up, and try to stabilize for the next turn while I'll have an extra click to install in advance, or I can make the game end on I can make the end of the game spectacular. What am I doing if I'm not going for it? Click 2, install Let Them Dream. Click 3, focus group. Floating Fast has to reread the card. I name event and he reveals 1 event in his hand. I choose to pay 1 credit to put 1 advancement on the uniced Light the Dream and pass the turn. Floating Fast runs it and takes the game and we all crack up. Match results be damned. I get to pull these plays in a top cut I've already won. So this was the hand. It was hardware, program, resource, event. After a class act draw. That's really, really funny. Sometimes you do just make a play too, because you're like, okay, this is not the safest play, but it's my most likely chance. No regrets. Where does this link to? I shouldn't be opening links like this. Oh, transfer yourself. Corp loses 3 cards. All right, cool. 2-1 in my next game, runner into Ice Cream College's combo PD, but his draw is truly heinous and he doesn't find a flop for what turns out to be the entirety of the game, while I'm able to put a ton of pressure with Wake and Slap Bundle. Wake seems really good into the HP deck for sure. Then it's back to the rematch versus Floating Fast in the finals. First, my Ari versus Ayuko, which has a lot of very spooky cards in it, but then I'm able to keep the board under control and pick out the Reaper function that could give him a line to win. Grand finals, rematch of Nebula versus Moosey Hot. Some strange draws on my end led me to scoring a Let Them Dream first, fetching remastered edition that winds up sitting in the hand for the rest of the game. I draw all of the Veras and Vlad grids early on to jam them behind a grubber. Again, we are building remote server, but every single card I jam gets answered by the perfectly timed overclock or pinhole, including losing an embedded I was trying to table to over advance. Some other agenda steals put him on game point, pinching me on the grubber remote. That is my only good way to tax a runner's money. I draw the Tomorrow's Headline, a 3-2, and fast advance it with nano management to trash his 1 of twinning. But despite incredible luck with my centrals holding for several turns, eventually he's able to find the remastered in HQ and wins. An incredibly well-played runner match, and one I'm not all to have lost. And there's the 2 of them. Mind you, Kevin's on the right, Gotham on the left. Shout out again. Gotham did take this, but like the incredible finish there for Kevin, let alone organizing an event wearing that NBN tie. I also don't think Floating Fast has been playing for that long. I remember Floating Fast like showing up in chat. I want to feel like maybe a year ago, kind of getting to the game in like the New York City meta, which like I do think that's kind of the time where if you put your mind to it, that's about like the conversion time. I think like the skill cap to this game, like the learning curve is really, really high. But it's really nice to see that effort pay out. Too long didn't read. I lost 2 games with this deck in the cut, and they were both awesome. Netrunner is great. Acknowledgements, huge shout out to everyone who offered and stepped up to help with the logistics and judging for a tournament. I definitely fully intended to help run more of. In particular, a huge shout out to Laura42, who is a first-time judge, took on the role of head judge and did an amazing job. Thank you so much. Thanks to our other volunteer judges, Jeff and Cold Lava, to Funky Man and Jamie and Why Not for helping run the side events. Thank you to the whole Boston meta and all the other denizens of the New England Netrunners Discord, the greatest Boston meta, greater Boston meta. You're all awesome. Thanks to my partner who does not play but is endlessly supportive of my stupid ideas, Netrunner and otherwise. To everyone who made it to the event, thank you for coming, and I'll see you at the next one. Yeah, okay, but what about the deck itself? And really funny, this links to like a GitHub, or sorry, a paste bin that just actually has like a really long write-up about this deck, which is so cool too. Yeah, in defensive focus group, and it actually does talk this out, which like I don't think we're gonna read this on the stream, but I find that so funny to bury in the last sentence. Huge congrats also to all the folks who came out, man. This stuff only happens because people show up, which is good. Fully at peace with whatever happens is a secret tourney tech, by the way. You kind of can be. Real shit I've ever read. Cranked. Yo, Phil, what's up? It's so sad that I've finally been playing long enough now that no one goes, wow, you did really well for a newer player. Well, okay, like if I'm not, I don't know if this is the case. If you haven't won like a bigger event, people are still really stoked when you win your first bigger event. At that point, now that you've won a bigger event, they'll be like, oh yeah, that was expected. So maybe you still like have that milestone to get to. But that's awesome. Really well done to everyone. Again, very, very cool. Okay, we've been yapping for a fair bit, and I think we're going to yap for a bit longer because I just want to look at some data. Because this weekend, mind you, there was a lot of big tournaments. I guess the last one we haven't looked at really quickly. Let's just take a second to look at the one that happened in Australia. You can win events? I mean, usually someone does. If the finals AID, it's a bit awkward because then it's like, what are we doing? But here we have in Sydney. I know very little about this one. I haven't checked it in. So no surprise here. But yeah, this is what I'm talking about. Like top Lou, okay. But now we're in a weird place where Nuveng is showing up more than the Melius that's expected. Mind you, Melius and Ayuko are kind of tied and then followed by Moosely Hot. And then this is Zaya, which is also kind of weird. It's a smaller event, so 4 people does make up a big part of the pie, but like interesting. If we look at the top cut here, again, Nuveng not converting. This is another like terrible Nuveng conversion, the most played corporation of this event, and there's literally 0 in the top cut. Shout out to Haver, Jungle off with your heads, another jungle deck, and original Nutta. I think this is just going to be like the straightforward Lou deck, nothing super surprising. Buzzsaw, Echelon, Rising Tide, Game Dragon, and Tungsten Tailor. Phenomenal. Otherwise, we can see on the other side, like one Bangoon gets in there, but nothing too surprising. Besides, we'll figure out what this op deck is. And then on the right side again, Arasana. Okay, we see one Arasana in the top cut on Spider. That's awesome. And a lot. But then we're seeing, again, half, nearly half is Lou here. Oil Wars. This is a fic. What is this? From Scarius. This is a Zaya deck, 40 cards, so we hit the minimum. 2 transfers, actually playing a tailgate, kind of sick. Not a Cupulation. Cupulation is really good in the meta now against HBPD. I think you do want to play the Cupulation over this. And then it's pretty straightforward. The eager call comes out from among the groups of young boys. Of course, my guys have always come. So, Tom says, a lanky individual with messy hair. You mean your older brother, calls Chris, meanly pushing his glasses back up his nose. What is this? Oil is War 3 written awkward on it with the letters starting big and getting smaller and tighter towards the end. I don't know what this like fiction is, but there's a huge story here. That's wild. Very, very cool. Oh, we do have a Cupulation too, which is good. Had a small burnout in Netrunner these last 2 months, mostly due to the meta feeling a bit too stale, but shall try to play some casual this week. I mean, Hellness, if you need to take a break, take a break. There's nothing wrong with that. If you want to hear this, there should be an expected balance update this week, by the end of this week. Not that it's guaranteed to change anything, but yeah. It's an okay time to take a break between megacities and continentals if you are competing or participating in organized play. What a sight with all the data. Yeah, Spider Bro, have you seen this thing? All right, so we're gonna do meta-analysis for the weekend just to look at some numbers. What can we do here? We want to go to filter. How do I do last weekend? I think I just need to change the date range. So this weekend was like what? Just July 11th, I guess. That's the whole weekend, right? I think that's right. Paper cut, Swiss, online, America's EMEA. That's fine. I think this is what we want to do. Can't tell if it made difference. Feels like it has. Right? If I make this longer, will this change? So we're at 4 tournaments. Yeah, that has to be right. Okay. 4 tournaments? EMEA Showdown, Cambridge Megacity, Poland Megacity. Yeah, okay, good. This is fine. So this is all the big tournaments that happened this weekend. So there's the 4 tournaments we've been talking about. That's exactly what we want. Okay, so corporation win rate 60%, actually slightly less. This has been climbing closer towards parity. Early at the meta before the big ban list, I think corporations were around 60. We're down to 57. Not a huge difference. I think we've been floating somewhere between 55 and 60. So that's totally reasonable. That's what you expect. If we cut this to top cut though, I'm assuming it's going to be different. Yeah, we actually hit full parity, perfect parity out of the 44 games this weekend. And again, corporations, I think, lose a lot more to open deck lists where like their face down cards, which win condition the Melias happens. That's kind of fascinating. I do think the game wants to kind of get towards 50 on both sides, but it's not uncommon for Swiss to have more volatile stats. But that's actually kind of interesting. 22 out of 20, 44 is kind of sick. Okay, so this is the weekend? This is the weekend? Where's the Nuveng here? This can't be right. We messed up the filter? Yeah, wait, something's wrong here. Did you reselect which tournaments? Did I mess up the whole filter? Oh, good catch. Okay. Because that didn't look right. I was like, where's the Nuvengs? Okay, let's do this again. So this is the 56. If we do to cut. Whoa, okay. Yeah, we moved the dates. Thank you. Yeah, good catch. Hey, micromanaging. So it actually is slightly favored to the runner. Not a huge difference. That's the 74 tournaments. That makes more sense. 44 games, excuse me, that felt a bit low. But slightly actually runner favored in the top cut. Yeah, it will change things. Because this didn't make any sense. I thought we were going to see some new Vink here. So let's just go to Swiss. Mind you, notice this. This is for only, what's it called? Only for Top Cut. Nuveng is just this, 5 players, right? Like it's a small slice. And if we go back to this and hit apply, it's going to be way bigger. Yeah, Nuveng's the second Let's Play corporation. Okay, I'm glad that we can look at the chart and be like, immediately this doesn't look right, and then realize we did the settings wrong. Now that we're just autopiloting and like taking the results as truth. But this is what I expected. I expected Nuveng to be really, really high here. But then this jumps down so much once you get to Top Cut. I think, again, I do guess it's like Nuveng is a lot of mid-tables kind of where they want to be right now, because it's both interesting and fun, but kind of fresh, and has like a good matchup supposedly into Lu. And it just did not convert this weekend at all. PD, Melius, and Ayuko all did. Nebula was the NBN to play this weekend. Usually Epiphany's in that spot, but Nebula definitely did something, as much as I'm not a big Nebula enjoyer. All right, win rates. Ayuko is not actually at the top for this weekend. Nebula is at a 70% win rate. That's a lot of games too. 200 games, winning 68% of the games. The second number is Top Cut, I think. I think it's 63.72. I think that's the average. I don't know, Spider Bro, are those two numbers like Swiss and then Top Cut? Do we have a 72% win rate as Melius in the Top Cut? No shot. No shot. No, that's not right. Yeah, so what's the second number? Because this is just Top Cut and Melius goes down to a 57% win rate. It's error bars. Oh, that's the top and bottom range. Okay. So error bars, I'm not 100% sure. I'm not too sharp of a stats guy, but that's basically the top and bottom of this. So like the range of acceptable win rate, right? Ignore the entire win rate chart, please. It's been like almost 1 week of practice with it. I think if you just think of Rush Navy and the seamless PD with MR, you're going to get rolled. Yes. I do think there is a fair bit more nuance to Nuveng than it might seem. But it is a deck that a lot of people want to pick up, right? Just go down to win rate versus opposite side. I'm going to look at this chart really quickly before we go down. BTL only had 23 games played, but it seems to be doing pretty well. We didn't see BTL in any of these charts or in any top cuts, so no idea if that is going to be relevant to our conversation. Nebula doing pretty well. Ayuko doing pretty well. PD doing slightly better than the average win rate. LEO, not a lot of games that care about. And then Nuveng, again, has lower than average win rate, but above 50% win rate. And then it gets pretty wild from there. So very, very strange. Win rate chart is fake. Then why is it on the website? All right, there's win rate distributions. These are court matchups. So this is your win rate if you're playing versus Lu as so if you're playing against Lu, if you're Melius. So this is basically the different corporations you want to play against Lu. I think ultimately a lot of people wanted to play Nuveng because it seems to have one of the better versus Lu win rates. And it looks like that is the case outside of actually just straight Nebula. Nebula seems to be shutting down Lu, who can't run all the time. It's exactly what I did in my first game with it. I think you joined to spectate it and it did in fact get rolled. I was pretty confident that I was playing it wrong. I think Nuveng is close to ob level pilot expression. Yeah, I think it does have way more pilot expression than it might be expected. Because like the trashing and non-trashing actually does kind of matter. Ice placement matters. How much you want to push versus setup versus mid-range and glacier and rush, like all that sort of stuff is expressed. Mind you, Lu is still winning the Ayuko matchup more often than not, 40% win rate. That is one of the individually lowest bars for anything that actually really matters. Mind you, Nebula is getting crushed by Arsana. I mean, I don't think that's super surprising. I think a lot of the ice can get Fizzarabed. You can't get in as soon as turn 1. You do have some sort of disruption. I think you also have Wake, so maybe you can run a bit cheaper. There's no way going to Nuveng than it seems, especially with cards like Cultivate in the list. Yeah, Cultivate is a really nice way to manage, to give you some consistency. Melius is winning 75% of the time against Muslihat. I mean, I feel that. I think playing a lot of incidental criminal run events into Melius feels terrible. And last stream, we tried to play control criminal to have a good enough Melius matchup. I don't think we actually played the matchup, but that does like mimic how I feel. But a 75% win rate versus Muslihat. Now, I do want to say like Muslihat is to some extent the generalist runner that people will play outside of Lu. So like there's a lot of different levels of quality you play across the table. New player. What website is this? Tom, how's it going? This is called Maker's Eye. For those who don't know, the thing, Maker's Eye used to be an old Netrunner card, so the name makes sense. Mind you, Spider Bro put this together. He's in the chat, so you can ask questions if you want. I just shared it in there, but it's a really nice way that you can look at different meta reports. It's very, very, very good. I want to see Top Cut conversion. Where's Top Cut conversion here? Where's conversion? Conversion? Conversion has to be somewhere. I don't know, but a Top Cut conversion probably in Nuveng is terrible. Top Cut conversion also isn't real. Okay, great. Okay, OSWR is the only metric that matters. What does that mean? And how can I see it? You mean opposite side win rate? Okay, so opposite side win rate does matter. 2-axis chart, please. This one? Okay, so opposite side win rate is basically how good you're doing on the corporation only really matters on how good your runner is doing well, right? Like I could go on Jinteki.net and publish my corporate list that went 3-0, but if my runner went 0-3, I'm on average playing against different players than somebody next to me whose corporation or also went 3-0, but the runner went also 3-0 because they're playing the people to top tables. In theory, if I have an undefeated corporation, but my runner won no games, I'm playing more closer to the middle tables. So high opposite side win rate is good for you. I do think conversion matters in just terms of the math, but this is going to be a bit different. So for instance, Seb's Swiss win rate was 47, but the opposite win rate was 82.4. So that means that Seb's Corp did well. So if that number is higher, this should be higher because we're playing against like better opponents, I guess. I've been watching the stream for so long that the World Cup is in 15 minutes. Who's playing? It's not the finals, right? Right? Anyways, I don't know if I'm going to be able to intelligently read this very quickly. But yeah, in theory, the higher this is means that the better your deck did and you had a harder day to play that deck. So yeah, I think when I come into conversion rate, it's just like a number to be like, okay, we had 40 lose, but only 3 lose made the cut, as opposed to like we had 5 nebulas and 3 nebulas made the cut or 3 mercuries. Bottom right fraudulent, top right good. Right, top right is good. Bottom right means like you did well, but your opponents weren't very good on the other side. Your opposite win rate was pretty low, so these are inflated stats. Fraudulent is a bit of a rude way of saying it, but basically like the Moosey Hot did okay, not really, but generally the Moosey Hots was playing at lower tables because their corporation didn't do well. So you want to be up here. Okay, on the runner side, I just want to look at things really quickly. We kind of passed through it, but this is what we expect in terms of one runner win rate, which I'm being warned not to worry about this. Once again, no matter what meta we're in, Seb has the highest, but this is a very small number with a lot of variance. And then the next higher is Maggie, who made very little top cuts. Baz is also there, and Baz was there was a Baz and a Mercury at EMEA top cuts. Many Mercuries, one Baz. And then like most runners, again, have 50% win rate. So like if you're winning your game as runner, you're in a good spot. The chart is pretty much 2 right, good. Also agree the conversation rate is a little fake, but it's fine to look at. What a terrible time. Yeah, I mean, it's not super necessary, but it's just really fun to look at it. Be like, we had 50 new Vims in the tournament, only 2 made top cuts across the whole weekend. Like having that number somewhere is worth it, but not so much the percentage. I just want to know how many new Vings were in top cuts. You can do that by just filtering and looking at the wheel, I guess. But it's not the most important thing. I think it is still a number that's worth looking at. You're playing ranked on a Smurf account. Yeah, kind of feels like that. That's a way of looking at it. This chart here kind of matters too. I'm never great at reading it. I feel pretty silly, but the idea is that this is the matchup spread. So if you're new Veng, you're favored into Lu and you will win 70% of the time. At least this weekend, that was the case. You can filter this for top cuts to see these numbers that totally switch. But the idea is like, okay, you're Melius. Who's the worst win rate against you? Is like Lat is mid, it's average, which is less than average. Maggie is bad. I think we've got dumpstered by Maggie against Melius, and where Maggie has no real incentive to make runs, which means you just get a credit a turn, and then she pinholes and runs cheaply. Like this does feel like a really good interaction point, as much as the numbers here are not that many numbers. There's not that many data points. New Veng is good against Lu, not great against Moosey Hot, not great against Arasana, okay against Essa, and then not great against everything else, which I think was like kind of the problem. Is like the Lu decks, if you've played against Lu, you're in a good spot. Everything else seemed to be pretty rough. This is probably combo PD most of the time. We saw some core damage, but against Lu, you're okay. Criminal, I thought would be worse. It is. It is about average. Arson is even worse. And I'm assuming your burners and ways to cheat into centrals. You have maybe a couple H or two. Essa is not awful. I think people said the Essa into PD matchup was really, really good, but like that's not awful. That's not terrible. Like I thought Criminal would be worse than that. And then Maggie is apparently awful as well. I mean, is Maggie not the best deck in the room based off this chart? Not a lot of numbers, but all these win rates for Maggie are terrible. Like Ayuko seems to be good against you. I mean, that does make a bit of sense. I'd rather play Lat and Aonacom than like Maggie into that matchup. But like not a lot of data, but like this seems fine. A few months ago, there was a proxy generator beta that was shared here. Does anyone have the link? I thought NRO, but can't find any results I like better than Proxy Nexus. Oh, it might have been Lucy's one, I think. I think it might be the NRO, yeah, on Lucy's one. It might be, I don't have the link ahead, like on hand, but it should be linked in one of the YouTube VODs, I think. A heat map in colors? Yeah, it might have been the NRO one. I don't know what it is, because I'm not sure if there's like an NRO hub that Lucy put together. Hold on. Your channel? Can I just search NRO and see if we found a link? This is 5 months ago, so I don't know. It might be in one of these. I'm sorry, I can't find it. NRO proxy. Maybe this is it. This is not it. This is just Proxy Nexus again. Couldn't tell you. Someone probably knows. Lucy intentionally had to put together an NRO hub. Has not put in together. Intentionally has not put. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I don't know. It's probably somewhere. If you ask around on green level clearance, I have no doubt you can find it. I don't know if Lucy's around right now. I don't think she is, but it was really good. We used it for proxying running tournaments too, so I should know the names. Proxy.nro.run. That sounds right, Kevin. Proxy.nro.run. Easy. Yeah, this is it. Proxy.nro.run. I mean, that's actually easy to remember. Yeah, so it's just this. So you can search cards. Let's get a Hiram in here. I use this for proxying Vantage Point. I think this is my favorite proxy website, as much as I don't use it a lot. Yeah, it got filtered out. Yeah, it does do that. So if you post the link, it just doesn't show me the link. So I don't know that you tried to help. This one doesn't have any FFG cards for real. I mean, it's right here. So that's fine though, right? Like if you're playing standard, that doesn't matter. But there's no like, there's nothing else. That's old. Yeah, if you want to print FFG cards, I think the only option is Proxy Nexus, because NRDB I don't think allows you to print and FFG cards. Excuse me. Thank you, of course. Anyways, cool. That's most of the recap from the weekend. We were seeing a lot of the deck lists come in, so it's going to be an interesting like week or so. The thing is, like, again, we're expecting some sort of ban list change, probably a change. So a lot of these decks have to be challenged sooner than later. Yeah, Proxy Nexus is the only one that allows you to do FFG cards. Netrunner DB allows you to do proxies, but only NSG, and then obviously that one as well. Also mentions to judge dot and density dot. What are those? Judge.nro.run. What? Does this just walk through like the judging stuff? All right, no. Like, is this going to tell you the penalty? Was this an error? Whoa. So you can just follow this and it basically like pulls you through the organized play policy document. Was the error outside? Okay, so someone's over MU. Was the error outside of the game or to do with game pieces? In-game error. Was the error that occurred in game? Yes. We are over MU. Illegal board state. Does the error involve an illegal board state? Yes. Illegal board state. Significant time has elapsed. Significant does not have a hard and fast definition. In general, a judge should evaluate an opposing player took actions such as installing cards, playing cards, advancing. Oh, this reminds me of a question that I think is so fascinating for all the judge heads in the channel. So then you have two cat. Oh, that's so cool. This is sick. This is really sick. I don't know the other one. The other one was density. Oh, density is the calculator, the hypergeometric. I had no idea that Lucy does absurd stuff. Yeah, this one I've seen before. Also, there's the one that for top cut calculators. Okay, so the one thing I wanted to say, which is so fascinating, the only person who can respond to this is like technically off 1515, which I don't know if they watch. I'm an off 1515 fan, but we had a rules thing that came up, which has a funny and interesting resolution. And if you're a judge in chat, I'd love to hear your take on this. Okay, so a corporation was playing a game. For whatever it is worth, it was not going well for them. Things were going pretty poorly. They were playing Melies. They had no ice resed. And at one point, they had an ice on the remote server that wasn't res, and they put 2 cards in the remote server. Okay, start a turn happens. They don't res anything, and they mandatory draw a card. And then they immediately say, oh, crap, I forgot to res something. Can I res something in the remote server? And the opponent, the runner, did the right thing to be like, okay, it's not my question, call a judge in. And then judge has to come in and basically asks like, okay, you can tell me what you would res in the server, and we can talk about it. So with 2 cards on the remote server, right, there's 2 cards that you're expecting them to res. The first card is La Costa. And no matter what, like resing La Costa isn't always an obvious thing to do. But when you res La Costa before start a turn, it puts an advancement on a card in the root of the server. Now that is not bad, but the problem is the corporation only had 5 credits. So like if they top decked a hedge fund or a Hansei, maybe resing La Costa was wrong, right? That's a downside. However, if the La Costa was on top of a Charlotte, I would say that you always res those. And so if the runner forgot to res both the Charlotte and La Costa, they instead of being on 5 credits, they could have been on, well, they go down 3, go up 1. So they'd be on 6 credits and an extra card in the hand, right? So You call the judge over it. And I expected the judge, who, mind you, in this case was off 15-15. Again, I already said that. I probably shouldn't have said that because I don't want to call it off 15-15's choices here. This is a hard choice. But the reason why I'm saying this is because I think the judge call bled information to the runner. I don't know if the runner needed the information, but I've never seen this where it felt like the judge call, the result of the judge call, allowed the runner to potentially figure out what's in the remote server. Because if you ask me, if you start a turn, and admittedly, this is not a competitive tournament. It's not a competitive level tournament. The showdowns, funny enough, are casual tier tournaments just because they're not part of the NSG like Megacity circuit or Continentals or anything like that, as much as there's competitive tier play. If the remote server was Charlotte into a La Costa, I would say you were allowed to res that probably. And that's because there is no reason to not res Charlotte into La Costa, because if it's a Charlotte into La Costa, you just go up cards and credits. Maybe you could argue there's a reason that you don't want to discard down to hand size. Maybe that's a problem. But if they forgot to res a Charlotte La Costa, I, as a judge, probably would have said in a casual tier tournament, you can do it. But it turned out it wasn't a Charlotte. It was an agenda in a La Costa. And because the judge said, no, you can't res it, it became much more obvious to me and maybe to the runner that the card was not Charlotte La Costa. It was likely La Costa agenda. Because I don't think that it was always good to res the La Costa, because if, say, the runner drew a hedge fund or Hansei, they'd be happy to have not res the La Costa. And this is a really awkward situation because based off the judge's results, if you think the judge would have been more lenient in one way than the other, you could tell that the card in the remote server was probably not a Charlotte. I don't ever think I've seen a judge call that maybe has betrayed information about the board state. I mean, I think that's why judges always should say no, because choosing the Charlotte draw after seeing Mando is a big deal. I'm not sure it's a huge deal, and it could, like, I think you always do it if you remember it, and it's still a casual tournament, like, ultimately. But like, maybe the judge always just has to say no, because if they say like, that's the weird thing, is maybe they always have to say no, because if they say yes sometimes, it tells you what's in the remote server. But I think as soon as the judge said no there, I'm pretty sure, like, oh, I think the judge might have said yes if it was a Charlotte La Costa. So I think it has to be La Costa something else. And that was a problem because it turns out it was an agenda. If you take a mandatory draw, you're not allowed to res anymore, never ever. I think you should, like, I think there's some cases where you could. At least if I was judging a casual tournament and someone missed a purely beneficial trigger that's not dependent on like, there's no reason that they wouldn't res a bladder ward. Admittedly, this one's tricky because like net damage might be worth more. But if the card is just neutral or puts you up, like if it was just what's it called, a public access plaza, I don't think there's a reason. Admittedly, it's not a huge cost to miss it, but I'd be like, yeah, you can res that. It doesn't change the game. You paid one to gain one. You know what I mean? If not always, if you're flooded, for example, yes, they weren't, and I think they had maybe less than 5 cards in hand, so it just seemed like a straight upside. This sounds like a pretty clear miss trigger. I don't know if I agree that the cards in the server matter to my ruling. Basically what Axu said, once you take your Mando, you're past the point where you can res and still get your starter turn triggers. I think if I was judging a casual tournament and someone missed something like Public Access Plaza, which like you should always res, okay, admittedly, if they're on threat 2, you should always res it. I would say you can get that back. During a competitive tournament, no. On the other hand, you could say that a loss of information is the game penalty for a gameplay error. What do you mean? The information is relevant because of the credit total in this case. Not being on hedge money versus pushing an agenda is very critical based on the draw. In terms of like, yeah, we're exactly on 5 credits. So resing the La Costa mattered. It was actually a really big decision because if they top decked against a Hansei or a hedge fund, they couldn't play it, or even a petty cash. So like, you definitely don't want them to have the ability to draw a card, see it's not playable, and then call a judge to be like, I missed my La Costa. And 100% on that case, unless it's exactly La Costa Charlotte, I probably would have said, you can't fix it. If it was La Costa Charlotte, I'd be like, that's fine. Because no matter what, you're going plus cards and credits. You're right. Technically about them flooding could matter. But they were already on 3 cards in hand. So I don't know. Yeah, I'd have to look into the rules there. But that I thought was very, very interesting because it was one of the weird judge rulings that actually felt like I could gain information about the board state. Unless the judge was always going to say no matter what. But I didn't know. I thought like, oh, as a judge, I might have said yes here, which means if they said no, the board state is more likely to be X than Y. As an opponent, I would say, yeah, just res it, but a judge, there's allowed to follow the rules. Yeah, I definitely would call a judge for sure. But I'm saying if I was judging, I would probably said yes if it's a Charlotte and no if it's not a Charlotte, which unfortunately gives the opponent information. So I probably either have to say always no. I think I learned that. Very, very weird. I've never seen a judge call that actually gives you information. Obviously, like, your mandatory draw is important. I just argued that on that board state, if it was a Charlotte La Costa, our opponent, the corporation would have always done it. So like, you can let them have it, I guess. I don't know if the fact that they were behind 5-0 makes me more lenient. Technically, it should not, but it was the casual tournament at the end of the day. I think that's a bigger thing. We need to remove your judge license. I mean, that's fine. We're always learning. You can come for it. You have to make it across the ocean, though. Actually, if you come take it in person, I'll give it to you. I won't fight. If you take it online, I'll fight. I think judges need to not be afraid of creating bad feels when issuing rulings like this. I feel like Netrunner judges are often a bit too differential of the players and stuff like this. The thing is, like, if you read the organized play policies, you are meant to be kind when it comes to a casual tournament. Like, your goal in casual tournaments is to rectify these small issues as like equitably as you can. You're right. People kind of want to get around not saying no, especially when it's like a game losing mistake. But ultimately, like, you understand that as a judge. But this is inherently a casual tournament, right? Judge license is real. Yeah. Wait, Phil, you don't have yours? Someone remind me of Worlds. It's laminated. It's hard to tear. Casual tournaments, you aren't meant to downgrade to game losses. No casual tournaments, you are meant to downgrade game losses. No, I think casual tournaments say that you're meant to very specifically try and get the game forward and push it forward, right? I don't want to argue against Axu because Axu is part of the OP team and probably knows better. But from my understanding, like, a lot of casual tournaments was like, okay, yeah, this would have been a game loss, but instead we're going to try and sort it out, right? That's what Axu is talking about, downgrading game losses. Check the OPP. Yeah, I mean, I guess we do. Null signal games. I mean, we also could run it through Lucy's thing and see what happens. So we'll go to organizers, not players. We'll go to organized play policies. This one. All right, casual. Casual tier events make up the majority of Netrunner tournaments. They prioritize accessibility and opportunities for learning over tight rules enforcement and competitive integrity. Game nick hits and casual tournaments are most leagues and other casual tournaments. Players and TOs should assume that it's someone's first event experience, giving instructions accordingly. That's all it says here, but they probably will use the word casual later. Okay, sanctioned events include this. Okay, that's fine. Judges' primary role is not penalization. It is to ensure that all players have access to an equitable playing field. In all events, especially casual ones, ensuring the players understand both of the resolutions and the why of a given call is an important element of judging. That has been burnt into my head. I always leave judge interactions with like the line, do you understand why that is? Something like that. Not all condescending sounding, but like understanding why things work is obviously the very important thing. At the casual level events, judges are encouraged to downgrade game losses and match losses to warnings when the integrity of the game is not heavily compromised. They should make clear to players that they are electing to downgrade the penalty. While some situations call for a game loss at competitive level events because it's the most fair resolution in higher stakes settings, for more casual events it's preferred to give players the benefit of the doubt and to make major mistakes learning opportunities rather than game losses. So that's more so like if you're over MU in a casual tournament setting. In a competitive tournament setting, it's usually a game loss, especially if any amount of time has elapsed. But in casual tournament setting, mind you, was this art here before it came out as an alter? It looks like it was. But yeah, that's the idea. You want to downgrade that to like some sort of, something else. But I guess it's not saying to be softer about other rules. I feel like I am. This is talking about how to deal with a deck size mismatch or deck mismatches, marked cards. So maybe I am just doing this. I'm a rogue judge. As a reminder, for illegal board state should only be fixed if it's detected immediately. Judges repairing a legal board state at a casual event after the fact should be done sparingly. Takebacks may be granted if only a small amount of information is revealed and there's a compelling reason to grant that takeback. I think this is what I'm coming at, right? In casual event, takebacks may be granted. Now, takeback is like you do an action, you can undo the action. Again, if only information is revealed, like that's fine. Like if I installed an ice on HQ and said, can I take it back? Even in a competitive tournament, that's totally fine. But like missing a trigger off after a mandatory draw is not exactly a takeback. Takebacks are permitted as they increase the pace of play. Allowing players to fix sequencing errors shouldn't result in less time taken during routine turns, however. It's more important the players can't gain any information by using takebacks. I've never seen anyone do that. Takeback may be granted. Yeah, okay, maybe that's not true. I mean, I kind of have a point, but it's not exactly on the paper here. But I do feel like a lot of times I'm more lenient in casual tournaments, for sure. Any type of call that depends on which hidden cards are involved will always leak information based on judgment. Yeah, unfortunately it does. But a lot of times you do have to explain context for like takebacks, right? Like if someone wants to take a takeback during a run where they read something and then you realize like, okay, your opponent could have interacted at instant speed and done this and this and this. Sometimes you can't do the takeback based off of obvious board state. When it comes to hidden information, you're right. It's a bit strange, but even if the corporation has one unrezzed card, you have to pretend that that card could have been X. And then when you do the takeback, you have to think like, okay, how does this gain information from knowing what this unrezzed card is? So as a judge, you have to keep that in mind. To be like, okay, well, the opponent always has to play around this being a virus. And I don't want to make a judge call where I make it obvious that this is not a card that matters at instant speed, right? There's very few examples I can think of at the top of the head where that's like obviously necessary, but that is something you have to keep in mind as a judge, I'm pretty sure. It's a measured response alt. Yeah, it is, but I think that measured response alt was not out by the time this document got put out. Still remember an MTG judge call where my opponent went up to the chain after 3 no's from mid-level judges to the tournament organizer. Turned out my opponent was right though, obscure rules interaction. I don't think I've often seen anyone do this, but I always say this is you can bring your, you can escalate your judge call, and judges will make wrong calls. It is very hard to socially escalate a judge call. There's no like nice way to do it. I would like as a human feel a bit insulted if someone, you know, did this to me, but you definitely should. I definitely should not take it personally, and I definitely wouldn't. But like if I'm at a tournament and a judge, let's say another judge, and I'm the lead judge for some reason, say a judge says something, as a player, you can say, yeah, can I speak to my manager? You can say, can I escalate this? And there's nothing wrong with that. And then they will go to get the head judge. The head judge will come over, and then you probably have to re-explain everything. Don't worry about it. You get a time extension. And then the head judge can do something about it. You can also escalate that, if I'm not mistaken. If you can escalate that, it goes to an email to organize play if like Jeff is not in the room, it goes to organize play at Null Signal Games, from my understanding. And you won't get a resolution that will matter that day, but the judging team will look at it, from my understanding. Yeah, exactly. Definitely escalate if you feel the judge has it wrong. If you think the judge hasn't done it wrong, just escalate. It's totally fine. It's not a personal attack. Do it. It's awkward when there's only a head judge. So like when I'm at a tournament and I'm the only judge, if you escalate to me, it does just go to an email. And like that obviously can't be fixed. So, but yeah, do escalate if you want to. It feels weird, but you should if it matters. Like if it's important, escalate. There's no reason not to. I was not super nice to my opponent, but when it turned out they were right, I apologized profusely and learned a lesson. Yeah. When you're sitting there and be like, why are you escalating? But like, admittedly, escalating is difficult. If they do it, I'd be like, I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt. They feel really strongly about this. Me World's 23 stream where judge call that escalated all the way to Jeff was the most harrowing experience I've ever had in the game. I remember that. That was against Tuno, right? Was that the Tuno ASA game? Man, after it, you did not look good. I felt like I should have offered a hug after, but I was awkward. My mental was completely destroyed. Yeah. That was 24. Yeah, that Tuna Asa game was in San Francisco. That was 24. Are we thinking about the same one? Because there was that missed trigger that really mattered. Yeah, I remember seeing it. I remember you being after, and I'm like, I don't know. I didn't feel comfortable enough to be like, man, you need a hug. I probably should have. Maybe that'd be appreciated. But yeah, it looked bad. I wasn't a judge, so that was, I think you're allowed to do that. Yeah, that was a tuner with the Vitruvius overinstall. Yeah, that was 24. Yeah, I remember that for sure. And those are like the things that make Netrunner fun and interesting, is stuff like that happens for sure. Okay, we've been streaming for 2 hours and 40 minutes. The Netrunner community has gotten so much better about actually calling judges. In the FFG days, it took a lot of shit for calling judges of Worlds, and like, yes, yeah, we're a lot better at it. And shout out to the organized play and just the culture of it. Because it used to be like you ask your opponent for a take back, and like I still, it frustrates me that I still see it happen. Like I'm walking past tables as a judge at events I'm running, and I still hear people doing like, hey, can I do this? Can I take it back? And even though I'm very clear, like you should call a judge for that, as small as you think it is, just call a judge over and the judge will probably allow the same thing. The only thing is the judge should know that you're constantly getting takebacks off of the same interaction points. And that is something that they should know just for like equitable play. So they can talk to you and be like, you got to sort this out because it's going to be a problem in the long run. But yeah, people are way better than it than they have been for a bunch of reasons, but still they're not perfect. IRL/undo click. There is one where a spin was advanced instead of Charlotte. That can only be fixed if Charlotte is the only advanceable card in hand. That gives a lot of information. Yes. But I think that is usually just a game loss. I think that's really hard to fix unless it's a casual game. I think for sure you can skip judge calling if it's a simple thing. I'm against it. I don't think you can. I think the organized play policy says you can't. Because like if someone has a tendency to constantly ask for a same take back off of the same interaction point, there is a chance that they can angle shoot off of it. I don't know, right? I'm not 100% sure. I think you should call the judge even for small things. Like maybe if it's like a 200 person tournament, they're understaffed. Maybe I get it. But if it's like a room of 30 people and there's like one head judge walking around, you might as well. I think it's because the game loss advances spin over Charlotte because it could also be an agenda runner has no idea. Yeah. I don't know. I don't think you can fix that. Yeah. I'm not sure. Cool. Another hobby game I play, the culture is very much call a judge, tell them this happened, which we plan to resolve by doing X, and the judge says, yep, sounds good. So everyone's aware and content. Yeah, this game doesn't really incentivize you to suggest a solution. It's up to the judge to suggest a solution. Usually they say like, oh, I'm asking for a take back. And he'd be like, that's permissible or not. I judge called at Reading because I couldn't remember how Metro worked. Oh, that's good. Yeah, calling a judge over just for information, whether it's like, where's the bathroom, let alone what's the card text. And if you're calling over for judge text, like this is a very subtle trick, but if you're calling over to ask about a card text, you can do it secretly, and there's a lot of ways to do it. You can walk away from the table to ask the judge. You can like whisper. You can even like if you want to ask the judge about something else, like I'm uncomfortable, this person is doing X, Y, and Z, and it's not making me feel safe or comfortable in this position. You can mask that by saying, "Judge, can I ask you about a card?" Stepping away from the table and then having a real conversation. So do keep in mind the judges are there for also not just like card rules reasons, also for like people feeling, happy and included. I should call for slow play. That's the hard one. That one's the one that's always been hard to call for. That's the one for slow play. I would recommend doing this, unfortunately. And maybe it's because I'm, anti, I don't like escalating issues like this in obvious ways. But if I'm worried that my opponent is going to cause some slow play issues, I would call a judge over and say, like, can I get a card check? Step away from the table and tell the judge, like, sorry, this is not real. Can you just watch the table? My opponent is slow playing, I think. Can you just watch and like make sure that every once in a while, can you check in on them? I'd be like, cool. I'll pretend to show them a card on my phone. They say thanks. They sit down, and then it's resolved subtly through me. And then you don't have to feel like a villain, even though you get the result you want. I think calling a judge over to like snidely, or not snidely, that's not the word, like secretly, covertly call for slow play is probably the easiest way for people to swallow. My opponent's on hell yes. I think tournament rules in general tend to be over penalized processes that overshadow skill or play decisions. I'm not sure what you mean. That's smart. Yeah. Calling slow play fucking sucks. Like it sucks to call slow play on your opponent, to call a judge over and be like, judge, my opponent's playing slow. Like it just feels bad. So I just call a judge over for like a question that's a fake question and just say, can you please pay attention? I'm worried they're going to slow play. And then also, to watch that player across different tables through the tournament. So you also know, like, okay, every time I walk by this table, I'll watch to see if they're spending more than 70 seconds on a single game action. And that will help the whole room. Like, honestly, you sometimes showing out like this player maybe is a slow play thing. And I don't want to say this because like you can be a new player and come to an event and like not be the fastest player. It's totally fine. But yeah, for top tables, it's a bit more of an issue. I've definitely been slow play a couple times, and there was zero way I could have brought myself to judge call them. Oh yeah, 100%. Call over judge and be sneaky about it. It's fine. I will get your judge card reinstated. Thank you, Exu. I think you're fine to openly ask your opponent to watch the table for slow play, particularly if you already asked your opponent to keep up the pace, but I agree that doing so can feel awkward. Yes, it's more so I value that there's an option that can make some people not feel awkward. But I have not uncommonly seen people be like, I'll say like, hey, we only have 20 more minutes. We have to be mindful. And then your opponent will be like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. Like you can do that. But like the problem is when you do that, Cranked, is like it doesn't do it in the way that it matters. Because like if somebody gets called for slow play multiple times in a tournament, it is a real problem. But if people are constantly getting called casually outside of the judge circuit, it is worth nothing. Like if someone gets called for like, friendly slow play by 3-4 people during a tournament, that can't be observed, so it can't be recorded, so it can't be like valued and weighted when it continues to happen. So like even if it's casual, like you are unfortunately incentivized to call a judge over. You really are, because like the judges don't know. And that's the same thing about calling takebacks. If someone has been messing up like the RSN and timing multiple times through a tournament, but a judge is never involved, they don't know the history, so then they can't use that to making better, more equitable decisions for everyone. Yeah. I don't think you should ask the judge to watch your slow play until you tell them yourself first, in which case most of the awkwardness is removed. I'm not 100% sure, because I think if you call for slow, like if you sort slow play out of the table itself, you functionally haven't done anything on the books, and you need to do it on the books. Do you think there should be a chess clock style for ANR? No, 100% no. It's impossible. We played chess clock Netrunner. A friend almost died. But more so, the issue is like you have to make a lot of decisions on your opponent's turn, right? Like when I make a run and you spend 30 seconds deciding whether you want to res the ice, like whose turn is that? So it's like nearly impossible. It doesn't actually work at all. I think if someone judge called slow play on me, I'd immediately drop out of shame. It depends who you are. I've seen it happen to like players who are like more established. I've also seen it happen in ways that are kind of rude, but yeah, there's definitely ways you should be doing it better than others. Problem is there are decks that can play into time well, and giving them by asking my opponent to speed up feels like actively telling them how to win. Yeah. I remember that chess clock stream. Yeah, that sucked. That was really scary. The timing process went horrible to have a structure where you have to physically hit a clock on every interaction. Yeah, you can try playing chess clock Netrunner. It's kind of fun. But the idea is like when I make a res, I have to pass priority. They have to decide no res, pass priority, I have to break. Like it sucks. It just sucks. You don't need to do it though. It causes more problems than fixes. Yeah. I had a game where I think my opponent slow played, even after trying to speed him up. I mean, board sets do get more complicated, so the decks should, like, games do kind of slow down as they go later. But yeah, sometimes people will, I don't think I've seen people who use slow play aggressively to their benefit. I think I have seen people who are just consistently playing slower than the average player. Yeah. All right. I think we have an hour to play some games. We've been yapping for a bit. Like, a lot of these decks are somewhat, I mean, we could just play like good old fashioned Glacier. Like, that's fine. Oh, what is this deck that Council posted? Council again posts interesting lists. Oh yeah, Melius, front company, 54 cards. So we've seen Asset Melius before. I mean, the text is pretty good. This must be Schultz, right? Dark is the Night. This has to be a Schultz art. Is it Schultz or Schwartz? Schwartz. Oh, great. I'm assuming this is Schwartz. Did you all have this? Maybe it's not. You know, the Are You Afraid of, what are those books called? This might be a North American thing, but there was a series of like these scary, scary books that had these ink black and white images. The artist was Schwartz, I'm pretty sure. But they had all those like really good stories that were still scary, even if you're not a kid. It looks like that. It might not be. Hello, Camilla. You know I've been thinking. No games, only podcast. I wish I knew these techniques sooner. At a tourney, there was a person I played against that made me uncomfy and a little scared because they were getting upset and they slammed the table several times. Huckleberry, that sucks. I'm really sorry. I want to, scary stories to tell in the dark. Thank you, Ren. I want to be very clear. I always try to say this at the beginning of a tournament, but again, sometimes you miss saying this. But the judges are not only there to make sure the rules, they want to make sure that you're comfortable. If someone was slamming a table and it feels like they can't control their emotions, that's a very serious conversation. They might get ejected. Usually there'll be a conversation first. You want to just be always aware. Again, that really does suck. They can always call a judge in the middle of the game. If you want to pretend and hide what you're talking about, please do the trick where you just ask for a card called out. You step away from the table. You can say whatever you want. But also you can talk to judges, and you should talk to judges between rounds. Even if you don't think it's necessary and it's not very worrisome for you, if you want to find a judge casually between rounds, you can come up to the judge and be like, hey, I played against this opponent. They made me feel uncomfortable. They did this, and I'm not happy about it. The judge will firstly take you seriously about that. That sucks. And secondly, they'll be able to monitor that player for the rest of the tournament. And if they see it again, they'll realize a pattern, and then they can talk to that person and deal with that however they think is necessary. So yes, very important to understand. You can always talk to a judge or an organizer for almost anything. Where's the bathroom? What is this card? But most importantly, I feel uncomfortable because of X, Y, and Z. That's why they're there. They're there, honestly. It's kind of like I don't know, flight attendants not right, but people think flight attendants are there to just like serve you meals. But no, they're there for the safety of everyone. They're there to make sure everyone's comfortable and having a good time. So yeah, Alvin Schwartz, that's the one. Yeah. Yeah. Scary stories to tell in the dark. This kind of looks like that. I guess a bit of a trigger warning. But yeah, really sorry to hear that. I really hate it when people get angry and hit the table. It makes me very uncomfortable. I'm very strict on that to tell after. There's like 2 or 3 of these. Is it now a film? Yeah, these things with this art, like this art is yikes. We had all these as a kid. Yeah, this is like so fucking freaky for a kid. Schwartz, yeah. Did I say Schultz? No, Schwartz, yeah. Man, this art is like something else. These are kids' books. Christ. What's the OP policy on spectating mandatory errors? If you find an error, you are not allowed to intervene. If you're a spectator, you're allowed to go find a judge and tell them. The judge can decide to do with it as they will. But if you're watching, you need to tell a judge. You cannot intervene yourself, even if they're missing a mandatory or very important trigger. Tell a judge, that's it. As a spectator, I called a judge once when I saw someone play a 2-click petty cash. Yep, call a judge. That's the judge's problem, it's not yours. You're not required to tell anybody, but if you do, you can and you should. But if you see an error, I don't think there's anything that says like if you don't report an error, you're not gonna get in trouble for it. One of the most stressful things I had to do was banning a player from the LGS I was working at to do an effect on other players, but everyone around afterward literally said thanks. Oh yeah, for sure. Judges can be very quickly put in positions that are like not easy for them to do. They're heroes. I'm kidding. But yeah. It sucks. Nobody wants to do that sort of thing, but it usually is done for the better. I ended up winning against them, which made me feel good about the whole thing, but ended up with bad vibes. Yeah, you don't want that. Hey Zelty, at Contests last year, I was playing against Sokka and was a bit shocked since, you know, world champ. I was playing a slow BTL and he asked me if you mindful of the time after a few minutes. Yeah, it's not uncommon. Players can be very respectful, be like, hey, they know how much time. They'd be like, hey, just be a bit mindful of the time. There's a lot of ways to say that are like tasteful and they don't feel like an attack. But for what it's worth, if the judge doesn't know about that, it's hard for them to enforce things, to be like, oh man, but I told them to speed up 3 times. I'd be like, you didn't tell a judge, so it's worthless. I can't do anything with that. You cannot? Can you ask the table to pause the games first? Sorry, guy? I had anxiety over my play impacting others. A judge once watched me shuffle And they very kindly asked me if I need an oracle to shuffle for me, terrified that I might be bad at shuffling. Oh, shit. They probably just saw you. They were like, hey, I don't know. It's not as though you're bad at shuffling. Maybe they could do it faster. I don't know. They're just trying to be nice. But yeah, I would feel a bit weird about that for sure. That sucks. Sorry about that. I was a judge for Star Wars Unlimited. All of the judge talk makes me very happy. Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of work, and there's like a lot of interesting stuff behind it. It's really cool. I never forgot to RFG a big deal, and especially not on the stream. The judge allowed to take back after click 1 draw, which I thought wasn't right, but hey, I'm not the boss. I mean, you can escalate it if you want, but an awkward when trying to figure out a balance between high level competition and also having tournaments welcoming to all skill levels. People won't reach high levels if they're afraid to go to the first. Oh no, and like this conversation is not about being afraid to go to the first, because honestly, the judges are a benefit for people that it's their first tournament. Like they're there to help them. I don't know if I'm allowed to say this, and I don't know if I'm correct. And like Axu, it's a roller coaster whether he's going to rip up my judge card, but I do feel like I am more lenient to newer players when it comes to judge calls, and that's probably not right. That probably, like, you can be very explicitly in chat, you shouldn't do that. But if it's a new player and like it's a lower table, I definitely am a bit more sympathetic for judge interactions than at higher tables, where like these people should know these interactions better and understand how it comes. Again, ultimately, I think you're meant to judge everyone the same, and this is probably not a defensible take and even could be bad. But yeah. Like the rules are there to like make everyone get through it. You do every once in a while see someone get a game loss and they feel really bad about it, or their opponent makes a mistake and then they really feel bad when their opponent gets a game loss. And like sometimes it just feels bad, but like it exists. New players get treated the same. Actually, paints and nails. Yeah, okay, good. Extremely disruptive to play if spectators can pause games and can provide significant advantages. Oh, yeah, you're saying if a spectator sees an error, can they pause the table? No, you cannot interact with the table at all. You can come tell a judge. You can do it quickly. The judge can come in, but the thing is, like, judges can't rewind. If it's like, oh, this card should have been removed from game, it's in archives, they can fix that. They should fix that. But no, you definitely cannot stop a game. Yeah, no, you cannot. You don't touch anyone. I'm more lenient on new players and lower tables, even at Worlds, but only 2 points. Okay, good, Jeff. I'm glad to hear that I'm not totally out of touch there. I don't even envy judges at all. Y'all are saints. I mean, it's fun. It's like kind of fun. You get to meet so many people. This is like the secret tech for judging, right? Like, and I've heard other people say this. So we ran cons here with a whole lot of nice people in Montreal, and I didn't play because I was the head judge and doing some other stuff, right? Like I was emceeing and all that sort of stuff. When I'm a judge, I go to a Netrunner tournament, and instead of like meeting the 7 or 8 opponents I have in Swiss and maybe the top cut, I get to meet like 90 people because I get to talk to so many people. Like, it's sick. Admittedly, like, I'm a streamer, so like people know who I am and come up to talk to me, which that's great. Love it. I'm not a very outgoing person, so that's a nice way to meet people. But like, you do just get to meet so many people, and it's like the nicest way to like experience more Netrunner and see more people. Like, it's kind of a treat in some ways. You don't get to play the game, but like you just end up interacting with a lot of people, which is kind of a treat. Axe is coming for Jeff's card. I know that's not the right mindset, but at a tournament, an opponent had a game loss, and I felt so bad at the moment. I wish I didn't. It was the one who called the judge. Yeah, I know. Like, that can happen. That can happen for sure, but it's not your fault. The judge is very clear to be like, this is why this happens. This is why we can't fix it, just so you know. But like, everyone gets a game loss. Like, competitive players get game losses. You want to get them on round 1, if anything, but like, it happens to everyone. This game is hard. There's always a game loss in round 1. Every competitive player has lost multiple games due to silly stuff that was totally preventable. Whether it's like sending in the wrong deck write-up, or just like installing 2 assets in a server, or installing an agenda's ice. It happens to everyone. You're gonna get your one where, like, as soon as you get a game loss, fantastic. You're now like part of the fold. It does feel bad, especially when you call your opponent for it, but like, it is what it is. Everyone gets game losses. Some people a bit more than others, though. It's actually talking about Axie, mind you. But like, it happens. You just gotta learn it. It happens. Don't forget about it. Continue on with your day. It's totally fine. I mean, you're gonna lose 50% of the time, so it's fine. It feels bad when you lose when you're winning. That's for sure. Miss res windows to meet more judges. Yeah, there you go. There you go. We shouldn't judge lower tables differently than higher ones, but it's hard. I abstractly, Galhar, I totally agree with you. We shouldn't. But I think it does happen, and that's fine. I don't think it makes the game worse. Having Sokka called judging me at Worlds last year was one of my nicest experiences of the weekend. He was total gent about it. Hey, Bongo King. I mean, yeah, people are nice. People are generally quite nice. I found one of my previous opponent's agendas in my runner deck. That's a hard one. That one you need to count your deck. Chenchling, what's up? Count your deck before when you shuffle up, pile shuffle, make sure you have your 49, 45, 46 cards, whatever you're playing. Because you don't want to get a game loss because someone stole an agenda. Lenient is perspective based. Both players are new. There's no way to be lenient to both. Zero-sum game. I mean, you can. You can be lenient about takebacks. You can. Please don't make me get deeper into what's incriminating recorded evidence. I think a surprising number of top 32 players at Worlds have given game losses too. Yep. Yeah. Jeff has probably given out. I wonder who's given out the most game losses. And I don't think it's like there's a really strict judge so much as like they've ran more big events. But like I'm always, if I'm walking around Worlds, I'll go to a judge and be like, so what were the game losses this round? Because you always hear interesting stories. You like always hear a way that someone managed to get a game loss that you've never heard of before. And it's interesting, especially because judges should record and share the weird stuff they run into, because it's definitely worth knowing about. I called the judge on myself before round 1 because my sleeves were scuffed as heck. Who gets a game loss if you have an agenda from prior turn in your deck? The person who brought an illegal deck to the table, not the person who stole your agenda. You need to present a legal deck, which means when you are shuffling up, you need to count your cards. It is not your opponent's fault that you lost a card on the table. Hey, Tron, I think you should, to be honest, like especially a Showdown where top tables are the highest levels of play and the lowest are actually casual tier. It's most fair and fun to run different levels. Yeah, I mean, like Showdown is technically strictly a casual tournament. But if you ask me, like the top tables are kind of held to competitive standard. I can't speak for the judges of Showdown. I've never been a judge for Showdown, but it does feel like kind of two distinct tournaments going on at the same time, as much as you love the overlap, for sure. Yeah, you always have to count your deck first. If it's you brought an illegal deck, it's your problem. It happens all the time. That's also why I go out of the way to play sleeves that are usually not a standard color. Like pink sleeves are not super common in tournaments, but I always bring pink sleeves, not only because I like it, but because like people usually don't walk away with one pink sleeve because you can see it pretty quickly. If the runner has an agenda in their deck though, if it has a different sleeve back, that's probably fine, but I have to check. I'm not actually 100% sure. You'd have to look into it. There's like some really weird repairs. Like I believe at Worlds last year, Wenjong, which I don't feel bad calling Wenjong out because Wenjong is the best. But Wenjong had a corp deck that didn't have hedge funds in it. It had 3 sure gambles. It was caught relatively early on in like round 1 or like the first time he played his corp deck. So probably round 2. And it was luckily caught in the first couple turns. I think the judges were able to resolve it because like it doesn't matter functionally, but he did bring an illegal deck. But I think they allowed him to swap it out and actually just play hedge funds instead. His deck didn't have 6 hedge funds. It just had 3 sure gambles, no hedge funds. But it is fixable. Like, judges are reasonable. That shouldn't just be a game loss for the sake of it. It was like, oh, that's weird. You shouldn't have done that. But like, I think he got a warning and went on with the game. So like, you can do it. You mean hedge fund alt art? It wasn't alt art though. It wasn't alt art. I think it was like the run together hedge fund sure gamble. Showdown's supposed to be casual, but top tables are usually judged as for a competitive event. Yeah, it's weird. I like it though. I don't mind it. Yeah, the hedge fund story is funny. So it's really, really funny to end up like, imagine that you at Worlds, you're Wenjong. So there's a lot of expectations. People put a lot of money on you in terms of like, you know, Netrunner betting. It's not real money. And then like turn 1, you're like, oops, I have a sure gamble in my Iswak deck or whatever. Would it be a game loss to run snare instead of bite? Probably not. But actually that one's probably going to be a bit more harsh on it. Technically you can do it. I think you can actually rename bite for snare and it's a legal alt art. I'm pretty sure. That one's one a bit more tricky. Yeah, I don't know about that one. I have to look into rules on that one. But the sure gamble hedge fund thing, you can tell what happened. It was just like straight wrong. Yeah, one of those cards is not standard legal. I mean, that might matter. They're exactly the same technically, but the name is different. They're technically the exact same. You could play the one from you can play the one from ONR because it doesn't have influence on it. I'm assuming you would probably not get a game loss for it, but I think the judge would be like, you have to fix that. It depends on context. If you're playing bites and snares, I mean, that's probably a worse thing to do. If you chose to do that, the judge probably would be like, why did you do that? That might be a problem. But like the sure gamble hedge funding is a mistake. Choosing to play snare instead of bite is a choice. And like, I don't know if you'd want to do that for fun. Running snare is not allowed under Chrono. Yeah, it's not allowed. If you rename snare, if I reprinted snare with just changing the title though, is that legally allowed? Like, can I play an alt art that has the art of an old card? Or is that not allowed because it's confusing? Like I can't print an alt art like cohort and just change the text box to make it say bladderwort. You can't do that. So I'm not sure if you're allowed to play the snare with a bite on it or vice versa. You can play in a casual meetup, no problem. Sure. I played ONR cards in casual meetups that have the same text, like especially on my runner deck where I care less, not on my corp deck. But like instead of playing Diesel, I played Jack and Joe. And it's just like, it's fine. It doesn't matter. If you run snare and bite, the judge can legally execute you. Actually, yeah. I mean, you have to do a lot of checks before you get to the execute clause, but like it's in there. I keep telling Kento to print bite stickers, but I can put on my Liga snares. Should the core prompt, what do you do with Res La Costa, or just assume the runner isn't doing anything if they don't say? Laura, you mean if they how's it going? I don't know if I've said hi. Also, great job judging. So if they've like missed the mandatory trigger on this. So this one's really weird because La Costa has a mandatory trigger, which like it shouldn't, if you ask me. It's really ugly on JNet or in person because you have to just advance any upgrade, and it just makes the board state more confusing, let alone you have to advance the La Costa. This should be a May trigger. But yeah, I mean, like I would be, if they miss this, I don't care. I functionally don't care. Eventually there'll be cards in the format that move counters, but we only have like what, one right now? And I don't even know if it works on it. Does Hearts and Minds move off of non-ice? Oh, it does. Whatever. When the runner accesses the cards, hold on. So the core prompt, what do you do with Res La Costa? Like if they run the server and then they trash the agenda and like just functionally jack out and they don't deal with this? Right? Like if they run it and they don't say what they're going to do with La Costa, I would ask. If you count the wrong number of cards in your deck before the game starts, do you call a judge when you check your deck? Yeah, I would call a judge and be like, hey, judge, I have the wrong number of cards in the deck. The judge will, firstly, help you find the person you last played against because they know what table they're sitting at. And so they can go to that person and be like, hey, did you take a card? They can help you go to the table in which you last played to see if there's anything on the floor or on the chair. And they will give you an extension that's reasonable. If you waste the first 15 minutes, that's probably going to be an issue for you. Because there are technically like fail to show up the table stuff timings where you can get a game loss. I don't think that'll matter, but they'll do the best. Worst case scenario, they'll proxy the card you're missing for you if they can do that. Yeah. This is like the corp flips the next card to access, but runner was like, I was still thinking about trashing. Yeah. I mean, if the corp does that, it's just a downside to the corp. If you're still thinking about trashing this, but I'm not sure, Laura, if I'm 100% nailing the question. The agenda was accessed first, so it was just La Costa, but both players forgot about the access. Oh, yeah. Well, if time has passed, too bad. That's the way I would see it. Like if the runner ran the La Costa server, stole an agenda, and then went on to make more plays and interact with the corp stuff and got more information, and they forgot to trash La Costa, they forgot to trash La Costa. Because the runner is allowed to touch La Costa and not trash it. So they are allowed to do that. So if they did something they're allowed to do, you generally let them to do it, is my guess. Me, when I need to have 3 tokens to remove with exploratory romp, my opponent forgot to La Costa. Exploratory romp is like a great art on a card. I don't think it's a double, right? But it just says run, remove 3 counters, don't access. This card is garbage, but it has really great art on it. Yeah, like same comment. That's what Safer's saying. Yeah, you just let them do it. Like if they forgot, they forgot. Yeah, good old chaos theory. Currently the pen cross out for the name is not allowed because the card is obfuscated as a different card because we don't want people crossing out card names and mixing them up however they want. Yeah, that seems fine. That seems fine. Sorry for the repeat chat, but I am curious. Can Hearts and Minds move advancements off a cupped La Costa? Oh, interesting. Hearts and Minds. When your turn begins to move, no, it's not installed. Yeah, cards on cup are not installed. They're hosted. When your turn begins, you may one move advancement counter from installed card. Yeah, if it's on cup, it's not installed. I prompted them before any actions were taken just so nothing would be missed. Oh, as a judge. I don't think I would because they can fuck that up. You're allowed to allow people to mess things up. You're not allowed as a judge to allow people to not do things that they have to do, right? So like, for instance, not uncommon when I'm watching at top tables that people forget Hermes or companions. You have to let them do that because it's forced, but they're allowed to touch a thing and not trash it. You reminding them, I guess, is kind, but you're not required. And I even think you're not, I don't think the rules want you to do that, but I'd have to double check. But if they access something and then they just leave without considering trashing it, that's not something a judge has to fix because they're allowed to mess that up. They technically have to access it. And so like if there's a card that punishes them from accessing, I guess that would matter, but there's no card in the format. For sure, I just wasn't sure if access all cards is a mandatory. It is, but they don't have to show that they've accessed it, right? Like if it's rezzed, if it was unrezzed, you have to be like, you have to flip that card. But if it was rezzed, they're allowed to be like, I don't care. Yeah, face down exactly is definitely mandatory. Veronica, how's it going? It's good. Life is all right. We're in like a pretty bad storm watch today, but things have been pretty good. It's like, I'm, a bit mixed about Netrunner for the last little month or so. This weekend was huge. We got to do some streaming. There's like 200 people playing Netrunner all over the place. It was nice to see like photos of like friends and folks hanging out together. So it's kind of like helped a fair bit. We have a new ban list coming this week, so it's going to be exciting. Yeah, it's been good. How you been? Pretty sure Cold Lava is correct that cards are uninstalled lose all their counters. Oh, do you think it loses counters? That's news to me. I believe the card on Cup actually drops the counters on uninstall. I mean, when you... I mean, that makes sense, right? Like when you film critic an agenda, it lost its advancements, I'm pretty sure. So I think that's the same text, right? The cards lose counters when they move to a different zone. Oh yeah, that's also a rule too, because agendas that add to your score area don't keep their advancement counters. That's cool. What's the fix for a missed Hermes then? If board state has changed enough, it's a game loss, or it just feels bad at potentially both sides. Missed mandatory triggers a warning and roll back if it's possible. Yeah, Hermes is a hard one to roll back for many reasons. You do get a warning. At the end of the day, like missing Hermes can actually be an upside sometimes. So like it feels like, oh, who cares? They missed a beneficial trigger as a runner. But like say that you're accessing HQ and then the runner chooses to forget Hermes so they don't dilute their HQ access with an ice. Like that actually can be a potential miss trigger. So they will get a hard warning on that. It's unfortunately the same thing with the companions. It's like, oh, they missed a credit, but like not being able to satisfy Paladin or Mystic or Taka is a real downside. So like it is a hard warning. And if you get enough warnings, I think it upgrades to game loss or some actual bigger problem. So yeah, also warnings do technically follow you between tables. So like if you see a player has a lot of warnings, which is also why multiple judges should share notes between rounds to be like, oh, this player already has a warning for Paladin and they do it again. Like that is going to be an issue for them. But yeah, even sometimes beneficial triggers being missed are not beneficial. Daily cast, I'm not sure if it's mandatory or not. I like commonly as a judge, and when I'm walking by tables, I have to like search which cards are mandatory or not. This is mandatory. Technically, sometimes forgetting daily cast can be a benefit if you're like trying to play around Crypto Crash and stuff like that. This one probably can be wound back. Sometimes it can't be, because if the runner is making a run and the corporation chose to res and the runner can be like, oh, I forgot my daily casts. Sometimes you can't and shouldn't fix that. And then they get a warning. Yeah, daily cast is mando for sure. But yeah, some cards are mandatory, some are not. And knowing the distinction is really important when you're a judge, because those are the ones you can fix or not. So like Fermenter has to be mandatory, right? So if they forget a Fermenter, you should say this, because this does not say may. So you can fix that, you can and should fix that. Leech is not mandatory. When you make a successful survey, you place one virus counter. So if they forget that, you have to correct them. Wake is not mandatory. And like knowing which ones are mandatory or not matter. When you make a successful run, get a power counter. Twinning is not, I think twinning is mandatory. Yeah, you have to do it too. So yeah, it sucks. I learned Audrey and Envy testing are mandatory too. Ooh, interesting. I did not know that. I thought environmental would be not mandatory. So you can choose to fire this, but yeah, I guess not. NSG, mind you, did like, I feel like at some point NSG changed their like idea of like, we want to make less things mandatory or make more things mandatory. So the thing is like, if they make everything mandatory, or sorry, if they make everything non-mandatory, if you mess it up, it's not like a rules nightmare. It's just like, oh, you forgot that, which like, that's an easy way to roll it back. But yeah, if everything is mandatory, technically it's kind of more strict, but also easier to mess up. Predicting cast means you can delay the lineup with knickknack. Yeah, there's a bunch of ways that delaying cast actually might be good, because you're playing that criminal card I don't know the name of, I don't like. Yeah, hosted items fall off under uninstalled cards. Ren, how's it going? I reminded to let my opponent miss Hermes in the same game where it benefited me, felt kind of bad because they were new. Yeah, that's the sort of thing like you're meant to call a judge over it and make the judge has to make the decision, so you don't have to get tied into the moral dilemma. JNet doesn't allow to follow the exact rules of the game. It approximates all the interactions to replicate playing. I mean, we need a Lucy in chat to respond to that. When doing proactive judging, it's helpful to know what triggers are mandatory and which aren't. Yes, I'm constantly searching which ones are mandatory, because I'm walking by tables and I see someone miss something. And before like kind of butting in and be like, hey, you missed this, I just have to do a quick search to be like, oh, it's a mandatory trigger. Okay, I can tell them. Because if you're walking by as a judge and you see something wrong, you are required to intervene. The thing is, like, if they miss a non-mandatory trigger, I don't care. It's not my problem. But if they do, it's my problem suddenly. Crew is Mando, but on the corp to call a judge if they notice the runner misses it. I don't think so. I'm actually not sure about this. There used to be rulings that said that you were responsible for like the runner hitting all the triggers of the corporation. I think they went back against that, but that's the sort of thing I'd have to review before I'm judging a tournament. But this is mandatory. This one is something that you remind people constantly at tables. They forget about this. But yeah, it is the sort of thing that that if I see the runner miss it, you don't have to call a corporation. You don't have to call the judge if you don't want to. Yeah, you're not responsible for your opponent's triggers. Yeah, so you don't have to do it. At some point in time, you were responsible for your opponent's triggers in the history of Netrunner, and that also leads to feel bads. You don't want to do that. Regenesis, I suspect, is a huge game loss simulator. No, it's not that bad. I don't think I've actually ever seen anyone game loss on a Regenesis. Like the worst case scenario is they have to undo the last advancement because they played a petty cache, and then they just can choose to score this out as a 3-1. I actually haven't seen this be that bad. This one honestly is not a problematic card. I think the companions, Hoshiko, also was a bigger issue because everything on Hoshiko is both upside and downside and mandatory. And like missing Hoshiko sucks. Being over MU is the biggest contributor though. Wasn't there a weird Shylender mandatory thing that would be cursed? Like the advancement was not mandatory? Yeah, Shylender, they changed the text before it's released. But Shylender says you may place one advancement counter on an installed card you can advance. So the problem with this is like, if it says an installed card you can advance, and this thing was hushed, if it's hushed, you can't advance it. So then a card you can advance, you have to call a judge over, and all that sort of stuff is kind of rough. I don't like this text anyways. I wish it could be on any card just so that you don't have to call a judge over. But the fact that it says may means you can choose not to do it, but also you can advance the Shylender itself. So the text on this didn't have the may when we originally first saw it, and it ran into rules issues immediately. So they fixed it before it came out. This was like in the learn to play deck, which I don't think it's in there anymore. My first in-person tournament had someone say to me at the end of the game, oh, by the way, you missed every single Hermes and Dow trigger that game, which I was a little bitter about. Yeah, PD too. Like, I think precision design is the common one that new players forget, especially when they're in a tournament and then like they hit the sort of like, you know, shock of playing in person against strangers for the first time. And so they're kind of overloaded. Against a new player, I will always tell them if they miss triggers. But that is because I want to win off of being a good player as opposed to like winning because they forgot their triggers. Like again, I don't know what happened if I'm, you know, winning a finals or not. Maybe my morals would bend a bit. You're allowed to technically. But yeah, if a new player misses a sabotage off of a marrow or precision design, all this sort of stuff, I'd recommend you to remind your opponent. We're kind of all in this together. They already are on an uphill slant and on an uphill slope, and I'm already really happy they showed up. But new players will miss triggers all the time. Saying it after is both good because you'll remember for the next game, but you do kind of look like a villain for sure. But yeah, you should probably say something. My morals broke a long time ago. I mean, Brendan, that's fine. That's what we expected from you. So like, it'd be weird if you reminded me. Then it'd be like, is this a trap? Why does he keep exposing my cards from hand? I hate Shylender subroutine just because it's not mouseless. We are not the same. I hate Shylender because the 3 advanced text is a waste of space. We are not the same. Is there any card that installs a card resed on install? Yeah, op. I think op does. Sort of. It installs and reses. The judge had to prove to the runner that no card could be advanced. Yeah, something like that. I've seen someone game lost themselves because they had to give up a ton of info, but it's hard to get an actual game loss. Trying to explain to a new player that Trent Grid eats its own trigger and then installing Keiko and explaining that it doesn't seem that its own trigger was a nightmare. I mean, a Trent Grid eating its own trigger is like just cursed technology. It's the worst. Everyone gets it wrong. Another game loss simulator. If your face down cards and archives are sideways, don't let them look like ice. Ooh, I do that not inconsistently, but I make sure they're in the stack. Yeah, making them look like ice sucks. I have lost a game at a Worlds event where I have had a separate side deck of face down cards that I did not realize and the runners accessed and had an agenda in it. And then I didn't spin Dr. Shuffle or something playing Eternal. And it was a game loss. I was playing against, oh man. Oh, what's his name? Very good NWE player. Really nice dude too. Oh man, I should not bring stories up where I can't remember names quickly. Felix? Really nice dude. Anyways, I got a game loss on that. And the judge called over and the judge was like so apologetic. And I'm like, dog, I know. And then the game loss. They're like, I'm so sorry. It's because of this. I'm like, no, 100%. I would have game lost myself. And it's really funny when that happens, when the judge is so apologetic and you're like, no, I know. That's a game loss. I've been there. It's really, really funny. If you miss a mandatory trigger, does it cause an illegal board state? Because organized play policy requires players to call a judge if they notice a legal game state. No, it doesn't cause an illegal board state necessarily. A legal board state is more so like being over MU or having an two agendas in a server, stuff like that. Missing a trigger is missing a trigger. It's totally different. Those can be usually fixed. If they're not caught on the rewind, they generally get a warning. Missed triggers are very rarely upgraded to a game loss. It has to be a very specific board state. Op doesn't install it. Resed op doesn't trigger Tranquid. It does. I think it does. I think op can fire its own Trent Grid. I think the 419 changes hit it. I might be wrong about that, but when they changed the op so that 419 doesn't fire off of it, I think it does fire itself, but I could be wrong about that. I remember them making changes about this card and I remember it firing it more aggressively, but I don't know if that's true or not. How many people played measured response while not being a threat? Way more than you think. And oh my God, does that suck? Like when people play measured response on threat 3 or no threat, and then the opponent like concedes the game and then they realize after, it's impossible to fix. There's so much judge ink spilled about like what to do when someone loses the game to an illegal measured response. And I think it's usually the runner actually does not win that game because you can't fix a game usually after it's ended.
So if the runner catches it now, and that's a thing we said on the channel before, is if you're going to lose to measured response, the game is probably over. You might as well spend the next minute as a habit checking you're on threat 4, right? Like this is the same thing about giving a game loss, which shout out to Solomir, who like really drilled this to my head. Solomir is a really great judge. Saying like, if you're going to give a game loss out to a player, it does not matter how much time is left in the round. You could spend the next 5 minutes being really sure of the game loss, asking more follow-up questions, because you're in no rush to give out what you expect to be a game loss because the amount of time left in the round matters. The same thing for measured responses. If the round is over, you might as well take the minute to always check you're on threat 4 in person, because that's the last thing you can do. That's the last game action you can take. It installs them Res's 419's changed to work on it. Oh, okay. So then I'm wrong. That's fine. Cool. I've never noticed the quote on MRs from Laura. From Luana, yeah. We would like to reassure our shareholders that none of the buildings damaged in the blast were owned by Wayland. I think Luana actually shows up in some of the one of the things that Pat wrote for Nuveng. She's the Nuveng spokesperson. I think she is holding the chainsaw. Is MR the only threat action formatted like that? Isn't it usually threat 4, blah, blah, blah? Yes, that's the only one formatted like this because it's not just threat 4, it's threat 4 and it has this other conditional. So it uniquely has to be worded like this. The thing though is like most of the powerful threat cards that interact like this, like Oppo are in threat 3, that's the bigger issue. It's not so much that people miss threat level as they miss threat 4. They think it's threat 3. And that's because the only other like somewhat equivalent card is a threat 3 card like this. But yeah, that was done specifically for formatting. There's a whole article talking about why it's like that. Luana is also Scorched Earth, I thought? No, that's Lizzie Mills. The original like Wayland PR expert was Elizabeth Mills. She is the one who shows up on Scorched Earth or on the Urban Renewal that has Finn on it, Bridgman. That's her. She's been around for a long time. Yeah, it's Lizzie. Yeah, Lizzie is the head of public opinion for Wayland back in original core set days. She originally came out in Second Thoughts, which was the second wave. Yeah, the quote is a callback for sure. Yeah. Lizzie has that sort of like that text shows up on a lot of things where like we want to remind the press that some of the buildings belong to us. Yeah. The one is about chopping down ancient trees. Like the boss babe she is. I mean, that's what Nuveng does. Nuveng is all about that eminent domain and tearing down the rainforest, which I'm so surprised the rainforest still exists in NSG Brazil. Like the rainforest still exists. I mean, that's pretty good. We got something to burn down. I like the threat 4 line more. Yeah, there's a reason why it's like that. And I'm like, think ultimately, even if it was worded like threat 4, people would still miss this because threat 4 is not super common in a card like this. Yeah. I had to game last. Hey, Jensen, I had to game loss myself because I shuffled my hand into R&D with Spin Doctor instead of the 2 cards I pulled out of archives. That is unfixable. Sorry for your loss. Cyber Rainforest chopping. Hey, Turdock. Yeah, that sucks. Everyone has done that. Everyone has done like some unfortunate boneheaded simple mistake that is just a game loss. It happens. Please, no one has rezzed more tree lines than Wayland. MDOM's expend text is truly the blankest text imaginable. I wouldn't say it's the blankest. It's not super convincing, but I've seen decks where people have done it. But in terms of like a lot of the expendable cards, this one definitely is the one that gets expended at least. Like Descent gets expended, Slash and Burn gets expended, Tree Line gets expended, Toxin gets expended. This one probably doesn't. I have seen times where people use this to get like a free hostile architecture in like horizontal Wayland, but that's mostly it. I've used it to spin my MDOM. Yeah. Yeah. It's not the worst, but it's not great. What if Hedge Fund gave the runner one? You know, it's the weekend, man. What if Hedge Fund gave the runner 1 point? I mean, it's Hedge Fund and an install. Like, that's kind of sick. Kind of sick. Have you read Word on the Street? It has 2 lines with more blank text than MDOM. Again, I lost my 3 copies of Word on the Street, and now at this point, I'm just like totally banking for that not to matter. And so far, we're on track. I just want to be very clear. You know, you need to know like who's investing into what journalists to know their slant. The investment here is like, I need Word on the Street to never be a good card because I have lost my 3 copies almost immediately after opening Vantage Point. I think I'm betting on a pretty good horse here. But if you ever hear Andre be like dismissive to Word on the Street, I just want to let you know that's where my allegiances lie. I would sleep better at night knowing that this card probably is not going to get an alt art, which means they're probably not going to get my copies back. The most unfortunate game loss I've seen is my opponent left most of their agendas in their deck box by accident and some on the bottom of R&D and didn't win. It was at the end of a long day, but still rough. Yeah. Count your cards when you shuffle up. Yeah. Cool. It's 4 o'clock. Honestly, what if we don't play a game today? We might not. Was that you I played at the end of Continents last year? Wait, was that you? When someone says I've done something terrible. Or you've done something terrible. Hey, Aura, how's it going? I have had a recent forgot that bite wasn't an upgrade moment. Oh, man. I think the last one that was really bad is I was playing very quickly. I was playing against Bushi, I think, a Mansion Runner. And like, I had a pretty good line, but our first game took like, we were playing double-sided Swiss. It was still kind of that era. And our first game took like 45 minutes. And then I had like 15 minutes to play corp game. And I just like, yeah, I did two assets in a server. Judge called, threw myself out of the game, felt bad, especially because it was a team tournament. Like losing a game, personally, fine. Losing a game and then have to tell your partner, Eric Hayden. And you know how mean Eric can be about that stuff. He yelled at me for like 10 minutes. We had to go outside because he was yelling too much. And at Mansion Runner, we were really bringing the mood down. But he just like laced into me, man. I've never seen it. He's like, I expected better for you. We're still friends though. Is Weirdo Street the worst standard legal card? No. Technically, if you ask most people, the worst card in the game is probably Whistleblower right now. And that's just because there's not a lot of cards it interacts with. Whenever you make a successful run, you may trash this resource. Mind you, it also costs 2 credits on an influence, which is a curse slot. The next time you access an agenda with a chosen name, you steal it, ignoring all costs. There is like one card in the format that has an additional cost to steal it. It's just not good. Crispian Skimming is not a bad card. It's just a slots card. I don't think it's the worst card in the format. There's like, this can win you a game. Yeah. I hate fourth wall card break cards like this. Is this a fourth wall card? Corporations are made of people, just normal people doing their 6-6, the right turn, the right critique, and they be redeemed. You think this is a fourth wall breaking? Imagine a trash busto version of illegal board states, but timed like GeoGuessr. What do you mean, Thanos? I think so far I've avoided any game loss, but I've definitely lost games due to missed triggers. Oh, Tron, you should get it out of the way. You should just throw a game. You really should. Plus skimming has a snake on it. Can't be bad. Yeah. Whistleblower beats the Northern Lights. I don't think I know what most of that sentence means. I will defend Whistleblower for being so good when it got printed because Obokata. Sure, I'll never say any play, but at least it was good. It wasn't. Like, even when this was existed and Obokata existed, it still didn't see any play because you had better options. Like, you would just trash the agenda, and that actually was better for a lot of decks. The problem too is you had to call it, right? Like you had to name the card type when the run was successful. So like you could miss the 50-50 on the Obokata. So like, yeah, there was no competitive deck ever that played this card. As much as we used to have better agendas that had additional costs, like Obokata is messed up. But Revanchula isn't in place while a tech for it is needed right now. Oh yeah, like it. No, you still steal it, right? You still steal it, ignoring all costs. So that means anything that fires when you steal will fire. But the thing is, like, Revanchula has an additional cost to steal it, right? So you do beat Revanchula. So that's something. But FUT will still fire. Yeah. So like this is not additional cost. But yeah, Revanchula technically did make the card a bit better. Whistleblower doesn't touch Fuji. No, exactly. Fuji's not an additional cost. So like you're cooked. It just doesn't interact with most cards. Whistleblower is a card from a theoretical future meta in a card pool that should never exist. The thing is, like, it's so clumsy as a card. Like, we don't often see cards like this that are this brute force, like blunt silver bullets. Like, already it's so expensive at 1 influence 2 cost, and then it's not even consistent on its firing text. I mean, it's more fun to call your shot and like you'll feel like a baller if it lands, but this is very, very much card does one thing in a very not cool way. Like Word on the Street maybe has too much words. At least it tries to do everything. Yeah, this never did anything. It does work on Bangoon. Yeah, I guess you beat the access, but like, fine. Well, hold on. The next time you access an agenda, steal it, ignoring all costs, you are no longer accessing it. What is the priority on that? Because I don't understand the priority. Fuji is a steel trigger like Sam. Yeah, Fuji will fire, Sam will fire. You only need to care about cards that have additional costs. Bangoon does say when you access, it's not additional cost. But the thing is, like, should this get around getting accesses? I don't know. The fact that you have to trash it on success is so bizarre. You have to trash it on failure too, no? Like, you trash this no matter what. Like, that's the thing, is like, it can just fail. If you call it Obokata, it's like an Urtica. It's like, oh, great. Yeah. Yeah, they could make this card better. For what it's worth, this is a functional reprint of a card that was way too good at what it did, let alone way too little influence. Film critic just said, nah, your card text don't matter. I'm not stealing agendas, by the way. You're adding it to your score area later, which means you don't interact with so many of the punishment in the card pool. And this card was consistently, why can't I see the history? Where's the history button? Oh, there. Yeah, was banned and restricted at different points. This card's messed up. Fuji still works ends. Bangun and Daniela might ever be worth the cost of installing Whistleblower. Oh yeah, Daniela is another additional cost. Yeah, not a very common card, but she does increase in cost to steal or trash. So you do beat her. Yeah. Amaze Amusements is not an additional cost, right? No, they just take 2 if they've stole. You still steal. On success step before you even see the agenda. Yeah, it's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. 1 influence. Yeah, it's never been good. This is definitely worse than Chrysopian. Chrysopian actually can do something. It can actually give you information or replace itself. If there was a runner that could generate Chrysopian skimming tokens, I would play that runner. That seems really fun. Whistleblower is more likely to see play than Climactic Showdown. I disagree. I think Climactic Showdown is like not the worst card. It's clumsy, but it's like no influence in certain decks. It technically will do something. It's slightly better with like Eru, where like you actually can challenge different servers. There was something we saw recently that made Climactic Showdown a lot better, where it's like you could threaten both servers. I forget what it was, but there was an interaction point that we saw someone playing with Climactic that seemed good. I don't know if it was Baker. Maybe it was Baker, but it was not bad. I actually like Climactic Showdown a lot more. I think it's a fun card. Yeah, it's not good, but it's fun. Whistleblower is no fun. That's a big problem. Yeah, I mean, it's 4 o'clock. I don't know. Maybe we don't play a game. Because this streaming is the blue burner. Definitely not the blue burner. We do need a blue burner though, don't we? Bangun triggers first. If it is an offer you can't refuse, run ganked in HQ. The crow is yelling so loud in the middle of the sentence, Axu. Fire sub off of Odoroshi. Acts as a face of agenda. Okay. Yappin is better than the games. I mean, before a ban list, it does feel like that to some extent. I think we saw this someone recently. I think this also showed up in a replay on measured response, but forcing someone to pinhole threading to touch. And okay, so the idea is that someone pinhole threading's archives. There's a spin doctor and a card on a remote server. The card is face up. It's an agenda. We're playing Bangun. You wait for access. They confirm to access, so they're locked in. You pop the spin doctor, and now they have to technically access a card in a root of another server. The only card in another server is an agenda, and then Bangun is forced to fire. Because notably, again, Bangun is, not a lot of people know this, on access, not on steal. So you can't steal the agenda, you can't trash it. So you take 2 meat damage and a tag, and the runner flatlines to that. I think it's so funny. I do think someone recently on the channel, we've forced the runner where we've trashed a bunch of our upgrades at instant speed or assets. And then the pinhole happened, and the pinhole was forced to hit a bite because it's the only card on the table. So you have to touch it. Really funny. Is a pinhole into Bangun agenda stream? I don't know if it was us. I think we forced a bite. But the replay showed up on measured response where somebody had to pinhole into a Bangun, and it's bad. Have you already done banlist predictions? Softly. I guess we can spend some time to do a better one here. So banlist later this week. Let's talk about options. First option, no changes. That will not please many. It will not reinvigorate the middle of the meta, which I do think we are seeing. You know, I'm going to talk about myself too, but some people want to change. Sometimes a change is good. Sometimes people complain, why are you making a change? The meta is healthy. If you ask me, is the meta healthy? Abstractly, parts of the meta are quite healthy. Seems okay. Corp win rate is about 56. People don't mind that. Runner win rate gets above 50 in a top cut when you have open deck lists. That honestly doesn't feel terrible. The question is less so, are the numbers good, but is the play good? Are people happy to play this game? Is there enough things that you can play, that you can choose to play, all that sort of stuff? I don't know about that. And you know me, like, I kind of wish Melius doesn't exist because it will exist forever. I don't know what you can do to make Melius less of a issue. I just don't like playing against it. I think the idea is messed up. I think we're way too soon on to get a philosophical ban for Melius. And Melius is still quite performant. In fact, it was the most performant corporation this weekend, I think. So like you could say that it needs to be targeted, but I doubt it does. I really doubt it does. Give me Ashen back, but just me, not anyone else. Double, but like, so I don't know if you're talking about Magic deck, but I'm pretty sure the Magic deck is better without Ashen with the Levian instead. The Harmony, excuse me. So I don't know. I would say read my article about how the meta is doing. I don't know if I've read that one. I don't think I have. Anarch is in a bad place. They should unban Moshing and Banhar. I don't think they'll ever unban Moshing. Banning Banhar is honestly kind of interesting, but banning Banhar has such a huge impact on like tier 2 decks in a terrible place. So I'm not 100% sure about that. I really like the Skulls version of Melius where you had to pick 2 to 3 faces to play each game. There's no shot they're going to do that. It'd be kind of funny if you have to randomly remove one, but then it's a huge issue because then like you have to call a judge over to check that. Because in theory they could like have 2 the same, or I don't know. It's kind of weird. Why are we banning Daily Cast? That card has done nothing wrong. Are we banning Daily Cast again? Just play Yuko and Banhart will be bad. It's not the worst. Ironically, I would love moshing back, but it can't exist with these dumb rat resources. So, okay, a lot of different problems. Firstly, corporation side, I don't know what you do about Melius. I would both feel very guilty if like me whinging on the internet makes Melius get banned out. I don't think I have that sort of sway. I'd like to hope I don't. But I hate playing against this. A lot of other people don't like playing against this. Nothing's going to make me enjoy playing against this unless they like, even if they ban Bite, that's not good enough. I just don't like what this asks of you every single turn. Philosophically, way too soon to get this banned. If anything, this is the sort of thing that we ride out for a whole competitive season, and then we see how we feel about this, either with new cards in the card pool or if we get fatigued about it. I was joking, by the way. Okay, good. I can't tell, man. It's in a chat. You didn't put a /J or anything. I have to just read it. Ashen is better for Magic, but I also want to play Essa and control Maggie. And like, there's a chance also like the sort of, and again, bite recursion is not as common as you think it is, but like being able to be ground out or not matters. If you get Ashen back though, I think comes back, Seb comes back, and Seb is going to eat these decks. It really is going to. The only thing that Seb doesn't see consistent play because this matchup is a bit volatile. But yeah, I don't know about that. I think if you like bring Seb back and bring Ashen, you have to get rid of Devil Charm. And maybe that's fine. Maybe that's interesting. It's a shame because they just put out Devil Charm Altari, but that has not stopped them before. I think the one corp thing that probably does need addressing is like combo HB. I think people just don't like playing against it. You've heard me say this before. And again, people don't like it. But I think fully operational is a sick card. I think it's really cool. I think the problem with fully operational, though, is either the pace that it can be recurred to some extent, but more accurately, the pace that HB can put cards on the table and not give you the time and ability to interact with those cards to make not fully operational as consistent as possible. I think that is the bigger issue. I'd rather fully operational be a card that you feel like you can interact with, as opposed to on turn 3, them having 3 ice servers with 3 things in them. And then fully op is hard to deal with. So I can't say that. I think we're more likely to get some of the consistency pieces out of this deck. Let's be honest, YDL won't be in the game forever. Maybe this is when it leaves. And losing the big econ card to this deck is fine. Ultimately, this deck probably can and should exist. Oh, this one has salvo in it. I mean, that's fine. This actually does matter as a choice sometimes over the one that gets an ice res, because this means it can be easier to hit someone with the combo when you hit them with a Neurospike. Sim Reset probably could not exist. This card is not a healthy card. It only exists in this deck, and what it does in this deck gives you a lot of consistency for sure. I don't think Neurospike is going to get banned out, and even if it does, this deck can score out 9 points. I think getting Drafter banned out is an interesting thing that nobody else wants besides me, but I do think this is one of the most punishing face checks, and that's one of the issues. I do think if you're allowed to check the cards and services would be nice. Unfortunately, that means like red level clearance could be on a chopping block because it's one of those weird tempo cards that makes this deck able to do whatever it wants and allows it to solve a lot of the issues of board state where you can clicklessly install ice and stuff like that. The issue with this card is that it's attached to so many other things. Like it is an important card for Plutus, it's an important card for Nebula, it's an important card for Mirror Morph, and like that sucks to lose a card and not get a replacement, obviously. But banning RLC is like a way to deal with this for sure. Otherwise, like I don't know. I honestly don't know. Top-down solutions maybe could go, but it's not in every deck, which is weird. RLC ban would kill Mirror Morph and make me so sad. I mean, me too. Definitely me too. I don't think they want to like get rid of this deck. They just want to make it less consistent and give you more like avenues to interact. And I do think Simulation Reset doesn't give you a lot of avenues to interact. No Drafter equals no HB Sentries. Oh no, 100%. Yeah, it's really, really bad for HB. But this card is massively over curve. And when you hit this and they recur a card and install a card, it is the worst face check. Now, I'm aware that Scatterfield is like, it still costs them 3 credits, but it doesn't like do the horrible thing that Drafter does. And Sleipnir is fine. I don't mind hitting a Sleipnir. Out of what's being discussed, if we're banning anything, sorry, Veronica, I think Sim Reset ban makes the most sense. I mean, it probably does. I think this deck can still exist. It just has this like panic button, like kind of removed. So like destroying cards is a bit more relevant, but I don't know. Cato says, someone in the NYC Discord in the Maritimes, I'm wondering if there's any Netrunner players out there. Do you have any leads? I don't want to call out people by name, but I know one player from the East Coast, Hexnet, who plays around Halifax area. I don't know what their community looks like and how big they are. Otherwise, the biggest like Canadian, if you're saying the Canadian Maritimes, it would be in Montreal. So Montreal, we have a bunch of like the Quebec people in there from Quebec City, which is really quite nice. But in terms of the far East Coast, the one person I would push you towards is Hex. Hex plays from Halifax, I think. I think the discussion is more philosophical than anything. Combo PD is just not fun, and I'm fine with existing on power level, but I've yet to see someone in a combo game have fun. I'm not going to disagree with that. I do think combo games are fun for the combo person. Like the puzzle is like a very satisfying thing, and we've had more powerful combo decks in this game before. The question is like, do we have the tools to make the combo deck feel fair enough that you can interact with it? And it doesn't seem like that's the case. So this probably has to be addressed later on. It could come back. I think that comes to the question with Off-World Office. Does that mean, can you unban this? Because mind you, this deck got Off-World Office banned before this deck existed. And I do want to be clear, like the version of this deck that's not playing Neurospike, that's actually like scoring agendas on tempo with like Flood the Markets, I wouldn't say is better than this deck, but it's still a tier 1 deck. Like I think PD with like the weird agenda suites or like tempoing out different agendas that don't just win on the spot is a very good deck. I don't know if that's converting. We have no evidence, but I'm convinced that has to be. Off-World Office obviously is good for that deck. Off-World Office is good for a lot of tier 2 decks. It's really good for Mioshu, which scares me because I don't want this card to be good ever. But like maybe you could unban it and see what happens. See PD draw their whole deck, I can see to walk away. I mean, you could if you want to, but you might as well just like chill. Off was banned for no reason. I wouldn't say that's the case. I mean, like that's seems a bit results oriented in some ways, in a like a way that kind of the SPL puts a lot of effort into this. That's all I want to say. Like I don't want to just dunk on them. But there's what they did might have solved another issue. The problem was a different issue they didn't see coming because no one saw this coming, showed up instead. So we can't say it didn't do anything. It functionally might have not done anything, but it might have been necessary if this didn't exist. So who knows? Play 2x cup and honestly felt like I could interact with PD. Yes, if you can cup the Neurospike or the Sim Reset or the YDL or the Flood, I wouldn't say you win the game. If you cup the Flood, you probably do win the game. But that being said, that still is relatively narrow. Ban PD and unban off. Honestly, banning PD might be correct. This ability is just kind of messed up. It's super, super messed up. If you ban PD, does Lad get a lot better? Yeah, kind of. Technically, yes. That's fun. But yeah, like banning PD is also an option for sure. Because I don't know what else you're doing in this, right? Like you can't, these assets don't make sense. I don't think you can tackle the ice. Like you could ban Ablative, I guess, and say like enjoy playing Reverb, which like this deck doesn't need to play Reverb. Off-Up is overcurved, but Off-Up ban killed tier 2 corps. I mean, maybe runners kill tier 2 corps for whatever it's worth. Like there's probably a lot of tier 2 corporations with Off-World Office that cannot compete with competitive runners, so it might be a moot point in the first place. The Ashes ban made combo PD good? Oh, interesting, Jeff. Do you want to elaborate on that? I'm gonna have the words on the court of the SPD bans PD. Actually, they're coming for all your friends. In PD equals NHB? Sorry, Dolbo? Me looking at my 8 PD altars, please no touch. I don't know if I have any 8 PD altars. I have a full art PD. I like the art on this one a lot. Oh no, yeah, maybe I do have some. I probably do. Yeah, this probably is going to be addressed for sure. Yeah, I don't know. Ashen ban equals no Seb. Only thing that completely dunked on PD combo. Was the Seb matchup that good? I don't see why it'd be that different than the Lu deck. Besides that, you're more aggressively playing like HQ pressure. That can be relevant. And Ice Destruction. Some of the Lu decks are playing Ice Destruction. Like Eye for an Eye wasn't super common there. Eru doesn't seem to really matter. The Manuel doesn't really matter. Seb is really good into this. I mean, I could believe it. I think Seb was really good into everything for what it's worth. Besides like maybe Ob back in the day, but that might be wrong too. But yeah, Lagu's really good. Lagu's really, really good for sure. The thing is like, yeah, so it's not like Ashen had an impact, but the idea is that Ashen existing means that more people were bringing Seb to tournaments. So it's not like you play the Ashen. It's just like if Ashen exists, there are more Sebs. If there are more Sebs, this matchup is better. Yeah, Saver got me. Combo PD loses on every access to Seb. Yeah, if you ban PD, you might as well ban HB because it's only good HB identity. I mean, that hasn't stopped NBN before. But like, you could technically play Thule. You're right, it's the only good ID, probably. I'm excited to play. Mirror Morph can do things. I don't like the other ones. Isn't Elio good? Elio's not bad. The thing is, like, it seems like if you want to play Glacier, you're better off doing Jinteki. A lot of the cards that can support it better. The face checking is a bit more difficult. Your text box seems to be a bit more consistent than this. It matters on more turns. It's weird that Elio got entirely pushed out of the meta from Vantage Point, and it didn't exactly get any obviously new cards. Well, besides the HB Econ card that cost 5. That card's really, really quite good. But like we didn't get a lot of new Byroids to play with, which is not a surprise. You have Sharper Rotom, but you don't really need Sharper Rotom. I don't know. The Doomring meta to some extent is probably not good against Elio. Except just transfer seems good into that deck. Because the deck innovated, I played. This is a response to off banned by text. By forcing Flood PD to spend more resources on early scoring, we hope that runners will have more opportunities to set up and force windows to contest. That didn't work out. Because the deck innovated. I played M3A version this weekend, and the list is notably worse IMO, and it's the kind of list that would love off. Yeah, it's a totally different deck. Like the other decks we were playing were actually like tempoing out and playing, scoring out an off-world office. Like saying that the banlist team did not, sufficiently deal with this deck. I mean, you can say that, but like this deck didn't exist when they were making those decisions. The deck that they functionally banned out by banning off-world office is still a deck that's good in the meta, but arguably is not as good or as consistent or as like, can just close games out than this one. Now, that doesn't mean the off-world office ban was exactly wrong, but it's a different problem, right? Yeah, Ashes is relevant in the PD matchup, but was needed for other matchups. Yeah. Leo tech seems good in stopping the runner without winning, but doesn't push you forward to win. Yeah, you can be a bit aggressive. I don't know. Mind you, Melee City Luxury Line is really good with Leo too, so that was the other good card it got. But we haven't seen Leo do too much. And I do think a lot of the Glacier heads just went to Jinteki. Yeah. I do think the fact that like one of the hard things about Jinteki Glacier is face checking is bad because of Melius text and because of the spiky ice. I am so excited to face check into Leo because their ice doesn't matter. It's like Boomy, I don't care. MIC, slightly bad, but everything else does not matter. And like I don't care if I hit a 4 credit Sleipnir. I do think that's one of the biggest downsides. So if I'm playing Criminal, I'd way rather play against Leo than to play against Jinteki because I can actually run. The deck we have now is arguably better and less interesting from a gameplay side. Oh yeah, for sure. But they didn't balance around it. They didn't see it coming. Skunk Void PD is just like the most wholesome Netrunner. If Skunk Void PD is a problem, it's because Seamless is 1 card too cheap to play. Yes. Yes, but I don't think Skunk Void PD right now is super consistent. Now the runner side, I don't know, because there's one big issue with the runner side of this game, and that's Anarch. But the problem is like Anarch cannot be solved by bans without printing new cards. I'm pretty sure Safer and Jeff have talked about this before, but like the idea is right now, almost all of Anarch for the last couple of years have hinged around the Ashes economy cards like Paladin, Keiko, all that sort of stuff, as much as Keiko isn't super prevalent. And so it's really hard to print new cards because having those new cards again be cheaper or free with Paladin Mystic like balances all those cards in a really weird way. These cards are very straightforward. They're very easy to play. And having an econ card like Paladin that can just generate 14 credits in a single game for 1 action is going to be an issue. And so like all their Anarch designs we've seen over the last couple of years are generally specialists like Essa and Seb that usually interact with their own part of the card pool. So it's really hard to print like generalist cards as much as like the generalist cards like Tungsten that came out have, performed as well as you think they have. So that's pretty wild. I do think it'd probably be good for them to address something like this to make Anarch weird again, but it's the sort of thing that's more likely to come alongside a new set release and a really strong banning of a whole bunch of Anarch cards, if not the whole Ashes card pool at some point. So I don't think you can fix the Anarch problem, if you want to call it that, without just banning 1 or 2 cards. It's not possible. How do you feel about banning Paladin Puemo? I don't think it's going to do enough. It's going to be interesting. Like Mystic is the one that's harder to play. I think Paladin's easier to play. Paladin's also the one that you want to get on turn 1 more consistently, and it's better with things like daily cast. So if you ban any of them, I would say, yeah, Paladin's probably the one you want to ban, and we can see what happens. So I don't think I'd mind that so much. Paladin Puemo is also fine as a splashable card in a lot of the decks I like to play, like and that feels a bit bad. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know what you can do about this. But I do think you kind of want to promote the other decks. Lou is still converting as well as its population suggests it should. It does still look like it's one of the best decks in the meta. It's also one of the easier decks in the meta to play. And it seems to be gated mostly on do you draw your breakers, which like, I mean, roll the dice every once in a while, huh? Leo did well, I think, in the Philippines Megacity. Drafter fire can hurt. Yeah, Drafter's the only like truly bad face check. But like every bad face check largely in Jinteki's a bit different. Hey, Elwin, does Ashes even rotate? One day it will, like everything does. So far, there's nothing on plans, and NSG has been a lot more cagey, and rightfully so, about their release schedule and like rotation schedule. I think if Ashes would to rotate, we would know sooner than later. Like they're not going to just say Ashes rotates next month, but I don't expect Ashes to rotate until the card pool gets, I would say, appreciably bigger because it's one of the smaller card pools we've had. Casey, I'm having a great day, honestly. We've just been yapping. How you been? It's been a good weekend for Netrunner. I feel like we release a whole new cycle. Then on the next set, we could look into rotating Ashes. Yeah, I think it's going to take some work. It's not an easy thing to fix. I hold the contradictory opinions that I want more cards in the pool. I want Ashes to rotate. I think that's the same opinion, no? Didn't want to kill the deck outright. Had to make a call early because we really understood the extent of the deck. I think it's reasonable to question if they were the right target at all. Yeah, the last ban list was very clear to be like, hey, we have to act in a certain way because we don't have time to act before the next Megacity. And so like some shots were shot. For sure. It's been a good day for Netrunner and therefore the world. Hey, Lloyd. I meant to say it the other way. It was a good weekend, so it's a good weekend for Netrunner. The world it's not bad. You take it or you leave it. It's not bad. Bigolter, you be okay? You want to unban Bigolter? Jones ban companions just got other viable econs. I think that's the idea. Is like you want to add something else. Like you can't just ban Paladin, Pueblo, and all the companions and then be like survive. Because the issue is like Anarch hasn't got consistent economy for the last like 4 or 5 years because they've had the companions. It's kind of like the engineering of the future issue. Like we had this for a while, where like engineering future was the core set identity from HB, and it just said the first time I turn the install card, gain a credit. That was very good. This was the only HB identity for a long time, arguably cerebral imaging at some point. But the thing with this is like they were gated with certain cards they could print because all of the cards were just better on baseline HB. And so basically HB was good. Every other HB was bad because they were just printing too few economy cards that were not aggressive because they were better in engineering the future and not good enough in anything else. And that's kind of the issue we seem to be having in Anarch, where like the floor is already so high in like Hoshiko companions, and then like it's hard to print something that doesn't make the floor even harder. Paladin and Mystic unban moshing, good luck, have fun. I don't want to unban moshing because I don't like the idea that you can get 5 credits from 0. But I don't know. I love the idea of banning one of the Melius 3 flip cards. I don't mind it. The thing is like it's very hard to no. So if they all ban the same one, I mean maybe that's a bit more interesting. I think it's a hard thing to like it's pseudo errata, which I don't think Null Signal Games likes. But yeah. Unban moshing, ban Strike Fund. Banning Strike Fund is actually kind of interesting. This card sees the least amount of play in the Lu decks though, which is an issue. The Audrey decks do play this. I do think this card is actually key as a one of, and some of the Shaper decks too for the late game inevitability with Buffer Drive, where you keep just flipping this. But if you do get rid of Strike Fund, moshing is a fair bit more reasonable. The thing is though, like Strike Fund makes all the other stuff reasonable, like Audrey and Lagu and all that good stuff, and Price. Price is an absurd card though. Man, seeing the OG core set ID on a Métropole Grid stream brings a tear to my eye. Remember when they started printing 5-strength code gates at 3 cost because of bin breakers, Lamau? I mean, sort of. I don't think it was exactly because of bin breakers. I think there was also the hope that you could just run through Engram Flush and let it fire. Right? Like you can run through a slot machine, it's fine. Strike Fund is also one of the few reasons to play Topon, unfortunately. Yes, and daily casts. Yes. And like play self-damage. Like the whole, in theory, stick and poke archetype as well. It was exactly bin breakers? I don't know. I don't think so. I think they just thought that this was a subroutine that you could let fire because it might not fire all the time. But like you had to break this as criminals. There's no way slot machine was printed for anything other than MK Ultra. You mean Black Orchestra? But no, I think this was just a fun card. Well, to see people asking for more consistency, Tool and Anarchs. Yeah, I want Anarchs to be anarchic. This is not an original idea, and also it was like parroted in a recent like podcast. I think a measured response, but like the companions, we wish they were more anarchic. We did, and I was like, okay, if Paladin Puemo, she got angry with 2 credits, I'm in. But then the idea, what about if Paladin Puemo got angry if she had 1 credit at the end of the turn? I'm like, wait a second, that's where we need to be. Like the Anarch cards need to be more ridiculous. They need to be way more ridiculous because again, this feels like a Shaper card. Mystic feels like a criminal card. Fueno feels like an Anarch card. Right? That's the issue. Taka, arguably a Shaper card. But like, I want this. And like, this is not a good touch point because this card is nonsense and didn't see consistent play. But this is what Anarch used to be. Do something, but not reasonably. Like, okay, 4 clicks for 10 cards is pretty good, it turns out. Technically 5 clicks for 10 cards. But like, you just spend your whole turn to draw 10 cards. That's also kind of messed up. But this is what Anarch used to be more like, right? Like Inject is so cool. Upside Downside. Price kind of feels like that, but not entirely. Inject is a 1-click, reveal the top 4 cards, gain a credit for each program trashed, and you have to trash all programs and add the rest to your grip. It was a card you had to play around. This existed before bin breakers. So like for a while, it was already like kind of a risky thing to do. But if you played a lot of viruses and not a lot of breakers, this was a 1 credit, not even draw 4, add 4, which does interact with some corporations. Like this is the sort of stuff where like Anarch does things weird. But unfortunately, Anarch now does things the least weird out of any faction. Planeteers, yeah. Sad stuff. How's it going? Did you go out to the what's it called, to the Wasteland? Paladin Trash shouldn't be able to target itself. That would also be very funny. But then you get stuck where the Paladin has to keep firing and you can lose the game unless because there's no way to destroy her. New Anarch card, trash your stack and all your installed cards. Install cards from your hand, ignoring all costs up to the number of trash installed cards. I don't think you can play that probably because you lose to so many things. But we did used to have, what is the keyboards card called? There used to be a card that says like trash the top 10 cards of your deck, install a card for like -5. Hey Rohit, we read your write-ups. Congratulations on the weekend, man. I like really sympathize with your write-up and I think it's really quite good. Sorry about the runner deck, but you made your decisions. Playing Reg Anarch is taking your cool hardcore punk function and dressing it up in a business casual work to do desk job. Yeah, exactly. It's like does not feel exactly like it needs to. Frantic coding. I brought this to Worlds. Look at the top 10 cards you stack. If any of those cards are programs, you may install them, lowering your cost by 5. Trash 9 cards, or it could full whiff. Like Anarch should be the faction about doing something that looks absurd and not reasonable and making it make sense. Lagu is kind of like that, but it does feel a bit too safe. But that's, I think, what more people, at least classically, what Anarch looked like. We don't have to go back there, but that's kind of the thing. Sounds like Rohit is describing the card day job. Kind of is day job. Omar goes through 4 or 5 keyboards per week. No 2 from the same decade. There was an interaction with Frantic Coding, and what was her name? What was the zero cost card? She's a connection that says when you install a card, you can search your deck for all other copies of the card and remove them or trash them. Frantic is a sick design. It's a really cool design. Paige Piper, yeah, that's it. So Paige Piper kind of broke this. So I played Frantic Paige Piper. So Paige Piper on its own is such a fascinating card because it's the sort of card to be like, wait, that's a good card. So she costs nothing. The first time you install a card, including Paige Piper, sick reminder text, you may search your stack for any number of copies of the same card by name and add them to your heap, shuffle your stack. So if I'm not mistaken, firstly, when you install Paige Piper, you thin your deck 3 cards for single action. Is that good? Not really, but you could argue it is. But then the idea is with Frantic Coding, when you do Frantic Coding and you install, say, like a Magnum Opus or some expensive breaker, you can then trigger Paige Piper and then you remove the other Magnum Opuses from your deck or whatever you're installing. And then you immediately shuffle your heap, which stuffs the rest of the text on this. Oh, where did it go? It stuffs the rest of the text on the Frantic Coding because you now shuffled and you're no longer looking at the top cards. So you could do this non-destructively if you really put your mind to it. You didn't have to, but if I'm not mistaken, that worked like that. I think my favorite Anarch archetypes in NSG world are Seb and Essa. The rest are all devolved to companion 20 in most cases. Yes, NSG's really good at making Anarchs. Seb is kind of hella sick. Essa's also pretty dang sick, as much as like Sabotage has its, its haters and its enjoyers. But like when set out to do a cool Anarch thing, NSG can nail it. NSG can really nail it. And like they really had a hard thing to do, to design something that doesn't devolve into companions. And they managed to do it twice really, really well. Topan and Phoenix, obviously, like that set had a lot of ideas in it, so maybe it's a bit harder to nail all of them, but one day it'll be cool. Sick interaction, yeah, really cool interaction. I brought this to Worlds. I was grabbing a Magnum Opus and playing, I'm assuming Wizard, and just hitting buttons. Maybe it wasn't Wizard. Seb is my favorite NSG runner design. He's so cool. He's sick. Really, really cool design. Yeah. I think the chess icebreakers were really cool in Anarch style. Honestly, they feel more like a Shaper style, if you ask me, about moving pieces. So I don't see the Anarch theme on them as much as they were more disruptive than they were tempo or value. But moving pieces like that does feel much more Shaper. I've always been like working on a Shaper that's all about juggling. And then you have these like Trojans that go up and then when you catch them, they go back down. But it like, again, hosting cards, unless they're viruses, feels way Shaper. Still want Cacophony to be a reasonable alternative to twinning? I think Cacophony is slightly better than it is, but it is not twinning. But I think there's decks that can play both. And we saw some of them earlier this season where it's like, okay, twinning's on my multi-axis, Cacophony's my disruption. But yeah, I wouldn't mind a world in which this is the only card you play for that. It's wild to me that Magnum Opus is too slow modernly when it used to be Bust a Strong Inevitability. Yeah. This used to be a card that it came down. If it came down early as a corporation, you're like, shit, I lost the game. But that is actually a really big thing about the texture of game right now is that credits don't solve all issues. Like you still have to run archives. You still have to deal with FUT. I mean, it does beat measured, but like also clicking for 2 and doing nothing else might be a bit slow. I missed the day of you playing 99 card max on the stream. Consistency and value plays are boring. Give me a deck that was 2 different consoles and no idea what it will draw. Spark, firstly, thank you. Secondly, I do miss that too. But the funny thing is max 99 is inherently a deck of boring value. You're right, it was less consistent because you didn't know what you're drawing into, but the idea of max is that so many of the Anarch cards were interchangeably card draw, value, multi-axis, pressure. You just put them all in a 100 card deck and drew 1 for free every turn. Like it both is a thing I can sympathize with because I did love playing them, but also it is like inherently kind of showed that every Anarch card was an Anarch card that could do enough. Cacophony dies horribly to ScapeNet. I mean, yeah, what doesn't, huh? Topan doesn't obviously synergize with Banhar, but they also have a self-damage and often want to play lots of install runners, so having an early tool to contest the corp for damage was important. Oh, talking about like bringing that back? I think that's mostly nostalgic, yeah. Magnum Opus doesn't beat Armitage co-busting a lot of games, though. No, Armitage was probably better than the amount of play it saw. Hey Kanya, Shaper is always described as the faction that has an answer to any question, but their breakers and board is rarely wider than other factions. If the game plan would involve installing and keeping more breakers. So I don't know, Shaper kind of does feel like the weird lock and key game. I do think the one thing is like Shapers are less weird than they've been in a while. Like back in the day, and I hate talking like this, like we used to have cards that were very, very powerful, but very niche, right? Like you could pull a Deus Ex as instant speed to get this, and this can break AP subroutines or prevent any amount of net damage. Like that's a powerful ability. You had, there was one of these that dealt with destroyer subroutines too. Like you had weird cards that you could get at instant speed. It was all about self-modifying code and all that sort of stuff. And I'd argue that modern Shaper like does have a fair bit of that. Like one of the common archetypes is now like playing Palangi and then just using Palangi and then pulling the right breaker. The thing is like the breakers are really, really cheap. Like they're playing Propeller and Revolver and all that sort of stuff, maybe Oiler, and just like pressuring the right thing at the right time. Like it doesn't feel super, super different. The thing is like a lot of times what they're doing is just presenting the cheapest option as opposed to like the bespoke option, as much as those are kind of similar, right? I mean, every card is a value card, but the type of value you get would be like Trash and Ice, trash cards from HQ, and not just a credit a turn. Yeah, you're not wrong about that. Like, I hear you. What was the name of the dude with the megaphone that ran an HQ and trashed a card from the top of R&D? Like, that's the sort of sick cards I want. They're fun. Deus Ex is a crim card, and I find that very weird. No, isn't this like mostly Airblades at this point? Right, like I think you're talking about Laser Pointer, but Laser Pointer is closer to this, which was a very core criminal card. This was basically a cheap get out of jail card for any century. Laser Pointer is, I guess, close to Deus Ex, but Deus Ex is kind of more close to the fact that it can dodge a snare. Bagot, yeah, Bagot, oh my god. Like cards like this, they were never that good, but it was a one of you played in a deck to give you some consistency. But I love cards like this. Like, man, trashing cards is not a criminal thing, and adding another success to criminal would be bad. But like, I'm so excited for a criminal card that, you know, progresses your game state, or the runners lose, corporations lose con, maybe. Spaghetti. Also, let's errata Stargate to make it closer to Keyhole. I don't think you need to do that, but man, Stargate coming back would be good. Yeah, Laser Pointer doesn't do that. Yeah, Deus Ex was used for ambushes. It was the sort of thing where like, oh, the Shaper can always be safe if they have the right tools. Like, oh, you advance your June bug. Oh, they grab Deus Ex, you cry. Like that's how this used. You didn't often use it for breaking. Yeah, Begot. Hey, Ian. I don't think I ever got the Begot alt art from Worlds, which is a really good alt art. I think I don't have that one. I'd like to live in a world where twinning just isn't the true crim win con. Yeah, I think everyone would. I think everyone wants a bigger win con for criminal. I'm so excited for criminal card that does something. Yeah, I mean, that'll come in time. NSG is obviously like aware of what this is. It'll be another console that's Mars. Okay, no. I said disappointed in Rent Riders. The card deserved better. I mean, it's almost there. It is. The game is too fast. This is too slow. Spending 4 clicks for 7 credits is like not good enough. So you ideally want to install this with Topan or with Seb. Turns out like 3 clicks is just way too expensive, especially when Seb is already very taxed on everything that Seb has to do in a given turn. And same with Topan. Like every time I play Topan, I get overwhelmed with the amount of things I have to do, right? Like you want to install a card with Topan, then Blink fires. So you want to install the Blink card with Topan. You have to draw because you just went through a bunch of cards. And it's just like way too many things to do a single turn to make the Rent Riders feel good. Just so the boomers can continue talking about Netrunner. Like Liberated Accounts was what the touch point for this card was. I didn't care for this art. And Liberated Accounts was like the unwieldy Anarch econ. And I'll be honest, for the first couple of years of this game, this is a very old card. It came from the first wave. This card was very bad. It didn't see play. People joked about it. And then Anarch came back in a big way. That was actually a very big point. And then this card was suddenly relevant in a big way. So it's a mix. Eventually this card was good enough. Or like if you played Argus and they dropped the Liberated Accounts on turn 1, you're like, uh-oh, that's a problem. They now have 4 sure gambles. That's a lot of money. So I think they're trying to get something like this. But the big thing about Liberated Accounts was you could do it slowly, as much as the tempo hit up front was real. And real tempo hit to get your economy is not a really common thing we see in the game. And I think that's maybe one of the big things that makes this game feel way more explosive than it used to back in the day. It's like all the economy we're playing is super low investment. Like the biggest investment economy we have in standard on the runner side is like, do you want to play a daily cast that will be -1 credit next turn? That is the most expensive econ card we're playing. It used to be like you dropped Liberated and click Liberated, so you spent 2 clicks to go -2. I don't know if you play Liberate nowadays. Maybe you wouldn't. I mean, Career Fair was ubiquitous in that era. You didn't always say Career Fair Liberated, but there was enough things in Anarchy you did. But there was a lot of card decks that played Liberated without Career Fair. In fact, Career Fair was much maligned outside of like looking for a job. Red team would like a word. I mean, but red team requires you. I'm not gonna get that word in, huh? Liberating Topan sounds nice. I mean, it's not bad. It's definitely not bad. You need cards like this in Topan for sure, and I think we'll get them in the future. Rotary is the most expensive card to use in the game, and Dayton actually harms itself to use. Yeah, I mean, the console thing, we know about that. Very agreed on Temple modernly. I want more investment cards personally. I miss scoring windows. Now I'm mad about Red Team again. Yeah, like that is a thing, is if scoring windows and all this sort of stuff has to matter, the econ cards actually being like slow payoffs. But like, let's open one of these decks and see like how many of these cards are not active. Like how many of these are a tempo hit to play? Like Pinhole, tempo positive. Raindrops, tempo positive. Sealskin, arguably tempo positive. Sure Gamble, tempo positive. Boomerang, usually, you break on the turn, you install it, and you save money. It's tempo positive. Gachapon, tempo positive, no investment. Game Dragon, the most investment we talked about so far. But on the turn you play it, it can save you 3 credits. Hermes, obviously a bit too cheap. Tungsten Tailor, this is the biggest brick. And that's why people were a bit worried when this card came out that it wouldn't see play, because it's just expensive to spend 3 credits on a card that doesn't do anything. And that's kind of where the game is. Daily Cast, the most tempo negative. Fencer Fueno's neutral. Hannah's easy to get the value from the turn she comes down. Paladin is a credit for 14. Twinning is the biggest brick in the game, but you need it. Taka is credit neutral, sort of, the next turn she comes down. Then we have Breakers, which again, installing Buzzsaw is the worst tempo crime you can do. And then Botulus is slightly tempo positive, Fermenter is tempo positive. This is maybe not that big of a difference. Like I think if we look at an Anarchlist from 2015, it might not be that different. But I think the thing is like we don't have a card like Liberated, which is like very obviously tempo negative in a meaningful way. And again, this wasn't everywhere. Tungsten Tailor is easy to make money on the turn it installs. Yeah, for sure. Same way that it's easy to make money off of the turn that it's installed, the what's called the Game Dragon. It's not that different. Just the comp to Liberated, -6 for 16 over 5 clicks versus 5 for 12 over 5 clicks. Plus it requires you to make a successful run. And you're red teaming. You shouldn't do that, Ian. And you can't click on the same server more than once. Christ, I mean, yeah. I think at some point red team said any server, and if you could use this to check remotes, sick. It'd be a sick ass card. Unfortunately, it's not. It's fine. Earthrise. Oh yeah, Earthrise is similar. Yeah, Earthrise is another card. And Earthrise came and went. It wasn't always there. But Earthrise is another card that like it was a notable downturn. Like compare Earthrise to Class Act. And notably Earthrise is neutral. But Earthrise was a 4 credit brick that took about 3 turns for it to be credit positive, if you want to consider that. And like compare Earthrise to Nuka, and that's also the big difference. Is like it's kind of very similar. Nuka takes clicks, but are clicks comparable to credits? Yeah, they of course are. But Nuka is like not that far off from the math of Earthrise. Topan with love Earthrise, yeah. The best you have is the genetics one, which is not that good. The artist would also have the like word, yeah, but the artist came out. It was not like really good even when it came out. Red time is fine for a core set card, to be honest. Like you want your core set to be eternally meta defining. You want your core set not to be eternally meta defining. Yes and no, but yes. Like a lot of the core set is meta defining, which is fine. But I think it's more so Criminal wanted an econ card that's fun. Wake is not a great card, but good enough to get over the line. I mean, Wake is not a bad card. I mean, it's a multi-access card for R&D for Criminal. It's like pretty good. It is better out of faction because like you're icing HQ immediately against Criminal, so it's harder to get value from this. But also, you want to get value from this, so it does sweet in running through a more expensive HQ. But yeah, I don't mind this card, but also this text is terrible in Criminal. That's the faction that this is hardest to swallow. I'm heading to bed. Have a good one, everyone. Always be running. Hey, Veronica, thanks for dropping by. I'll check out your article, huh? Wake is fine. I made my peace with Wake. I used to hate him more than I do now. Yeah. Again, NSG knows about the Criminal issue. They know about the console issue. I feel like we're ragging on it constantly. And again, I will repeat points for sure. But yeah, I don't know. We've been streaming for 4 hours. We'll be back on Thursday. I mean, that's kind of fun. This is a big yap sesh. I think I'm going to pop out to a store before it closes at 6, so this might be it. But saying Crims have 3 win consoles and refuse to play them. They're just good cards. Surprised there isn't more use of MU Safecracker with all the stealth currently. Matt, the issue with MU Safecracker is that it doesn't work with Trickster Taka because she's only for programs, so that's pretty bad. And at the end of the day, this card is like, if you're going to use stealth credits, you might as well use the twinning. Hardware is harder to interact with, but spending 2 credits to get additional access compared to Wake or twinning just isn't great. And then you can have Dalkins for HQ if you want to. I think all this makes me more excited for the next set. Moose Healthcracker is so sad. Yeah, it's just not good. It's like the numbers on it are not great. Again, this was the first card that said R&D in it that was printed in the Criminal faction. Besides the misprint, there was one card that was misprinted that said R&D on it, but it's actually a misprint. But this was the first card to be like, wait, can we make Criminals touch R&D? And so historically, when it came out, that was important. But also historically, when it came out, criminals were all about HQ for better for worse. So they went out of the way to make it a very expensive cost. To be like, you can touch R&D, and a faction has no R&D cards, but it'll come at a premium. Modern NSG design is better at that, to be like, wait, criminals is just about centrals. You don't have to make that big of a stink out of it. So like future R&D multi-axis like Wake is a bit better to do. Was Mobius a print? Yeah, Mobius was a misprint. So this is Mobius. Mobius says run R&D. If successful when the run ends, you may run R&D again. If the second run is successful, gain 4 credits. Not a terrible card. 2 runs and 4 credits. Sure. But what was the name? Data something? Check this card out. It came in the same wave. Run R&D. If successful when the run ends, you make run R&D again. Do you notice how it's the exact same card, except it doesn't give you 4 credits? That's because this was meant to be this card, and this being a criminal card, it was meant to say run HQ. If successful when the run ends, you may run HQ again. If the second run is successful, gain 4 credits. And mind you, double running HQ is much more valuable on more board states of running R&D twice, because running R&D twice can just be the same card if you don't steal or trash. So running HQ is better. But with Shaper, you had a lot of reasons to run R&D to get power counters and conduit and stuff like that. I couldn't tell you if it's a soft confirm. I'm pretty sure it was confirmed, but Mobius being so weird, this was meant to say HQ and they messed up. Because like, obviously in context, it might be a bit more intuitive. Yeah, it makes so much sense because like this, it's so weird to print. Literally, again, this is card 24 in Red Sand. This is, okay, this came out a year before in Blood Bunny, a couple months before. But these came out like 6 releases apart. It's literally the same card in the faction that never had an R&D card and just straightly better than the Shaper card that cared about R&D. Mobius saw niche play. It was a bit of a joke card because the name is fun, but Data Breach saw absolutely 0 play. So having a strictly better version of that unplayed card is not bizarre, but these cards also came out like 6 months apart. Very, very weird. Yeah, go to Morbi. It's Mobin time. There were decks that had this in it. It was never a good card in it. It was just a thing you could do, right? Like people did this, like Koga, of course. Yeah, Koga has a deck with it in it. But there's one Mobius and Arasana, and like, yeah, I mean, that's a fine Arasana card, I guess. I just play Mobius and medium decks. Exactly, yeah. And medium, mind you, was conduit that didn't require you to make a run. So with this click action, so you can Mobius and get 2 medium counters and see more cards. That's the idea that like Data Breach was actually worth something. Hey, Griffin, how's it going? All right. Oh, we'll be back on Thursday, hopefully with a new ban list too. We're talking about Mars cycle mistakes. Bad, sort of. We're talking about like Moo Safecracker and running HQ versus R&D and how this was the first true R&D run card. And I really like that. Again, shout out to Zaya being about centrals. I think widening the faction did not like make it less special, it made it more special. Oh, Spy Camera. Was Spy Camera playable? Yes, very playable. We'll come back to that. I just want to give a huge thank you to all these names here and more that support the Métropole Grid so we can do stuff like this, hang out on Tuesdays, stream Thursdays, do tournament coverage, all that sort of stuff and more. If you want to support the channel, you can find a link in the description. And a huge shout out also to our Daily Cast patrons who will also, again, their names are not here, but incredibly appreciated for sure. And also, if you want to take a second, I forget to shout this out every once in a while. If you want to leave a like on the VOD, it actually helps a heck of a lot to like support this just across YouTube. YouTube loves that sort of algorithm stuff, but that's also incredibly appreciated. We'll be back on Thursday. We're hoping with a new ban list to talk about. It doesn't look like we'll have the time to make a new ban list video ahead of schedule unless that email comes in relatively soon, because the ban list I think is expected to drop probably Friday, if not maybe next Monday, but we'll find out sooner than later. I want to say out of the last thing, yeah, there was a criminal card that said R&D on it, and I can't believe I forgot about that. It's Spy Camera. And Spy Camera was like legitimately very, very good in both Criminal and in Shaper. The big thing about Spy Camera is it had this text, which is click, look at the top X cards of your stack, put them in any order. X is the number of Spy Cameras, and it was a limit 6 per deck. This text didn't really matter. In fact, a lot of people couldn't tell you what the sentence is, but you could look at the top card of R&D clicklessly. And the big thing why that was good is that this came alongside Geist that said when you use a trash can ability, not once per turn, whenever, draw a card. And then of course you played what's it called? Dealer? No. Whoa, what's the name of this card? The people selling things on the hood of a hopper. Not Data Dealer. Not Street Peddler. Ack. Someone will know. But there's a card that says for every trash can you fire, Tech Trader, thank you. Not Tech Writer. You had Tech Trader, you had 3 of these. It says whenever you use a trash can ability, gain a credit. So you had Geist decks that played 6 of them. You would recycle them sometimes. You had Shaper decks that play them. But basically, at the start of your turn, if you wanted to, you could just gain 3 credits, draw a card, look at the top of R&D. Very, very, very good. Very fun. Geist is my favorite ID in the history of the game. And a lot of this was this sort of information, which is a very criminal thing to do on top of that. But yeah, this was nichely good. It wasn't good in Reg Netrunner. You had to play like basically mini faction Criminal. So the idea that like ESA cards or like SEB cards are better in SEB, or in fact, some of them are not seemingly playable. And that's actually really good. There's a bunch of SEB cards that are playable outside of SEB and ESA cards outside of ESA. But spy cameras was only playable largely in Geist because you needed the support, or if you did some weird like Haley Shaper stuff, or you changed your ID through means. That's mostly it. Take care, y'all. We'll catch you in the next one. We'll be back on Thursday, hopefully with a new ban list. Hopefully you had a good weekend. Again, there's a lot of stuff to watch this weekend if you want to catch up on EMEA stuff. We have the link, I'll have them in the description, to both our streaming and then on Jai's channel. Shout out to the APAC gang and also to Netrunner FR from Gale Har and Warlock, who did some commentary. We'll catch you in the next one. Take care.